Let us pray. O God, we come together in your name in this Parliament to debate our nation's affairs and pass laws for the betterment and welfare of all Fijians. Guide us in our deliberations and grant us the wisdom to do what is just and fair. We ask you to bless our beloved nation and grant every Fijian peace, prosperity, and equal opportunity. Help us to serve our citizens with honesty, integrity, and without fear or favor, to keep the trust of those who have sent us here. We seek your divine guidance to continue to build a better nation for all Fijians. In your name, Amen. Honorable members, please be seated. Secretary General.
Confirmation of minutes.
I now call on the Leader of the Government in Parliament, the Honourable Inia Siruiratu, to move his motion. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, I move that the minutes of the sitting of Parliament held on Friday, 31st July 2020, as previously circulated, be taken as read and be confirmed.
Is there a seconder?
Honourable Speaker, I beg to second the motion.
Honourable members, the Parliament will now vote on the motion. The question is that the minutes of the sitting of Parliament held on Friday, 31st July 2020, as previously circulated, be taken as read and be confirmed. Does any member oppose the motion? Honourable members, as no member opposes, the motion is agreed to unanimously. Secretary General.
Communications from the Chair.
Honourable members, I welcome all honourable members to today's sitting of Parliament. I also welcome all those watching the live broadcast and the live streaming of today's proceedings from the comfort of their home, offices, and mobile phones. Thank you for taking an interest in your Parliament. Honourable members, later today, during the morning refreshments break, there will be a handover ceremony by the Commonwealth Women Parliamentarians, Fiji Group, to the Fiji Red Cross Society. For the further information of all, the CWP Fiji Group comprises of all 10 women honourable members and is chaired by the Honourable Deputy Speaker. The handover ceremony will take place at the big committee room, and I invite all honourable members to attend. On a final note, honorable members, despite the indefinite deactivation of the Parliament's Facebook live streaming, I am pleased to inform honorable members that effective from today's sitting, the Parliament's live streaming will also be available on YouTube. Members and viewers can access this channel by visiting the YouTube page and typing in Parliament of the Republic of Fiji. Thank you, honorable members. Secretary General.
Presentation of papers and certain documents.
Honorable members, I now call upon the Attorney General and Minister for Economy, Civil Service and Communications, the Honorable Ayaz Sayed Qayyum, to table his report. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, Mr. Speaker, sir, in accordance with Standing Order 38, I present the Pacific Fishing Company Pte. Limited 2018 Annual Report to Parliament. Thank you.
Please hand the report to the Secretary General. Under Standing Order 38, Clause 2, I refer the Pacific Fishing Company Pte. Limited 2018 Annual Report to the Standing Committee on Economic Affairs. I now call upon the Minister for Infrastructure, Meteorological Services, Lands and Mineral Resources, the Honorable Chone Usamate, to table his reports. You have the floor, sir.
Mr. Speaker, sir, in accordance with Standing Order 38, I present the 2011, 2012, 2013, August 2016 to July 2017, and the August 2017 to July 2018 Ministry of Lands and Mineral Resources Annual Reports to Parliament.
Please hand the reports to the Secretary General. Under Standing Order 38, Clause 2, I refer the 2011, 2012, 2013, August 2016 to July 2017, and August 2017 to July 2018 Ministry of Lands and Mineral Resources Annual Reports to the Standing Committee on Natural Resources. Thank you, honorable members, and we will now proceed to the next item. Secretary General.
Presentation of reports of committees.
Honorable members, I now call on the chairperson of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and Defense, the Honorable Alexander O'Connor, to table his report. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, I am pleased to present the committee's review report to this House. On the 28th of May 2020, the Parliament of the Republic of Fiji referred the following treaties to the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs. 1. The Madrid Agreement concerning the international registration of marks 1981, known as the Madrid Agreement. 2. The Protocol relating to the Madrid Agreement, known as the Madrid Protocol, and together known as the Madrid System. And 3. Paris Convention for the Protection of Industrial Property. The Madrid Agreement was established in 1891 to provide a mechanism that would allow for a single and inexpensive international trademark registration and to eliminate the need for filing, prosecuting, or maintaining separate registrations in multiple countries. It came into force in 1892. The Madrid Protocol was established in 1989. It was created to address perceived defects in the Madrid Agreement and to make the international system of registration of marks more flexible and compatible with the domestic legislation of individual states. The Paris Convention was established in 1883. It was created to provide protection for industrial property, including patents, trademarks, industrial designs, utility models, service marks, trade names, geographical indications, and to repress unfair competition. The committee heard submissions from stakeholders online using the Microsoft Office 365 Teams applications for the duration 8th June to the 17th of August 2020, and also received oral and written submissions from government, law firms, Fiji Performing Rights Association, and International Property Office in New Zealand. The committee also visited Fiji Intellectual Property Office on Monday, the 17th of August 2020, to ascertain the readiness of FIPO to meeting the requirements of the Madrid system. The government and statutory authorities affirmed that Fiji is ready to accede to the above protocols for its benefits as follows. 1. Acceding to the conventions will demonstrate Fiji's commitment to the development of its legal framework with respect to intellectual property. In addition, acceding to the conventions also reinforces Fiji's intent to uplift its business and investment climate by enhancing the ease of doing business and the Digital Fiji initiatives. 2, the intent of the conventions are to provide a streamlined system of international registration of marks where applicants can protect their marks in several jurisdictions by filing one application, paying one set of fees, and in one language. 3, additionally, the Paris Convention intends to provide for the protection of industrial designs, trade names, and indications of source, and to protect against unfair competition. 4, accession to the conventions will ensure that Fiji is compliant with its international obligations for the protection of intellectual property. There were disagreements from some Fiji law firms noting that 1, the relevant laws are not in place to effect the rigors or the challenges of the Madrid systems. 2, Fiji Intellectual Property Office does not have the capacity to meet the requirements of the Madrid systems that include a digital process and timely processing. 3, the win-win situation is to maintain the imperial system and raise fees whilst Fiji builds capacity to accede to the Madrid system in time. The committee recommends that Fiji accedes to the convention and adopts without reservation after passing the following bills in Parliament. A, the Trademarks Bill 2020, B, the Patents Bill 2020, C, Designs Bill 2020, and D, World Intellectual Property Office certifies that Fiji Intellectual Property Office is compliant to implement the requirement of the Madrid systems. 2, government direct and strengthen resources to the Fiji Performing Rights Association to protect copyrights and pass the traditional knowledge and traditional culture laws. The committee acknowledges and commends the contribution by stakeholders in Fiji and in New Zealand that assisted in the preparation of this report. I take this opportunity to thank members of my committee, including the Secretariat, for compiling this bipartisan report. On behalf of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and Defence, I submit this report to the Parliament, and I thank you, sir.
Thank you. Please hand the report to the Secretary General. Pursuant to Standing Orders 121, Clause 1B, and Standing Order 130, Clause 4A, the Standing Committee has now reported back. We will move on. Secretary General.
Presentation of reports of committees.
I now call on the Chairperson of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, the Honourable Alvik Maharaj, to table his report. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I am pleased to present the committee's review report on the 2019 annual report of the Office of Auditor General. This report provides the detail of the review that was carried out by the committee. The Office of Auditor General is established under the Section 151 of the Constitution of Republic of Fiji, and the Audit Act 1969 further specifies the powers of the Auditor General to audit the whole of government, financial statement, and the reports of all entities of government. It also empowers the Auditor General to conduct performance audit of government entities to assure Parliament that the entities are achieving their objective effectively and in doing so economically and in compliance with all relevant legislation. The Auditor General is responsible on behalf of the Parliament to audit the accounts of all the government agencies, state-owned entities, statutory authorities, municipal council and provincial council, except for its own office and those entities that may have been exempted by law. The Auditor General carried out the audit in accordance with the relevant provisions of the standards on auditing issued by the Fiji Institute of Accountants or other relevant standard considered appropriate. Moreover, Section 152 of 2013 Constitution of the Republic of Fiji states that at least once in every year, the Auditor General shall inspect, audit and report to Parliament on A, the public accounts of the state, B, the control of public money and public property of the state, and C, all transactions with or concerning the public money or public property of the state. At the outset, I commend the Office of Auditor General in clearing 80% of the backlog accounts, which involve 264 accounts being submitted to OAG for audit as at 31st July 2019, of which 151 accounts has been audited, and out of 264 accounts audited, there were 186 accounts audited were in backlog. The committee has taken note of the challenges in clearing the backlog that involve: 1, the significant time taken to sign the audited financial; 2, the unavailability of key responsible client personnel; 3, the ultimately provision of records for audit verification; 4, the unresolved accounting issues; 5, the late submission of draft financial for audit; and 6, the resources being tied up to undertake backlog audit. It is important to note that the Office of Auditor General is funded through an annual appropriation by the Parliament. This enables OAG to fulfill its audit mandate of public sector entities, and this includes financial audits, performance audit, and special investigation. In the 2018-29 financial year, the Office of Auditor General had received a one-line budget with an allocation of 6.6 million compared to 4.6 million in 2017-2018 financial year, which was an increase of 43.6%. The committee commends the work of Office of Auditor General and the support provided throughout the scrutiny of all audit reports that was referred to Public Accounts Committee, and also the responses provided during the deliberation of this report. I sincerely thank all the honourable members of the committee for their valuable contribution in the successful compilation of this bipartisan report, namely Honourable Joseph Nand, Deputy Chairperson, Honourable Vijendra Prakash, Honourable Aseri Rondronro, and Honourable Ro Temamu Kepa. I also wish to acknowledge the Secretariat for their support in compilation and finalization of this bipartisan report. With those few words, I commend this report to Parliament. Thank you.
Thank you. Please hand the report to the Secretary General.
Honourable Speaker said, pursuant to Standing Order 121, Clause 5, I hereby move a motion without notice that the debate on the content of this report is initiated at a future sitting. Thank you.
Is there a seconder?
To second the motion.
Thank you. I can hear you and I can see you as well. Honourable members, the Parliament will now vote, and the question is that a debate on the content of the report is initiated at a future sitting. Does any member oppose the motion? As no member opposes, the motion is agreed to unanimously. We will move on. Secretary General.
Presentation of reports of committees.
I now call on the chairperson of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and Defence, the Honourable Alexander O'Connor, to table his report. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, I am pleased to present the committee's review report on the optional protocol to the Convention on the Rights of the Child on the involvement of children in armed conflict. The committee, when reviewing the treaty, heard oral submissions, received written submissions, as well as holding virtual online public consultations in Suva and Canberra, Australia, from relevant stakeholders and general public. This is in line with the government and the Ministry of Health and Medical Services restrictions on physical distancing on the COVID-19 global pandemic. Fiji signed the Convention on the Rights of the Child, CRC, on the 2nd of July 1993 and ratified the CRC on the 13th of August 1993. The optional protocol to the Convention on the Rights of the Child on the involvement of children in armed conflict, known as the optional protocol, is an international instrument that states parties to the CRC may ratify. The optional protocol aims to protect children from recruitment and use in hostilities. It was adopted by the General Assembly on the 25th of May 2000 and entered into force on the 12th of February 2002. The optional protocol is a commitment that 1. States will not recruit children under the age of 18 years to send them to the battlefield. 2. States will not conscript soldiers under the age of 18 years. 3. States should take all possible measures to prevent such recruitment, including legislation to prohibit and criminalize the recruitment of children under the age of 18 and involve them in hostilities. 4. States will mobilize anyone under the age of 18 years conscripted or used in hostilities and will provide physical, psychological recovery services and help their social reintegration. 5. Armed groups distinct from the armed forces of a country should not, under any circumstance, recruit or use in hostilities anyone under the age of 18 years. As of 26 May 2020, 170 countries have ratified the optional protocol. There are 17 countries that have neither signed nor ratified the optional protocol, and 10 countries that have signed but are yet to ratify. Fiji signed the optional protocol on the 16th of September 2005 and has yet to ratify the optional protocol. The committee is of the opinion that Fiji adopts the straight 18 years rule when recruiting young people into the disciplined service, as well as removing the powers of the commander of the RFMF to recruit children between the ages of 16 to 18 under exceptional circumstances. Various stakeholders, in particular faith-based organizations, also raised concerns over the relevance of cadet training and the value of arms in drill in school. The committee recommends that the Parliament review the relevance of cadet training in schools. The committee therefore recommends that Fiji ratifies without delay. The committee recommends the contributions by stakeholders that assisted in the preparation of this report. I take this opportunity to thank members of my committee, including the Secretariat, for compiling this bipartisan report. On behalf of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and Defence, I submit this report to the Parliament, and I thank you, sir.
Thank you. Please hand the report to the Secretary General. Pursuant to Standing Order 121, Clause 1B, and Standing Order 130, Clause 4A, the Standing Committee has now reported back. Secretary General.
Presentation of reports of committees.
Honourable members, I now call on the chairperson of the Standing Committee on Justice, Law and Human Rights, the Honourable Alvik Maharaj, to table his report. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the Office of Prime Minister is primarily responsible for providing sound policy advice and support to Honorable Prime Minister and his Cabinet. It also engages in the international and regional development partners, civil society organizations and private sector. In reviewing the Office of Prime Minister 2016-2017 annual report, the committee noted that one of the key achievements was on timely submission of Ministry's annual report presented to Cabinet and the total number of complaints that were addressed by the Office in the year reported. This sees the coordination and facilitation was provided by the Office in ensuring that the prioritization of ministerial annual reports are also presented in Parliament through the Cabinet for review. The review also highlighted a few pertinent issues which the committee discussed extensively with the Office of Prime Minister and is covered in this committee report. These pertinent issues include the timeline of government ministries' annual report table in Cabinet, the ability of OPM in addressing complaints that are being lodged by the public, and the mechanism used to monitor and evaluate projects funded through the small grant scheme. The committee was also mindful of the requirements of the standing orders of Parliament with respect to the principle of gender equality. Therefore, as part of the discussion with the Office of Prime Minister, it was encouraging to note how the principle of gender equality was reflected in the ministry, beginning with one of the vital parts of the institution, the human resources. Office play a vital role in the oversight of government's development plan, which are aligned to the Sustainable Development Goal. This committee report will also provide certain recommendations that the committee has put forward for consideration by the Office of Prime Minister. These recommendations include the dissemination of information on a small grant scheme to public, the creation of user and public-friendly tracking and monitoring system for small grant-funded projects and related matters, and continued support to be provided to public engagement units within the Office of Prime Minister, especially those that deal with complaints from the public. At this juncture, I would like to thank honourable members of the Justice, Law and Human Rights Committee, Honourable Rohit Sharma, Honourable Dr. Salik Govind, Honourable Ratu Suliano Matni Tambua, Honourable Moses Ebulitago for their deliberation and input, the alternate members who made themselves available when the substantive members could not attend, the representative of Office of Prime Minister whose cooperation assisted the committee in its work. On behalf of the committee, I commend the committee's report on the Office of Prime Minister 2016-2017 annual report to the Parliament and seek support of all the members of this august House to take note of the recommendation by the committee. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you. Please hand the report to the Secretary General.
Honourable Speaker said, pursuant to the Standing Order 121, Clause 5, I hereby move a motion without notice that the content of the report, the debate on the content of the report is initiated at a future sitting. Thank you.
Is there a seconder?
Honourable Speaker, I beg to second the motion.
Honourable members, the Parliament will now vote, and the question is that a debate on the content of the report is initiated at a future sitting. Does any member oppose the motion? As no member opposes, the motion is agreed to unanimously. Secretary General.
Ministerial statements.
Honourable members, the following ministers have given notice to make Ministerial Statements under Standing Order 40. 1. The Attorney General and Minister for Economy, Civil Service and Communications, and 2. The Minister for Infrastructure, Meteorological Services, Lands and Mineral Resources. Honourable Members, the Ministers may speak for up to 20 minutes. After the Minister, I will then invite the Leader of the Opposition or his designate to speak on the statement for no more than 5 minutes. There will also be a response from the Leader of the NFP or his designate to also speak for 5 minutes. There will be no other debate. Honourable Members, I now call on the Attorney General and the Minister for Economy, Civil Service and Communications, the Honourable Ayaz Syed Qayyum, to deliver his statement. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, the latest ILO monitor on COVID-19 in the World of Work released at the end of June this year noted massive global labour market disruptions affecting all categories of workers, where certain groups have been particularly affected a lot more than others. Around 93% of the world's employees or workers continue to reside in countries that have workplace closure measures still in force. Indeed, also within that context, Mr. Speaker, sir, there are certain economies that are suffering a lot more than some of the others, depending on the makeup of their GDP. Mr. Speaker, sir, this obviously is the case in Fiji too, given the closure of international borders to our major tourist source markets with the free flow of movement. Many of the employees, particularly those in the tourism and related sectors, including in the airline industry, tour operators, restaurants, cafes, indeed the garment industry, have been particularly affected. But there are others that have also been affected, including those in the informal sector. Government through the COVID-19 response budget and the 2020-2021 budget have placed strong emphasis on supporting workers affected by the pandemic. The COVID-19 response budget, government allocated close to $30 million for various unemployment assistance programs. In the 2020-2021 budget, a total of $100 million has been allocated for unemployment, of which $5 million is for upskilling and retraining of affected workers who want to find employment in new areas or become self-employed. To complement this, Mr. Speaker, sir, we also introduced the concessional funding support for micro, small and medium enterprises. $30 million was set aside for this purpose in the last budget, and we have again provided $30 million in the 2020-21 budget. We currently have about 8,000 to 9,000 applications that are being processed, and we hope to have those applications, at least 4,000, processed by the end of this week. We will see a total injection of approximately $60 million over a period of time to these micro, small and medium enterprises. Predominantly, the applications are from the micro enterprise sector, which means a lot of people who were self-employed will be able to reignite their businesses. A lot of people who have become unemployed want to get into businesses. And of course, small and medium enterprises have asked for cash flow concessional funding, which means they'll continue to run their business and be able to continue to employ people. Mr. Speaker, sir, since April this year, government in partnership with FNPF has been providing unemployment benefits to affected Fijians. Under this agreement, government continues to provide top-ups to those eligible members who have expanded their eligibilities in their general account. Close to 113,000 members have been assisted so far with a total of withdrawal of $93.9 million. And government will continue to assess the needs of affected workers and assist them so they are able to put food on the table for their families and indeed meet their day-to-day expenses. Mr. Speaker, sir, if I could explain the rationale behind our decision to assist those unemployed through the FNPF, in particular those who are in the formal sector, and only providing government top-ups to those that do not have sufficient balance in the general account. Mr. Speaker, sir, of course, government revenues have been drastically affected due to COVID-19. It is also extremely uncertain how long this crisis will last, and thus unemployment support would have to be provided for a much longer period. If, for example, we continue in this manner for the next 18 months or 1 year, we'll need to continue to provide unemployment benefits. We needed a solution, Mr. Speaker, sir, therefore, that is sustainable and indeed for the long haul. Mr. Speaker, sir, as such, after weighing these considerations and ensuring that we do not drop off any of this assistance, we decided those that are unemployed or on reduced hours should first access the general account, and government top-ups will be provided once these members have exhausted the general account. If I could clarify, Mr. Speaker, sir, the difference between FNPF member accounts, what are the differences? Following the FNPF reforms in 2014, all members' accounts are split into two, preserved and general accounts. Any contribution received into a member's FNPF account, both for compulsory and voluntary members, is divided into 70% preserved and 30% general. The preserved account is reserved for retirement, where members accumulate savings during their working life to reach meaningful balance in their retirement age. The only time in which a member can access funds from the preserved account is for withdrawal to purchase a land, an existing house, or to build a house. Members under this condition can access up to 30% of the 70% preserved account, of which is 21%, in addition to the 30% available from the general account, a total of 51% they can withdraw. For example, a member who has a total FNPF balance of $50,000, they will have $35,000 in the preserved account, which is 70%, and $15,000 in the general account, which is 30%. To purchase their first home, the member can access up to $10,500, 30% of the preserved account, in addition to the $15,000 in the general account. This is a total of 51% of the member's FNPF balance. Of course, now, government provides an additional grant to the first home construction scheme, which is a $30,000 grant, or $20,000 if you're buying your first home, if you earn less than $50,000. Mr. Speaker, sir, the general account is available for early access under limited approved withdrawal grounds. For example, we know that medical, education, funeral, and of course housing. And of course unemployment in the 2016 and in 2016 for immediate relief following TC Winston. Mr. Speaker, so much has been said about COVID-19 unemployment withdrawals, where government has been chastised by certain commentators for allowing members to access FNPF funds. In 2016, Mr. Speaker, sir, a 1,000 withdrawal post-TC Winston assistance was introduced, where the FNPF paid out $276 million to 180,000 members. Tropical cyclones, depending on intensity, are assessed at once in a 50-year event. Mr. Speaker, sir, of course, we know apart from those withdrawals, government had the Help for Homes program, where we dispersed over $120 million in addition to the withdrawals made by the FNPF members. The severity of COVID-19 has been compared to the 1919 flu pandemic 100 years ago. TC Winston, devastating as it was, followed a particular path and lasted 48 hours, after which government and the nation set out to rebuild and restore all that was damaged. Air travel was not affected. The only certain thing about COVID-19, Mr. Speaker, so as far as we know, is the uncertainty it brings, because we do not know what will happen in the next few months. For example, unless and until a vaccine is developed, tested, and becomes a global public good, accessible and indeed affordable, we will need to contend and come up with new solutions within the current framework that we do have, and indeed the impact on the economy and the livelihoods of all Fijians. Mr. Speaker, so around $93.9 million has been paid out to 113,000 Fijians. Of this, 2/3, or $68.1 million, has been sourced from members' general account balances, and a third, or $25.8 million, provided by the government in the form of top-ups. But as this critical support continues, as more time goes by, more members will become dependent on the top-ups from government, and we will see a much larger share of the payments funded by government. We acknowledge that some FNPF members have low balances, even prior to COVID-19, and they have been provided the top-ups right from the beginning. Low member balances are due to several factors, including historically low income levels, earlier withdrawals for housing, education, medical grounds, or joined the formal sector at a late age, or employers have not deducted FNPF for their employees. One of the positive things out of all of this has been now we've been able to track how many employers actually have not been paying the FNPF for their employees. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is also important to note that prior to the FNPF reforms, there used to be about over 20 grounds for withdrawal from FNPF. The reforms have ensured that the FNPF is in a solid financial position. It is now to support members in their retirement and also in their most actual time of need. Mr. Speaker, sir, to put this into context, Fiji is not the only country that has allowed early access to superannuation funds to help members cope with the impact of the pandemic. Australia is temporarily allowing its citizens, including New Zealand, allowing the citizens, or New Zealand citizens living in Australia, who are affected by the coronavirus to access their superannuation up to a maximum of $20,000 until 31 December 2020. Within the Pacific, although there are no official COVID-19 cases reported, the Solomon Islands and Samoa have allowed laid-off workers to dip into the superannuation funds to cover their living expenses. In the Solomon Islands, for example, within a month, 12,869 members had received payouts amounting to Solomon Islands $63 million, Solomon Island dollars. At least 600,000 Australians have accessed the superannuation funds. The government has since introduced control measures, the Australian government, to minimize the misuse of withdrawals and curtail those intending to exploit the system. Mr. Speaker, so if I could now elaborate on the various phases of assistance provided through FNPF, the rationale for the phases and the number of members that have been assisted under each phase. Extensive consultations, of course, were held with the FNPF board and management prior to the implementation of each phase. An MOU signed between the Ministry of Economy and FNPF guides the implementation of the program. Phase 1. Under Phase 1, a lump sum of $1,000 was paid to employees in the tourism sector who were affected through reduced working hours, leave without pay, or permanently laid off. A lump sum of $500 was also provided to workers affected by the lockdowns in Lautoka and Suva, and other COVID-19 related restrictions imposed on nightclubs, gyms, and sporting venues. These affected employees were able to withdraw from the FNPF general account. Those who had insufficient balance in the general account below $1,000 and $500, their withdrawals were topped up by government. Mr. Speaker, says sole proprietorship such as taxis, minivans and hire drivers, small enterprise owners, and those who lost their jobs within the past 6 months were also able to access up to $1,000 from the general account. Phase 1 ended on 31 May, and around $54.2 million had been paid out to 85,959 members. Out of this, 20,253 members received top-ups worth $7.4 million from government. Phase 2. Mr. Speaker, sir, Phase 2 targets workers or members who are still permanently laid off after the lockdown in Lautoka and Nadi was lifted. Government recognizes that as borders remain closed to major tourism source markets, majority of workers in the tourism industry in related sectors will continue to remain temporarily unemployed unless they were to find jobs in other sectors. In Phase 2, applicants can access up to $1,100 paid out in installments of $220 over 5 fortnights. Members who continue to be affected after the 5th payment of 18 August this year will simply just have to fill out the form, and they continue to get their fortnightly payments of $220. In addition, members who did not apply in Phase 1 and applied for the first time in Phase 2 are able to access a lump sum of also $1,100. To date, a total of 33,768 Fijians have received payments at a total value of $34 million in Phase 2. They, of course, will continue to get that if they have been unemployed. Around 18,220 members have been provided a total top-up of $16 million by government. This assistance, of course, will continue to support these affected Fijians. Phase 3, and of course Phase 2 will continue. Phase 3, Mr. Speaker, sir, is about those Fijians whose working hours have been reduced. They are being assisted also. Affected members are provided with the $44 per fortnight for every day they are not working. To explain, say a person is now working 3 days a week only instead of 5. He or she will receive $88 per fortnight. Similarly, if a person is working 2 days a week, he or she will receive $132 per fortnight. These rates are aligned to the full unemployment assistance of $220 per fortnight in Phase 2. In addition, Mr. Speaker, so Fijians affected by reduced salaries for some people are in management positions. So we know people, for example, who are earning $20,000 a year. Now their salaries have been cut down to $15,000 a year. They can access lump sum of $550 from the general account if their pay has been reduced by less than 50%, or lump sum of $1,100 if the salary has been cut by more than 50%. To date, a total of $9.5 million has been provided to 17,602 Fijians in Phase 3. Out of these, 5,788 members were assisted by the government top-up with a total value of $2.5 million. Phase 3 commenced on 10th of August 2020 and will continue to support affected Fijians. Mr. Speaker, sir, we also announced, after discussion with FNPF, a Phase 4. Now, this, Mr. Speaker, sir, aren't about people who are affected by COVID-19, but they've actually been unemployed for over 2 years. In other words, prior to COVID-19, they were unemployed, 6 months prior to that. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, under Phase 4, Fijians who have been unemployed from 1 October 2017 until 30 September 2018, or within 2 years, depending on the account balance, are eligible to withdraw a maximum of $1,100 from the general account. This category of members were previously not allowed to withdraw, but following representation to the FNPF board, Phase 4 will commence from today, which is 31st August 2020, and the payment will roll out from 1 September 2020. Mr. Speaker, as highlighted, these people have been unemployed, members have been unemployed for the past 6 months prior to COVID-19. And Mr. Speaker, so while they generally would not be allowed, what we have discussed with the FNPF board, if there could be, because there could be people within their own family members who are probably no longer employed, and therefore are on unemployment assistance, this will of course affect these families. Under Phase 4, around 32,000 Fijians are expected to be assisted, the total value of $21 million. Mr. Speaker, sir, there's about, in the RBF had calculated, there were at least 130,000 Fijians who are gainfully employed in the informal sector. Some of them may work every week, some of them may work 2 weeks in a month, or maybe a couple of days in a week. They of course need to be assisted. As I'm giving the example, if a hotel, outside the hotel there may be somebody who's selling, boiled ebi, or somebody who's selling mithai outside the hotel area, to the workers that work at the hotel when they come out from work. But of course, that person can no longer sell the boiled ebi or sell the mithai because there is nobody working in that hotel. So their income levels have been affected. So we want to obviously assist them, but the reality of the matter is because most of these people, there's absolutely no records. It's open to abuse, as we've seen in the help for homes, sometimes where it can be abused. So we've come up with a system, Mr. Speaker, sir, and we're currently working this out. As we've said, Mr. Speaker, the challenge, of course, is identifying the genuine individuals. For example, there's certain people who work what we call in Fiji house girls or housemaids. We can have people certifying that they used to work for us, but I can easily go off to my uncle and please write a note to say I used to work for you, even though they didn't work for you. So what we've done, Mr. Speaker, is seen from the past track record that despite our best efforts, our experience is that casting the net too wide without proper checks and controls in place often leads to misuse. A reliable way to provide earning opportunities in the informal sector after a crisis or disaster and ring-fence assistance to genuine recipients is by way of cash for work programs. The principle of cash for work is simple. People work and receive pay for various projects. As a start, this assistance to the informal sector will be limited to those who can provide proof that they do not have FNPF accounts and are not registered with FRCS for taxation purposes. These individuals must also be able to provide proof of a reliable income source prior to COVID-19. As with FNPF, government will work in partnership with other organizations and government-related agencies, such as municipal councils, ministries like agriculture, environment or forestry, or credible NGOs that can develop temporary work programs in return for pay. They could be in the form of clean-up campaigns in municipalities or residential areas, planting trees or other agricultural produce. This will ensure that only genuinely affected people are assisted. There is no abuse of funds and the government realizes value for money on its spend. We are mindful that a large number of people may turn up seeking registration, and as such, we may have to provide employment to people in groups. For example, one group can work the first week, another group can work in the second week, and so forth. In relation to payment, we will ensure that these temporary workers receive decent pay of a daily rate based on one lump sum payment, based on the 220 a fortnight. While the impact of the pandemic has been felt across the economy, the impact is not spread evenly. So we intend to roll out this Cash for Work program as a pilot, firstly in the Western Division, covering Singatoka, Nandi and Lautoka, where the impact on the informal sector is more pronounced due to the impact of the pandemic on the tourism sector and related ancillary services. Mr. Speaker, sir, the details of this informal sector assistance will be announced once the consultations are complete and guidelines for the implementation is finalized. To reiterate, Mr. Speaker, sir, we'll continue to provide unemployment benefits to the formal sector through the FNPF, and as we're seeing every week now, more and more people are requiring top-ups for the 220. And of course, we'll continue to provide that unemployment benefit for as long as necessary. And of course, we'll then continue to roll out the MSME concessional funding, loans, and also now with the informal sector cash for work program. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
I thank the Honourable Attorney General and Minister for Economy for his ministerial statement. I now call on the Leader of the Opposition or his designate. The Honourable
Thank you.
Designate, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I rise to respond to the ministerial statement by the Honourable Minister of Economy. We are pleased to note that he has listened to the Leader of the Opposition's suggestion on the Cash for Work program. That was one of the fundamental suggestions from the this side of the House, from the opposition, and we are happy that that will be going ahead in terms of employee assistance. But most of what has been pronounced apart from that is just a repetition of what we have been told. For example, the SME grants, that is an initiative which of course will assist our members of the communities. But then we note also the downturn in the economy and the ability of members of the public in terms of cash and ability to purchase. So it's critical to, when you are looking at SME grants, to also look at what their products are and how marketable are those. There's a lot of discussion by the Honourable Minister of Economy on the FNPF. I note the budget supplement regarding he mentioned the total paid out to individuals, 54.2 million, and assisted 85,959. However, of that 54.2, 7.3 is government top-up, and 46.9 is FNPF. So it's really, most of that is really direct from, is from the employees or the workers. And of the 85,959 assisted, only 2157 received government top-ups. And out of the 115,000 estimated unemployed. And in phase 2, I also note that 14,400 members have been provided government top-ups out of the 26,034 assisted. So we can see there that those assisted with government top-ups is close to 50%, but in phase 2, but still the majority is still quite a large percentage is assisted by their own funding. And we've also seen the decline in tourism, and there have been discussions about the Mbula Baba, vacation in paradise, and we have seen the initiative to bring in more yachts to Fiji. And this needs to be handled with care in terms of the quarantine. We know that it will bring more economic activity, important in our Arawak sector, and to other outer islands. But our outer islands communities have expressed concern regarding how this has been processed. And there has been concern about the consultations which should have been done, where most of the decision making seems to be coming from the headquarters of the Ministry of Tauke Affairs. And of course the projects they have mentioned, for example, PM's office, police stations, etc. You know, there needs to be explanation how does this convert to employment creation. And it looks like maybe it will benefit particular specific contractors. So those, Honourable Speaker, some of the concerns from our side of the House. And of course, we have mentioned there have been cuts in the toppers and the tails. How does that convert to employment? It doesn't. It results in a lot of apprehension with young graduates, young people coming out of school. They're already facing difficulties, and here we have these reductions and also focus on capital expenditure for unnecessary items such as the PM's office. And there are various other issues in what we have mentioned, which not only is an impediment to employment, but also is contributing to social problems. For example, the head of Women's Crisis Center has expressed concern with the rise in abuse of alcohol because of the reduction in duty in alcohol. So, Honourable Speaker, sir, we note the points raised by the Honourable General in terms of employment, but it needs to be looked at carefully, properly assessed in both its real socio-economic value to the nation. Thank you.
I thank the honourable member and I now give the floor, since the leader of the NFP is not here because he's attending a funeral, the designated speaker is the Honourable Geragera Tambua. You have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as we all know, unemployment has become the single biggest cause of pain and suffering for our workers. It's been estimated that over 115,000 workers have lost their jobs, thousands more on reduced hours and reduced rates, or in many cases both. And the Honourable Attorney General talked about government help towards the unemployed. What we have seen so far is this help pales into insignificance when compared to the workers helping themselves by withdrawing their hard-earned savings from the Fiji National Provident Fund. The FNPF's CEO recently stated that Phase 4 withdrawals, scheduled to begin today, will not see any top-up from government. But why is this, Mr. Speaker? Reportedly, $20 million has been given by government to top up withdrawals of its members with insufficient balances. Now, Head 50 of our latest budget has an allocation of $100 million listed as unemployment benefit. This was hailed as great news when the budget was announced. But barely a month into the financial year, FNPF says there won't be any top-up from government. But we ask, if the remainder of the $80 million, $80 million, is it for workers who are not FNPF members? It surely doesn't sound like it, because the economy minister said the preferred mode of distribution is going to be through FNPF. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, in yet another example of how government is treating our workers are the cases of the hundreds of workers of Fiji Airways and ATS, both majority owned by government. Before last week, the Fiji Airways announced a $1,000 bonus payment to all workers who were in the airline until the end of 2019 from its 2019 financial year profits. But no mention of paying out redundancy packages as per the collective agreement between the unions representing the workers and the airline. No remorse from government, Mr. Speaker, but yes, government does have the money to give in excess of $11 million to FBC as radio and television public service grants. Government does have money to build 4 new police stations. And of course, government definitely has the money to build a $7 million office complex for the Prime Minister. Government did have the money to allocate $13.35 million for the PM's office complex in the previous 3 budgets, bringing a total allocation to $20.35 million. But no money to help the unemployed without any preconditions. No money to feed our hungry children in schools. No money to subsidize kidney dialysis to the tune of $75 for a session for patients from families earning a combined annual income of less than $30,000 per annum. No money to ensure supplies at all times of basic medication, medical equipment, and blood testing reagents in our hospitals. No money to supply blankets and pillows to inpatients in hospitals, including medical consumables like bandages. No money to properly fix a hospital washroom and bath door. No money to ensure the sugar mills can crush efficiently. And where is the money? Albeit aid money of $9.9 million from Australia for poverty alleviation. Government is unable to distribute it fairly to all recipients. The cash for work should have been in the budget. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, we're aware that the International Labour Organization, or the ILO, initiated a survey in a tripartite manner involving government, unions, and employers. Government was supposedly responsible for surveying the labour market in the non-unionized sector. We're told that while FTUC and the Fiji Commerce and Employers Federation have completed their survey with the relevant statistics, government, through the Employment Ministry, has fallen short on carrying out the survey accurately. So much so that its statistical data exercise is incomplete. The question that I ask is this: was government given a grant of $70,000 for this survey? If it was given $70,000 for this survey, then government cannot even carry out a proper exercise with donated funds to correctly ascertain the plight of our working class. How can it be trusted to look after our unemployed? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. I thank the honourable member for her contribution to the debate. Honourable members, we will now suspend proceedings for refreshments, and I invite all honourable members to join me at the big committee room for the handover ceremony by the Commonwealth Women Parliamentarians Fiji Group. Parliament will resume in half an hour. Honourable members, when it comes to ministerial order, ministerial statements, it's the leader of the opposition or the leader of the NFP replies, or their designated speaker. I look at the whips to see whether there's any indications. So cooperate with me. I want to know beforehand. Don't ignore me. When you're supposed to speak, I might ignore you. Let's cooperate on that. We adjourn for morning tea.
Honourable members, Honourable Speaker.
Honourable members, please be seated. Honourable members, we will now continue with the agenda item, and I now call upon the Minister for Infrastructure, Meteorological Services, Lands and Mineral Resources, the Honourable Johnny Usamati, to deliver his statement. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Honourable Prime Minister, Honourable Leader of the Opposition, Honourable Members of Parliament and people of Fiji. Mr. Speaker, sir, thank you for giving me this time, this opportunity to address this House in my capacity as the Minister for Lands and Mineral Resources to deliver my ministerial statement. We're entering a new financial year. I think as we enter this financial year, we take the opportunity to look back at how well we have progressed, and we're happy with what we have been achieved. And we know there's going to be always a lot to be done, especially during the difficult times that the world faces today, because of the advent of COVID-19 and the economic calamity that it has brought the world. Mr. Speaker, sir, my statement this morning is on the role, the functions, and the functions of the Land Use Division responsible for the Land Bank, which over the past few years has been the subject of a lot of misconceptions and fake news, if I may use that term. There has been, it seems, at times, a deliberate ploy, a blatant attempt to mislead and to create mistrust about the work of my ministry's Land Use Division and the Land Bank. Such misconceptions are doing a disservice and misleading Fijians on the benefits accruing out of the work of the Land Use Division, and in particular the Land Bank, for both landowners and for the country as a whole. Many Fijians are not fully aware or have been misinformed of the Land Bank investment and what the Land Use Division stands for, and as such, some of them have refrained from depositing their land into the Land Bank. The Land Bank was established under the government's Land Reform Initiative and enacted in 2010. This initiative was implemented in 2011 to make more land available for productive and socio-economic purposes. With government concern also that a lot of Itoke land lay idle and unproductive, the Land Bank program provided an alternative to our Itoke land owning units. It gave them an opportunity to get returns from the assets that they own that they would otherwise have not had. The Land Bank under the Land Use Division provides landowners with another option and complements the work of the Itoke Land Trust Board for leasing of the land. Honourable Speaker, as part of the Land Bank initiative, the development of Itoke land is undertaken to help convert what we have always called asset-rich Itoke landowners to become both asset-rich and to help them become more cash-rich. At the same time, this development releases assets into the economy that can be used to generate growth, to generate jobs and capital that benefits the country as a whole. Through the Land Reform Initiative, idle Itoke land have been utilized, the lands are surveyed and developed, while they are assisted to become more financially literate so that they can use the money that they earn from their investment in the land bank in a sustainable manner that benefits themselves and their families over the long term. Additionally, there's also been a wide misconception of a land grab through the land bank. There is no such thing happening in Fiji. There is no land grab that is taking place by government. Such misinformation, as I said, has at times led to insecurity of investors investing in this land due to false advice by other parties, political opposition, that land sought after through the land bank is a result of a land grab. Let me say it again, assertively, that there is no such program of land grab by government. Mr. Speaker, sir, the protection of ownership and interest to land are secured and enshrined in the 2013 Fijian Constitution, the supreme law of the land that governs every action of this government. This land bank initiative is not something that this government has plucked out of thin air. The establishment of the land bank was born out of government's land reform initiative and is now a critical output of my ministry. It works to ensure a balance between land availability, security, and land resources development for economic development. This is what it does. It grows our country. It provides benefits to landowners whilst protecting their rights. This was outlined in Pillar 6 of the People's Charter for Change, Peace and Progress of 2008 and the Roadmap for Democracy and Sustainable Socio-Economic Development for the year 2010 to 2014. The Land Use Act of 2010 established the Land Use Division, and they in turn are required to act in the best interest of landowners. This unit is also required to promote transparency, to promote dialogue between landowners, lessees, and the state. The primary role is the development of the land bank to facilitate the efficient leasing of lands which are currently idle and unutilized under terms and conditions which are attractive to both the landowners and the tenants. That is the key. It must be attractive to both the landowners and the tenants. With the new developments and government plans to strategically craft our journey, reforms to improve access to land through the land bank is once again reflected in our 5-year and 20-year National Development Plan. Over these past 10 years, this government still sees the importance of enhancing land reform initiatives with the intention to protect land ownership and those that may have or have interest in each parcel of land. Mr. Speaker, since the inception of the Land Use Division, there have been a number of developments, a number of achievements. First is that as a result of this, there has been a total of 119 land parcels, which a total area of more than 10,500 hectares, or 26,144 acres that have been put into the land bank, 119 parcels altogether. Of these 119 designated land parcels, 100 of them were Itoke land. 100 was Itoke land. There are a few others, I think there are 13 were freehold buyback land and 6 was state land. Of the 100 that came from Itoke land, 89 of these parcels of land have already been surveyed and 71 have been leased out. And out of that 100, 2 have been reverted back as per the request of the landowners, of the original Itoke landowners. So that's a summary of this land bank. 119 parcels, 100 Itoke. Of that 100 Itoke, 89 have been surveyed, 2 have been reverted back, and 71 have been leased out. Out of the Itoke land that has been surveyed, it comprises almost 9,000 hectares of land that has already been surveyed. So the landowners, when they put their land into the land bank, they get the surveying done from them. They do not have to pay for the surveying costs. Out of the money that is the land that has been put into the land bank, aligned to the objective of this, the total amount of lease proceeds has amounted to more than $11 million. This is money that would not have circulated in the economy if we did not have the land bank. $11.2 million is circulating, and all of that money, none of there has been no administrative cost that is cut by the Ministry of Lands. All the lease money goes back directly to the landowners. They get the total value of the land that they're giving to the land bank. And the fourth point to make, Mr. Speaker, sir, that when this land comes into the land bank, it undertakes a market valuation of our designated customary land with ongoing assessment at prevailing market rates. At prevailing market rates. This is a proactive measure adopted to ensure predetermined market rates for designated properties are made available to both the landowners and also the potential investors as and when it is required. Mr. Speaker, sir, as I had mentioned, and may I reiterate, there's always been a controversy and misconception about the land bank since it was introduced. There's been always rumors that once land is deposited into the land bank, land owning units will lose out on their land. That is not true. Control is always in the hands of the landowners. I've just mentioned that out of the 100 lots that Itoke land that was put into the land bank, 2 of those land parcels have been reverted back to the landowners at their request after a period of 5 years when it was not leased out. That shows that they still have access to their land. They have control over it. As I mentioned here, the 2 Itoke land parcels reverted to the landowners due to their wish to cease designation. This is an option available to the landowners if they wish to withdraw their land from designation after 5 years if the land is not leased. This is covered under the Land Use Regulation 2011, Section 6, subsection 2. And it needs to be highlighted here in this House to set the record straight over the numerous misconceptions often preached by members of the other side of the House that government will rob land ownership rights once land is deposited into the land bank. Additionally, there has been claims that the land bank is a breach of indigenous rights and land grab with no proper consultation and consent. The designation of any Itoke, let me say this very slowly, the designation of any Itoke land into the land bank can only happen if 60% of the qualifying members of the relevant land owning unit agree. That can only happen if that happens. If the 60% threshold is not met, the process stops. The process stops. So the control is with the landowners. The process stops if the consent is not given. Control, therefore, is securely in the hands of the landowners. In addition, once the consent has been given, the Prime Minister has the power to then designate the land. He has the opportunity to review the whole process, to make sure that the rights of landowners are maintained and they're kept safe. It goes to the Prime Minister who makes that final ruling. Prime Minister then designates the land before it finally goes into the land bank. Additionally, Section 10 of the Land Use Act states, all leases issued under this Act shall be for a period of not more than 99 years. Therefore, land can be leased for 50 years, 30 years, or even 5 years. However, this does not undermine the fact that a 99-year lease will also attract investors, because when they have a long lease term, they know I can take $1 million, $2 million, and pour it into that piece of land, make it as productive as possible, and they have the time spent in which to recover the investment that they've made into that land. And that's what we need. We need people to invest into this land. Landowners get their due returns, they get employment, and the investor gets what he invested in the land for initially. Yes, and banks, so when you have these long terms, the banks also use this as collateral so they can raise capital to invest it into that piece of land. Landowners of Fiji need to know that the government is not taking away or stealing anybody's land. We will always respect their decisions and the decisions made by the land-owning units. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Land Use Division also includes a public relations team whose primary role is to conduct landowners' consultation and awareness throughout the duration of any financial year. The main objective is to correct misconceptions that have spread throughout this country on the land bank. In the last financial year, the unit conducted 57 landowners awareness and consultation. They also conducted 30 landowners revisitations where they went back to meet the landowners. Landowners consultation is an internal part of the work of my land use division. And the welfare of the resource owners is and always be a priority. Furthermore, there have been annual landowners consultation workshops coupled with financial literacy training by financial institutions over the years. The success of this consultation workshop has helped bring forward proposals and views that reflect the wishes and aspirations of resource owners. Mr. Speaker, sir, there's also been misleading information that once land-owning units deposit land to the land bank, they will receive less benefits. I reiterate the fact that I said before. When you put your land into the land bank, you do not incur any administrative charges. There's no administrative fees. The money that's collected goes straight to the landowners. They enjoy the full benefit of receiving 100% of proceeds derived from the lease money received, which is paid back to them through their trust bank accounts. Government's quest is to improve access to land through the Land Bank Initiative and the fulfillment of deriving optimal and equitable return to be utilized by the landowners. I've been around the country a few times looking at some of these plots of land. I visited the land of the Tokotoka Bunimase of Sonaka village in Nandi. The government has developed and constructed a 17-acre Itoke land for 77 residential subsistence subdivision in Langalanga, Nandi. This development is now nearing completion and ready for pre-sale. Government has already spent around 2.2 million for this construction development loan. Government has put that money into that particular land. The landowners of Tokotoka Bunimase will benefit through optimal return generated from the sale of those lots. When the lots are sold, they will get that money. And over and above that, apart from the profits payable, the landowners will also be receiving annual projected ground rentals approximating 50,000 per annum with 5 yearly rent reviews to last the full duration of the lease term of 99 years. That's one example of people that have put their land into the land bank. I had the opportunity of visiting the land that has been prepared by the Matangali Raralevo of Serua. They put around 116 hectares of their land into the land bank. Land use surveyed that. Then the Matangali created their own commercial company for the Matangali, and then they leased the land back. So they gave the land in, they got the survey done, paid by government, paid by the land use. Once that is in place, they set up their own company to manage that land again. So they've got 2 bites of the cherry. That is what government is doing to help these landowners. There have been other developments at Lubutop, where there is a comprehensive development scheme to suit the needs of the landowners, whilst investors' interests and additional expressions of interest are also accommodated. This is around 71 hectares. The land has already been surveyed. The scheme plan has been done. Not paid by the landowners, but paid by the land use division. So they get the benefits, the full benefits of what they need out of this land. Even there are some who put them land into the land bank. After a while, after 5 years, they want their land bank because it has not been leased out. Even if it reverts, when they get the land bank, the land has already been surveyed. And in some place, the scheme plan has already been done. In some cases, it may cost 15,000, 20,000, some money that they did not have to spend to get the survey done. So there's a whole host of benefits that landowners get out of putting their land into the land bank. Government puts the best interests of its people above all else. Government has also ensures that it protects the interests of Itoke landowners, and it will never, ever, ever, ever compromise on this. It will never do that. And that is a constitutional provision that we will uphold in this government. Itoke landowners have land that they are not using, which can be put to productive use, and at the same time earn income for this. This system delivers on that. So to all Itoke landowners, this is my message to you. Rest assured, this government puts people first, puts you first. My ministry will always opt for the highest and best approach with the maximum returns on Itoke land or any other land. Most importantly, we want you to become both asset rich and help you to become as catch rich as possible. And we will do our utmost to see that happens. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
I thank the Honourable Minister for the Ministerial Statement, and for the Opposition, I now give the floor to the Honourable Mitieli Bulanoa. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, sir. I thank the Minister for updating us on the land bank under the land use policy that they have they're working on. But I wish to comment on the misconceptions that he has mentioned, particularly saying that misleading and misinformed and misconception to the landowners. I must let the Honourable House, there is no misconception at all. There is no differentiation of the interpretation of the Act itself. The fact is that there is a role already played by native land transport which can cater for it. Why transfer that role to the government? Because it is important that the native land transport itself, who is the owner of the land, be in control and develop and manage their own resources for them. The government have to help in whatever way that they can help you. So it is important that the assets of the landowners are managed by the Native Land Trust Board itself, rather than the government. That is a very important issue about this area. So it is important that, because this policy, Honorable Speaker, sir, is very important that we need to recognize the ownership of the land here in Fiji. It is by the chiefs and the Matakali landowners themselves, and they need to be consulted in the way the land needs to be controlled, developed, and managed. In this particular land use policy, they were never consulted. They were never consulted at all. Started in 2000, when Honorable former Prime Minister mentioned about land use. He never consulted the Muslim Buktura. Also, the Prime Minister and the Minister for Everything, or Minister of Economy, tries to do at the moment is to bypass the consultation process with the Muslim Buktura for the Great Council of Chiefs in relation to the development, controlled development of the native land here in Fiji. Nobody is grappling about the benefits that the landowners will get by developing their own land. But the main principal issue here is that there is already a mechanism, and the board is already there with the Native Land Trust Board to deal with the development of native land here in Fiji. So it is important that the right consultation and the right process is made before an act, or particularly the Land Decree Act 2010, was formulated. So may I also mention, the Minister also mentioned that that their interests are well protected under the decree or the act, the Land Use Decree, Land Use Act of 2010. So I must say here, and let me quote, Honorable Speaker, sir, from Section 15(1), certain decisions not to be challenged. It affects the interest or the interest of the landowners is concerned. No court, tribunal, commission, or any other adjudicating body shall have the jurisdiction to accept, hear, determine, or in any way entertain any proceeding, claim, challenge, or dispute by any person or body which seeks or purports of challenge or question A, the validity, legality, propriety of this decree, B, any decision of any minister or any state official or body made under this decree, C, the terms and conditions of lease issued by Director of Lands under this decree, or D, the validity of the cancellation of any leases, licenses, of other instruments. So it is important that they have the right to take anything up to any courts or any tribunal for their interests. So it is important that, so their interests have been taken away. Their rights have been taken away under the Constitution. So in other words, let me expand further. The presiding judicial officer on B, Section 15(3) says, the presiding officer, without hearing or in any way determining the proceedings or the application, shall immediately transfer the proceeding or the application to the chief registrar for termination of the proceeding. So immediately terminated that. So they throw it to the rubbish bin straight away. So there is no right for the landowners to challenge in court or any tribunal for any legal issues that have been raised for the leases themselves. We understand before a lease is issued, if there is no development, they can withdraw within 5 years. We understand that. But the legal issues here, their rights have been taken away. Rights under the Constitution have been taken away by this decree here, the Land Use Decree or Act 2010. Thank you, sir. Honorable Speaker.
Honourable members, I thank the Honourable Itieli Mulinoda for his contribution. And I now give the floor to the Honourable Pio Tikandondua. You have the floor.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I thank the Honourable Minister for his statement. Although I'm not surprised that he is taking a major good step to talk about the land bank when the nation most likely wants to hear from him, in his capacity as Minister for Infrastructure about the appalling situation on water and empty taps on the past couple of days. Mr. Speaker, may I add that access to clean drinking water is a constitutional right, like any other right. It makes a mockery of the Constitution Day, which we are to celebrate next week, Monday, if the Minister and his Ministry and the Water Authority cannot make accessible clean drinking water to parts of the Suvarnasuri corridor from last Thursday until today, Mr. Speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, since everyone is chatting about land bank, let me talk about land bank. Oh, you didn't. Mr. Speaker, the last time the government side spoke on the land bank was when Mr. Ashnil Sudhakar was the Minister for Lands. Mr. Sudhakar took the opportunity to laud the land bank successes just in March of this year. Stop beeping, Honourable Minister. Stop beeping, I'll continue. As you recall from Hansard, Mr. Sudhakar could only speak of these successes in single digits. That is only a handful of success stories. Since then, as we all know, Mr. Sudhakar has made many revealing updates outside of Parliament, including how the proxy Deputy Prime Minister directs how interjections from the government should be made to the opposition side. Mr. Speaker, whatever he said now from the other side, the fact remains that the land bank, I know, was a knee-jerk policy reaction to undercut the role of the Tauke Land Trust Board and open up access to native land for development because the TLTB had lost its way in terms of being an able, competent, and just guardian of native land administration as Ratsala Skuna had intended. Now, what would Ratskuna be thinking of these initiatives today as Fiji approaches its 50th year of independence? Now, these, Mr. Speaker, are points to consider. Mr. Speaker, many of us in this august house possess native land owning community rights. We know the problems with the TLTB, but setting up the land bank since 2011 has not diminished or improved the primary problems within the Tauke Land Trust Board. I wonder, Honourable Speaker, if the Minister responsible for the TLTB would be bold enough to hold a public inquiry on the workings of the TLTB in the same way as the Housing Authority inquiry is presently being done and overseen by the Minister responsible. Because as Minister Sudhakar took great pains to explain in March, Matangali consent by 60% of the land-owning unit is integral before any land can be deposited in the land bank, but for 99-year term of lease, most of them say no. Mr. Speaker, it is high time that the Minister responsible tables a motion to institute a public inquiry into the workings of the TLTB so that we do not have duplication of effort and resources between the body and the land bank unit. I believe many would support such a public inquiry so that the landowners and tenants have a chance to resolve many of the historical challenges and find a way forward. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the Honourable Teo Tikondondo for his contribution to the debate. We will move on. Secretary General.
Consideration of bills.
Honourable members, I now call upon the Attorney General and Minister for Economy, Civil Service and Communications, the Honourable Ayaz Syed Qayyum, to move his motion. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, pursuant to Standing Order 51, I move that A, that the Public Health Amendment Number 2 Bill 2020 be considered by Parliament without delay. The bill must pass through one stage at a single sitting of Parliament. C, that the bill must not be referred to a standing committee or other committee of Parliament. And D, that the bill must be debated and voted upon by Parliament on Thursday, 3 September 2020, but that 1 hour be given to debate the bill. The right of reply given to me as the member moving this motion. Thank you, sir.
Is there a seconder?
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to second the motion.
I now call on the Attorney General to speak to his motion. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, as alluded that we'd like to debate this bill on Thursday. The members who are now currently getting a copy of the bill, you will see it's a very simple amendment. Essentially, the gist of it is to allow the Minister for Health, through his permanent secretary, to allow for regulations to be able to charge people who come in privately or foreigners who come to Fiji and live in Fiji or to holiday in Fiji, that we can actually, they pay their quarantine fees. At the moment, under law, we have to pay for every single person who enters Fiji, we have to pay for the quarantine costs or expenses related to quarantine. So when we put them at the hotel, we pay for the hotel costs, we pay for the meals, etc. But what we're seeking is an amendment to the existing law so the Minister for Health can actually charge, for example, we've had some high net worth individuals that are coming to Fiji. They go through quarantine. It's through their own choice. Of course, it's good for the economy, but they need to pay for their own quarantine costs. Honorable Tuisawau talked about the Blue Lane initiative. We have over 60, close to 70 yachts that are now coming to Fiji. So when they are here, they are in quarantine. Our Navy, our RFMF, etc., bears costs. So we need those costs to be paid by them, not by the Fijian taxpayer, because that's their own choice to come to Fiji. So what this amendment does is allows the minister to be able to, through the PS, pass the regulations and be able to pass on those costs, including the cost of our, our medical and discipline forces costs that's related. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank the Attorney General. Honourable members, the floor is now open for debate on the motion. At the end of the debate, we will have a right of reply from the mover. No one wishing to take the floor. Honourable Attorney General, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I have nothing further to add. Thank you.
Honourable members, the Parliament will now vote. The question is, pursuant to Standing Orders 51, A, that the Public Health Amendment Bill number 2, Bill 2020, be considered by Parliament without delay. B, that the bill must pass through one stage at a single sitting of Parliament. C, that the bill must not be referred to a standing committee or other committee of Parliament. And D, that the bill must be debated and voted upon by a Parliament on Thursday, 3rd September 2020, but that 1 hour be given to debate the bill with the right of reply given to the Honourable Attorney General as the member moving this motion. Does any member oppose the motion? As no member opposes, the motion is agreed to unanimously. Secretary General.
Consideration of bills.
I now call upon the Attorney General to move his motion. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, pursuant to Standing Order 51, I move, A, that the Pharmacy Profession Amendment Bill 2020 be considered by Parliament without delay. B, that the bill must pass through one stage at a single sitting of Parliament. C, that the bill must not be referred to a standing committee or other committee of Parliament. And D, that the bill must be debated and voted upon by Parliament on Thursday, 3 September 2020, but that 1 hour be given to debate the bill with the right of reply given to me as the member moving this motion. Thank you.
Is there a seconder?
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to second the motion.
I now call on the Honourable Attorney General to speak to his motion. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, again, this bill is a minor amendment, essentially to bring about some realignment. As you know, Mr. Speaker, sir, we've encouraged the entry of private hospitals in Fiji, and indeed we had a fairly large private interest with, for example, in BSP, it's super private. We've got some other small ones that are popping up. Under the amendment that had been passed at that point in time, we could allow hospitals to also provide for pharmaceutical services, both to inpatient and outpatient. Generally, a lot of hospitals provide what we call inpatient pharmaceutical services because in the hospital itself, they give you the drugs, they give you the medicine. But this company is also, and many private hospitals, of course, want to have outpatient too, facilities for pharmacy. This hospital is also given the outpatient facility. We need to, however, Mr. Speaker, sir, provide a uniformity. At the moment, any person, for example, who runs a pharmacy in Cumming Street or wherever in Fiji, there are two types of licenses that the person has, licenses or certification. One is that the pharmacist must be certified on an annual basis. And secondly, the pharmacy must be certified on an annual basis. The reason is, of course, because it gives out drugs, so the pharmacist must have a current license approved by the pharmaceutical board, and the pharmacy premises, because it has to be kept under various sanitary hygiene conditions, has to be certified on an annual basis. The anomaly that exists at the moment, Mr. Speaker, sir, is that the private hospitals, or there's one at the moment that's been given an outpatient pharmacy license, actually has been given for an indefinite time. Obviously, which is not correct, it is unfair to the other existing pharmacies. So like every other pharmacy outlet, this private hospital pharmacy should also be brought into the one-year regime. That's essentially what this bill seeks to amend, Mr. Speaker, sir. Thank you.
Thank the Honourable Attorney General. Honourable members, the floor is now open for debate. At the end of the debate, we will have a right of reply from the move. As there is no one wishing to take the floor, I give the floor to the Honourable Attorney General, speaking his right of reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I have nothing further to add. Thank you.
Honourable members, the Parliament will now vote. The question is, pursuant to Standing Orders 51, A, that the Pharmacy Profession Amendment Bill 2020 be considered by Parliament without delay. B, that the bill must pass through one stage at a single sitting of Parliament. C, that the bill must be not be referred to a standing committee or other committee of Parliament. And D, that the bill must be debated and voted upon by Parliament on Thursday, 3rd September 2020. But that 1 hour be given to debate the bill with the right of reply given to the Honourable Attorney General as the member moving this motion. Does any member oppose the motion? As no member opposes, the motion is agreed to unanimously. Secretary General.
Consideration of bills.
I now call upon the Honourable Attorney General to move his motion. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, pursuant to Standing Order 51, I move that the Television Amendment Bill 2020 be considered by Parliament without delay. B, that the bill must pass through one stage at a single sitting of Parliament. C, that the bill must not be referred to a standing committee or other committee of Parliament. And D, that the bill must be debated and voted upon by Parliament on Thursday, 3 September 2020, but that 1 hour be given to debate the bill with the right of reply given to me as the member moving that motion. Thank you, sir.
Is there a seconder?
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to second the motion.
I now call upon the Honourable Attorney General to speak to his motion. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, essentially the Television Act, which is a fairly old act comparatively, which goes back to 1992, when I understand Fiji 1 was first then started under the, I think it was Honourable Leader of Opposition's time. The Fiji 1 started in 1992, and the Television Act came into being. Obviously, since then, Mr. Speaker, sir, technology has changed significantly, and this amendment seeks to bring it very much in line with the technology. We have a phenomenon at the moment is what we call live streaming. Live streaming is fine. If I'm sitting there and watching a rugby match and I've got my cousin in Sydney, I can take out my phone and actually live stream it and he can watch it. That's fine. FRU does not lose any revenue, nor do I gain any financial gain. But the moment I start live streaming it and charging people money for it, there's a commercial gain. And for example, FRU may have given the television rights to somebody else, for which people actually pay FRU money for that. Or for that matter, even Fiji Football Association or Netball Association, anyone. So in order to protect the rights both of the particular associations and also to ensure that people who are making a commercial gain from this live streaming, there needs to be obviously certain requirements. They have to comply with the law. And the law currently does not envisage, nor did it at that point in time in 1992, envisage that there would be such a thing as live streaming. So essentially, this is what the law does, Mr. Speaker, sir, is to those people who want to live stream for commercial gain only, not for personal gain, but for commercial gain, they have to get a license. However, Mr. Speaker, sir, they don't need a spectrum license. Even indeed, if we tomorrow were to issue a television license, you no longer require a spectrum license because, as we have elucidated in this Parliament, we're now moving to digital age. And therefore, there's no need for the specific television company to get a spectrum license. So the amendment essentially, Mr. Speaker, sir, seeks to provide that, and obviously the same rules, for example, about the validity of the license, the term of the license is all in alignment with the television license that's there, and the explanatory notes are quite clear on that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Honourable members, the floor is now open for debate on the motion. At the end of the debate, we will have the right of reply from the mover. Honourable member, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Honourable Speaker, sir. I rise to object into the way this bill has passed, given it has come through Standing Orders 51, and the need for public consultation. Given we understand that this is a very old act that we are concerned with, but again, given the recent development in the communication sector, and I see the need for the public to be consulted in their participation in terms of these licenses, the conditions. Some are currently operators in this particular area, but probably would like to be consulted further. And it will be an opportunity for the Parliamentary Committee to hear from them, and also compile a report in terms of how this will go out, and also protect the interest of those that will be affected. That is my view, sir. Given even like the other bill, that we took the opportunity to also object to amend the Pharmacy Profession Act, which I thought should have gone through committee to consider the views of the pharmacists, and also those that will be affected, given that we hear a view from what has been said by the mover of the motion, according to the background laid out in the bill, and also the clauses that will come with it. But again, given the alternate views that will come from those who will not agree on a particular clause, it gives the committee a chance to formulate the report, and also sit down with the drafters at the Solicitor General's office, and to see a interpretation that would take into account some teething problems that should consider the interest of other stakeholders that will be affected by the bill. And that is the opinion and the views from this side of the House.
I thank the Honourable Mulachau for his contribution to the debate. Honourable member, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, Standing Order 51 is now the synonym for abuse in this Parliament. It is sickening that we have these three bills, all very important, and they are using this pathway to be passed. Honourable Speaker, the Honourable Minister says that the Television Act is an old act. More the reason why we should have proper dialogue on this. Our people will need to know what the implications are. We need to hear the voices of the people, the views of the people, Honorable Speaker. Even the one of the pharmacy, one Honorable Speaker, I speak with my colleague in the back. He understands what is happening, but there are other issues that should be brought to a committee to be discussed so that we fully understand the implications of these bills. We're getting a little very tired. It's sickening watching the way Standing Order 51 is being used, Honorable Speaker. And on Thursday, Honorable Speaker, for us, we are prepared to debate on some motions that have been passed by the Beans Committee. The way it's happening now, they're crowding us out from the agenda on Thursday. At a time like this, when we need to be working closely together, they're using all this trickery to neutralize anything from this side of the house. We also care. We also love our country. The way we're being pushed aside by all this, by the abuse of the process, Honorable Speaker, is simply quite sickening. And speaking on that, Honorable Speaker, we will meet this week. And when do we meet again? In December. When you have an emergency like coronavirus, when the whole world is affected in the manner that we are being affected, don't you think we should be meeting more often? Honorable Speaker, I'm expressing my disgust at the way this is being done, and I just hope that the Fiji first government would to take more responsibility and not continue to go about things in the merry ways that they've done in the past. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I thank the Honourable Bilang Avoka for his contribution to the debate. Honourable Attorney General, you have the floor for a right of reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, I see that the honourable members from the other side are commenting on bills that we've already agreed to hear on or debate on Thursday. But if they actually read the bills, I have just said the pharmaceutical companies, it will actually make it a lot more fairer. No pharmaceutical company existing in Fiji at the moment, whether it's in Singatoka, Nosori, Lautoka, Ba, will have their rights affected. In fact, they will actually want this bill in place because it makes sure that they don't get treated differently to a private hospital that's been given an outpatient pharmacy license. It brings them all in alignment. It's a very basic issue. How is anybody's rights affected? It's written in simple English, the explanatory notes, very simple English. The thing about TV, 1992, yes, is an old act in comparison to the technological changes. That's what I said. Live streaming, Mr. Speaker, sir, is the only aspect of this particular amendment that will be incorporated into the substantive law, which is how do we address live streaming? Now we have in Fiji a lot of people who may not necessarily be going to the grounds, who may be actually watching live TV, watching a sport from the comfort of their homes, or they may be concerned that if I go have a lot of public exposure, I might have unwarranted exposure to COVID-19. So the reality of the matter is we're using more digital technology. So in this age, in this fervor of using digital technology, we want to ensure that the sporting organizations' capacity to earn revenue is actually protected. If Fiji TV, for example, or FBC or MyTV buys the rights from Fiji Rugby Union or Fiji Football Association to televise a game live, but at the same time, they know that there are other people using their phone, there are people who are doing it, to live stream the game and charge people money for it. What do you think will happen to the value of the rights that FRU, FAA is selling those rights? It will be significantly diminished. So it protects them. It protects our sporting organizations. So that's all it simply does, Mr. Speaker, sir. So I cannot see all this kerfuffle about it. The reality of the matter is that we understand that the committees at the moment are also currently restricted in the manner in which they can interact with members of the public. And these bills are fairly, not substantive at all in that sense. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, they have 3 days. They have 3 days to digest these very simple bills, and I hope they can come back with some good arguments and support it. Thank you.
Honourable members, Parliament will now vote. The question is pursuant to Standing Orders 51. A, that the Television Amendment Bill 2020 be considered by Parliament without delay. B, that the bill must pass through one stage at a single sitting of Parliament. C, that the bill must not be referred to a standing committee or other committee of Parliament. And D, that the bill must be debated and voted upon by Parliament on Thursday, 3rd September 2020. But that 1 hour be given to debate the bill with the right of reply given to the Honourable Attorney General as the member moving this motion. Does any member oppose the motion? Yes. As there has been opposition, those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say nay. Nay. The ayes have it. Motion is agreed to. Secretary General.
Consideration of bills.
Honourable members, I call upon the Honourable Attorney General to move his motion. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 51, I move that the Companies Amendment Bill 2020 be considered by Parliament without delay. B, that the bill must pass through one stage at a single sitting of Parliament. C, that the bill must not be referred to a standing committee or other committee of Parliament. And D, that the bill must be debated and voted upon by Parliament on Thursday, 3 September 2020, but that 1 hour be given to debate the bill with the right of reply given to me as the member moving this motion. Thank you.
Is there a seconder?
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to second the motion.
I now call upon the Honourable Attorney General to speak to his motion. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. This bill, again, Mr. Speaker, sir, has only 3 clauses in the bill. We've gone to great lengths to make sure that the explanatory notes are very simplified so the opposition members can actually understand. Mr. Speaker, sir, all that this does, this bill, is simply says, that any company that's limited by a guarantee but is set for the purposes of charity must disclose their annual accounts on an annual basis. That's all it simply does. At the moment, under the Charitable Trust Act, when any organization, for example, set up for charitable purposes, we had an amendment to the law in 2013. Because prior to 2013, charitable trusts were set up, organizations. People did not have to submit any annual accounts to any members of the public. They received money from people, people donated money to them in good faith, international organizations, etc., and there was no accountability. In 2013, we amended the law, the Charitable Trust Act, and we said that they have to, on an annual basis, publish their accounts available to the public. People can go and get it from the Registrar of Titles. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, sir, the Registrar of Titles has not necessarily been very vigilant in enforcing that particular aspect of the law. So there are 2 aspects to this amendment. One is that under the Charitable Trust Act, where there is an obligation to disclose your accounts on an annual basis, that will continue. But if organizations don't do so, the Registrar of Titles has the ability to publish the names and other details of that organization that has not submitted the annual accounts to them, to Registrar of Titles. Number 2, Mr. Speaker, sir, the reason why we have an amendment to the Companies Act, because what some NGOs or charitable organizations did, they are now, or some of them did after we made the amendment, they went off and registered the charitable organization as a company limited by guarantee. And they're no longer providing an annual report. So what we want to do is similarly, only for companies that receive donations, they receive public money sometimes, they receive money from, international organizations, aid organizations, but they're not publishing their annual accounts. So by law now, they'll be required to do so. Because they come up to you and ask for donations, and you may give them money in good faith. Secondly, if they don't do so, again, the similar provision of name and shame, registrar of companies can actually publish the list of companies that have not complied with it, so you as a potential donor would know that this organization has not actually published their annual accounts. That's what the law simply seeks to do, is only 3 clauses. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Honourable members, the floor is now open for debate. At the end of the debate, we will have the right of reply by the mover. There is no one wishing to take the floor. Honourable Attorney General, you have the floor.
Thank you, sir. I have nothing further to add. Thank you.
Honourable members, the Parliament will now vote. The question is pursuant to Standing Orders 51A, that the Companies Amendment Bill 2020 be considered by Parliament without delay. B, that the bill must pass through one stage at a single sitting of Parliament. C, that the bill must not be referred to a standing committee or other committee of Parliament. And D, that the bill must be debated and voted upon by Parliament on Thursday, 3rd September 2020, but that 1 hour be given to debate the bill with the right of reply given to the Honourable Attorney General as the member moving the motion. Does any member oppose the motion? Yes. As no member opposes, the motion is agreed to unanimously. Secretary General.
Consideration of bills.
Honourable members, I now call upon the Honourable Attorney General to move his motion. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, I move pursuant to Standing Order 51 that A, the Immigration Amendment Bill 2020 be considered by Parliament without delay, that the bill must pass through one stage at a single sitting of Parliament. C, that the bill must not be referred to a standing committee or other committee of Parliament. And D, that the bill must be debated and voted upon by Parliament on Thursday, 3 September 2020, but that 1 hour be given to me to debate that 1 hour be given to debate the bill with the right of reply given to me as the member moving this motion. Thank you.
Is there a seconder?
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to second the motion.
I now call upon the Honourable Attorney General to speak to his motion. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, again, if you look at the bill itself, there are quite a few clauses compared to the last one, but only 6 more. It's 9. But if you look at the amendments, a lot of it is to actually correct some of the anomalies that existed. But some of the key ones, Mr. Speaker, so if I could highlight, it clarifies the ambiguities and the correct redundancies in the Act itself and correct the redundancies. It aligns the age range of a child in the Act to under 18 years in accordance with the Constitution of the Republic of Fiji, of course, and also in respect to the UN definition of a child, because you're a child until you reach the age of 18. And previously the Act had 21, as we know that now adults are the age of 18. To remove the requirement that permits must only be issued for 3 years at first instance, so as to allow for permits with longer terms, which provide greater assurance to permit holders. To assure persons who may be granted a permanent residence permit on the basis of investment in Fiji that their permits may only be revoked if there is a clear breach of the conditions of the permit applicable at the time the permit is granted, and to increase the penalties for certain offences under the Act, Mr. Speaker, sir. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, of course we can talk about this when the bill is debated on Thursday. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank the Honourable Attorney General. Honourable members, the floor is now open for debate on the motion. At the end of the debate, we will have a right of reply from the mover. No one wishing to take the floor? There being no one wishing. Honourable Bultavu, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, sir. This one is a bit different. this particular bill, because this probably falls in line with Standing Orders 51. When Standing Orders 51 is made probably to expedite a particular bill to address the error in the law, which has already been implemented. That is why Standing Orders 51 is in the Standing Orders. And there is a role of Parliament and government to bring in this sort of amendments to correct the error in the law or the current implementation of the law. It's very difficult. So this is to enhance it. It's quite different from using Standing Orders 51. That's why over the years the opposition has been seeking the Parliament to put criteria for Standing Orders 51 and what kind of circumstances that Standing Orders 51 should be applicable. And I think there is a need, sir, given now that we've seen the reasons cited by the Honorable Attorney General. He knows very well that the Standing Committee is not making public consultation, given due to COVID restrictions and also policies adopted by Parliament in terms of physical meeting. And we have visual meetings now. Probably soon, or I think more recently, you'll be allowing public consultation, more physical face-to-face meetings to hear oral submissions. But again, the need, sir, to set criteria for Standing Orders 51 and also to look into the specific requirements to allow the move of the motion that will use passage through this to be allowed to do that. I think we had a few workshops with the Parliament project that was on the UNDP when I was Deputy Whip back in 2016. I raised this particular issue a lot with the counterparts from the New Zealand Parliament, from the New South Wales Parliament, and all other parliamentary groups that were in helping us in developing our new democracy in our new Parliament, on how they use Standing Orders 51 to expedite bills. But this is one of the things that we've learned over the years. It's probably used to correct a particular error in the existing law. But so again, without any reservation, just want to point out the fact that given the Honorable Ngavoka has raised this this morning, this afternoon, and the need for committee to sit, because it boils down to our duty as legislators, as lawmakers of this land, that we really are here, given that people had voted us here, and that we have the duty to make laws with them. And people need to be heard, and they need to be part of the law that is made because it will govern them. That is my contribution to the motions.
I thank the Honourable Bulutabu for his contribution to the motion. Honourable Attorney General, you have the floor for your right of reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, Honourable Bulutabu is perhaps reading too much in 51, because if you read 51, all it simply says that a motion requesting that Parliament consider bill without delay may be moved without notice and shall be removed by the member moving the bill. Then it sets out the procedure in which he will do so. It does not talk about whether it's correcting errors or not. So I think that's something that he's obviously read into that, Mr. Speaker, sir. Nor has there been any guidelines in respect of that. So please, let's not mislead Parliament. Mr. Speaker, sir, the actual, if we look at the amendment itself, I did not hear you. Maybe can you share the joke?
Order.
Mr. Speaker, sir, the honourable member spoke about duty to members of the public. The duty to members of the public is to actually apply your intellect to these bills and see how best we can improve the quality of their lives and what is the mischief or what is the current status we're trying to change. If you were clever enough, you would actually look at the bill. Honourable Linda Tambuya will be able to tell you these things too, because if you look at this, it talks about giving certainty, as I highlighted, to permit holders. It also means that Fijian citizens, if you, for example, are a Fijian citizen and you marry somebody who's a foreigner, you'll be able to get them with certainty some level of permit. They're not going to be treated like aliens, even though they may be married to you for the next 5 years. It's trying to address those kind of anomalies. And predominantly, as we know, a lot of the times, it's the women who get discriminated against. Mr. Speaker, sir, furthermore, if you look at this, and you may not actually have that foresight to see that, but there's another two more bills that I'm presenting under 51, and they're tied in with immigration, which is citizenship and passports. Citizenship in particular, we are making it a lot more difficult for people to become Fijian citizens. This is why, if you read clause 4 of this particular bill currently before Parliament, it talks about permanent residency permit issued on the basis of investment in Fiji is provided for under the regulation must not be revoked unless there's a clear breach of conditions of the permit. Why? Because currently, for anyone to become a Fijian citizen, you simply have to be in Fiji for 5 out of 10 years and you're entitled to citizenship. That's been going on for years. In fact, when Honourable Leader of Opposition was in the government helm, a minister had the discretion to give somebody citizenship. He knows some of the people who are here only for a short time and they're given citizenships. There's a big controversy about it at that point in time. We removed the discretionary powers of the minister to get citizenship, to give citizenship, to make it a lot more transparent. We're now going one more step ahead to say just because you've been, for example, brought here to do massaging and you've been here for 5 years on a work permit and suddenly you get a permit, that you get citizenship. That no longer will happen. That's what this bill is about. It goes towards and works hand in hand with the Citizenship of Fiji Amendment Bill. But at the same time, there are people in Fiji who want to come and invest, but want to have permanent residency. So what we are saying, if you've been granted a permanent residency, it cannot be revoked at anybody's whim. If, for example, the Minister, who is the Honourable Prime Minister, has the power, as all ministers have had previously, to make regulations in respect of permanent residency, and if he decides and says, you will get a 10 or 15-year permanent residency if you bring in $5 or $10 million levels of investment, then that person bringing in that money needs to be assured that if he or she brings in that money, the permanent residency won't be changed tomorrow. Unless, of course, they breach the conditions of the permanent residency. It gives them that certainty. I don't know how many you've seen. Vanuatu is selling passports. They've just made $86 million, basically giving people citizenships. We are going the other way. We are not selling our citizenships. We are making it more difficult. But what we are saying is that you can have a category of permanent residency. The reality of the matter is the global economy is changing. People are looking at other destinations. There are a lot more people now looking at Fiji. Please do your research. There are a lot of people in other parts of the world. You can go to the internet and find out which countries they are searching for. They're looking at Fiji because of our very good health status. So people will look at investments based on your health credibility. We want to take advantage of that. But we don't want to sell our citizenship. We want to modernize our laws, have different categories of permanent residency, and this is what this particular bill does. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
I thank the Honourable Attorney General. Parliament will now vote. The question is pursuant to Standing Orders 51A that the Immigration Amendment Bill 2020 be considered by Parliament without delay. B, that the bill must pass through one stage at a single sitting of Parliament. C, that the bill must not be referred to a standing committee or other committee of Parliament. And D, that the bill must be debated and voted upon by Parliament on Thursday, 3rd September 2020, but that 1 hour be given to debate the bill with the right of reply given to the Honourable Attorney General as the member moving this motion. Does any member oppose the motion? As no member opposes, the motion is agreed to unanimously. Secretary General.
Consideration of bills.
Honourable members, I call upon the Honourable Attorney General to move his motion. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, pursuant to Standing Order 51, I move that the Citizenship of Fiji Amendment Bill 2020 be considered by Parliament without delay. The bill must pass through one stage at a single sitting of Parliament. C, that the bill must not be referred to a standing committee or other committee of Parliament. And D, that the bill must be debated and voted upon by Parliament on Thursday, 3 September 2020, but that 1 hour be given to debate the bill with the right of reply given to me as the member moving this motion. Thank you, sir.
Is there a seconder?
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to second the motion.
I now call upon the Attorney General to speak to this motion. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, I in fact referred to this bill when responding to the other bill that we just presented, the Immigration Act Amendment Bill. Essentially, Mr. Speaker, sir, again, if you look at the bill, it seeks to ensure that for one to become a citizen of Fiji, you have to be at least a permanent resident. You cannot be actually somebody, for example, the law currently, if I can sort of juxtapose this, currently if I come to Fiji as a foreigner and I get a work permit and I'm here for 5 years, and straight, I've got 5-year aggregate time in Fiji, I can actually qualify to apply for citizenship because I've done my 5 out of the 10. In fact, a lot of people, as soon as they reach 5, they apply for citizenship. What this basically seeks to do, Mr. Speaker, so it says no. Even though you may be here on a work permit for the next 15 years, you won't be entitled to Fijian citizenship. You must acquire permanent residency. And if you've acquired permanent residency, out of 15 years of permanent residency, you must spend 10 years in Fiji as a permanent resident. Only then will you be entitled to apply for citizenship. Doesn't mean you'll get it, only then you can actually apply for it. So it makes it a lot more difficult in that sense. Of course, Mr. Speaker, sir, it also says that you cannot, for example, calculate the time of your citizenship, if you're here on a work permit. We have an anomaly at the moment. If, for example, I'm a university student, I've come from one of the other Pacific Island countries or any other country in the world, and assuming I'm studying at FNU or USP, if I come here as a student, on a student visa, my calculation of my 5 years, the student visa cannot be taken into account. But if my spouse comes with me, she's not here on a student visa but on a residence visa, her 5 years will be taken into account. So that's the anomaly we want to be able to remedy. We will create a lot more cleaner slate and more transparent slate in respect of dealing with citizenships. So they are the main provisions under this particular bill, Mr. Speaker, sir, which we can debate on Thursday. Thank you.
Honourable members, the floor is now open for debate on the motion. At the end of the debate, we will have a right of reply from the mover. Anyone wishing to take the floor? Honourable you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Just a short contribution, sir, on this particular bill and amendment that is part of it. The point that I would like to raise here, sir, is what happens to children that are serving in the British Army abroad who had their children born in where they are serving, and yet, by virtue of them being registered in the Volcanombo in Fiji, what happens to their children in this particular instance? I cannot find anything to kind of safeguard their interests in this Section 5 here, sir, of this particular bill. So that's a point that interests this side of the House, because they are registered in the VKB, yet they don't qualify in this particular instance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank the Honourable member. Anyone wishing to take the floor on there being no further? Honourable Attorney General, do you have the floor?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, in response to Honourable Alan Balawu, the existing provisions regarding children of Fijian citizens remains. This is just the amendments regarding the other categories of permanent residency. So they obviously are dependents of Fijian citizens, so that does not get affected at all. I have no further comments, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Honourable members, we will now vote The question is pursuant to Standing Orders 51, A, that the Citizenship of Fiji Amendment Bill 2020 be considered by Parliament without delay. B, that the bill must pass through one stage at a single sitting of Parliament. C, that the bill must not be referred to a standing committee or other committee of Parliament. And D, that the bill must be debated and voted upon by Parliament on Thursday, 3rd September 2020, but that 1 hour be given to debate the bill, with the right of reply given to the Attorney General as the member moving the motion. Does any member oppose the motion? As no member opposes, the motion is agreed to unanimously. Secretary General.
Consideration of bills.
Honourable members, I call upon the Honourable Attorney General to move his motion. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, Mr. Speaker, sir, pursuant to Standing Order 51, I move A, that the Passports Amendment Bill 2020 be considered by Parliament without delay, that the bill must pass through one stage at a single sitting of Parliament. C, that the bill must not be referred to a standing committee or other committee of Parliament. And D, that the bill must be debated and voted upon by Parliament on Thursday, 3 September 2020, but that 1 hour be given to debate the bill with the right of reply given to me as a member moving this motion. Thank you, sir.
Is there a seconder?
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to second motion.
I now call upon the Attorney General to speak on his motion. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, Mr. Speaker, sir, just very briefly, again, it's related to the previous two bills. There are some, stylistic sort of issues we need to deal with, or nomenclature of the Act itself. In other words, the title of the Act, we're changing it. It's not just simply passports, because they don't only issue passports. They issue what we call travel documents. Also, Mr. Speaker, sir, so we wanted to read the Travel Documents Act. Mr. Speaker, sir, the other amendment that is being sought is to, to bring into the 21st century. So, for example, it has things like unmarried minors, which has now been, amended to child, and again the lower age criteria of child from 21 to 18. And also, Mr. Speaker, so it seeks to amend the Act to increase the penalties for offences under the Act. A lot of people who, for example, they may try and make fake passports, or they try and alter the actual passport itself. Those need to be brought into a line modern day penalties. It also shifts the responsibility to the Permanent Secretary responsible for immigration. So they are the sort of key areas, Mr. Speaker, sir, that is being sought in respect of the bill itself, under the bill. Mr. Speaker, sir, there, of course, you will see in schedule, section 15, number of consequential amendments. So essentially, wherever there used to be Director of Immigration, you have Permanent Secretary for Immigration. Wherever you have, for example, the Passports Act is now going to be amended to read the new title of the Passports Act, Mr. Speaker. So they are simply what we call the consequential amendments. We're also changing the name. As opposed to Department of Immigration, we call the Fijian Immigration Department to give that bit of branding to it, because we're trying to, of course, lure people, and it fits in well with all the other branding that we've done with all the other organizations, Fiji, Tourism Fiji, Investment Fiji, Film Television, Fijian Competition Consumer Commission, etc. So the Immigration Department plays a very pivotal role in that respect, so we're getting the name change regarding that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
I thank the Honourable Attorney General. The floor is now open for debate on this motion. There being Honourable Member, you have the floor. Honourable Tisawal.
Thank you, Honourable Mr. Speaker, sir. I rise to contribute to the motion on particularly also expressing my concern on the Section 51 and the use of that. So looking at the program on Thursday, we have questions, motions there, which basically would cover the day. So the concern is will this be crowded out? And the other issue is that some of these are substantial motions which are of or in the public interest, and it's critical that we have those motions tabled and discussed. The other question, why wasn't this brought to the business committee? Because of course this would have been known beforehand, and would have been discussed there, and rather than bring it at this stage, and then we are left in a state of uncertainty about the programs for the rest of the week. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
I thank the Honourable Member. Honourable Attorney General.
Honourable Speaker, echoing what my colleague has just said, we now have 7 bills, and that's 7 hours. How many hours do we have on Thursday, Honourable Speaker?
Honourable Member, do you want me to answer that question?
Yeah, I mean, how many hours do we have on Thursday, Honourable Speaker? It's 7 hours, and the Business Committee had approved some motions from this side of the House, one being Air Pacific, Fiji Airways, which has the interest of the whole of this country. By doing this, Fiji First has crowded the program and pushed that motion away.
Honourable Member, just speak to what we're on. That's all.
Well, yeah, Honourable Speaker, it's 7 bills, 7 hours to push the other motions away. I must say, Fiji First, brilliant, the way you push things away that are important to the people of Fiji. Brilliant.
Honourable Member, are you trying to do my job for me? I'll administer the workings of this Parliament. And if you have to work overtime, you'll work overtime. There's no two ways about it. We will work and we'll complete the work that we have to do. It might take a bit longer, but just a little bit longer. But we'll get through, no problem. Honourable Attorney General, you have your right to reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, we did inform the Business Committee that they will be bringing in bills, and we did say it will be under 51. Honourable Tusawa, you should have spoken to your whip. She would have informed you about that. Mr. Speaker, sir, the other point is, you're just sitting across the aisle from her. Mr. Speaker, sir, the reason, I'll tell you, they think that we all sit around in some room and we're conspiring, let's not get the motion ahead. In fact, the only reason why we've deferred it to Thursday, so you can get maximum time for you to be able to digest those bills. We're quite happy to debate this tomorrow. If we did it tomorrow, then you'd complain and say, oh, 24 hours. If we did it on Wednesday, we'd say we've got 48 hours. Now you're complaining why it's on Thursday. Friday we can't do it because it's your day, supposedly. So that's the issue. We're giving you maximum time, Mr. Speaker, sir. But we're quite happy. If they were so concerned about Thursday, if their concern is Thursday being the Trump day, supposedly, then they could have actually debated it tomorrow or Wednesday. They can move a motion. Let's do that if you want to do it Tuesday or Wednesday, no problems. But you're not coming up with a solution. All you're doing is you're whinging. That's all you're doing, Mr. Speaker, sir. Thank you.
Honourable members, Parliament will now vote. The question is pursuant to Standing Orders 51. A, that the Passports Amendment Bill 2020 be considered by Parliament without delay. B, that the bill must pass through one stage at a single sitting of Parliament. C, that the bill must not be referred to a standing committee or other committee of Parliament. And D, that the bill must be debated and voted upon by Parliament on Thursday, 3rd September 2020, but that 1 hour be given to debate the bill with the right of reply given to the Honourable Attorney General as the member moving the motion. Does any member oppose the motion? Yes. As there is opposition, those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say nay. Nay. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. Honourable members, on that note, we will adjourn proceedings for lunch. Parliament will resume at 2:30. We adjourn.
Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, please be seated. Secretary General.
Motion by the chairperson of the Standing Committee on Social Affairs.
Honorable members, I now call upon the chairperson of the Standing Committee on Social Affairs, the Honorable V.M. Pillai, to move his motion. You have the floor, sir.
Honorable Speaker, I move that Parliament debates the report on annual review of the Housing Authority 2015, which was tabled on 1st April 2019. Thank you, Honorable Speaker,
Is there a seconder?
Honorable Speaker, beg to second the motion.
I now invite the chairperson of the Standing Committee on Social Affairs to speak to his motion. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker, the Housing Authority is responsible for strategy, policy, funding assistance, monitoring and regulation of Fiji's housing system. The authority is also responsible for promoting and facilitating the provisions of accessible and adequate housing for low and middle income households and people living in informal settlements in line with government's National Housing Policy 2011. The committee, upon referred the Housing Authority 2015 annual report, invited its senior officials on Tuesday, 29 January 2019 for a public hearing. During this meeting, officials from Housing Authority elaborated on its core role in helping Fijians own affordable homes as reinforced by government's vision along with the objective of the authority. In respect of the Housing Authority's financial performance, profit of 2.234 million was achieved. The committee is of the view that Housing Authority is now in a sound and sustainable platform for the future. Furthermore, the overall operations of the Housing Authority are aligned to SDG 7, Affordable and Clean Energy, and SDG 11, Sustainable Cities and Communities. There are plans and discussions underway with Fiji Development Bank and other ministries to incorporate solar into housing residential lots. The committee noted that the authority is on track in providing safe and affordable housing and basic services and through its plan to upgrade informal settlement. To continue promoting accessible and adequate housing for low-income households, the government continues to recognize and support the initiative and therefore has introduced the First Home Purchase Initiative, First Land Purchase Program, formalization of informal settlement, to name a few. Honorable Speaker, the committee commends the team of committed and motivated individuals who have worked together to bring Housing Authority to new heights. There is no doubt that great success will continue. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I thank the honourable member, the honourable members. The floor is now open for debate on this motion. Honourable Linda Tambuya, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I thank the Honourable Chair for presenting the 2015 report on the annual review of the Housing Authority. Although it's now 5 years later, and really at this point in time, the report is almost irrelevant. Where are the other reports, 2016, 17, 18, and 19, where we could have a better indication of how Housing Authority is doing. The Honourable Chair mentioned that a finding in that report is that the committee feels that Housing Authority is now in a sustainable position for the future. That was in 2015. We are now in 2020. Let's discuss what that future, or what they meant that in that statement. So there have been changes, Honourable Speaker. that have occurred within the ministry that is now affecting the work of the Housing Authority in the last 3 years. The Housing Authority's projections have been slashed due to a directive from the Minister of Public Enterprise. Of course, it's the Attorney General that Housing Authority can no longer sell their lots in the new subdivisions, or the subdivisions that went under them, Nepani, Tavakumbu, Kornisalusalu in Tavua, and Davuilevu, which was being negotiated in 2015, which is part of this report. Then a further directive from the same minister was to hand over these subdivisions to the IFC to handle. What is the effect of this, Honourable Speaker, is the question. The Housing Authority, which has been mentioned by the Chair, has been profitable for the 15 years prior to 2017, and who have spent over $100 million in development costs to develop these subdivisions, and yet they haven't been able to realize income in the last 3 years. The only sales they're doing is from the old stock in the older subdivisions. Now we hear the announcement by the current minister now of a public inquiry into the Housing Authority handling Khalsa Road as well as Wanibuku, or as they have stated in this inquiry, and I quote, "The public is requested to provide full disclosures of any alleged irregularities or non-compliance regarding Housing Authority lot recipients, including any misconduct by Housing Authority staff in the execution of duties relating to lot allocation." The question is, Honourable Speaker, why a public inquiry? Why not an internal inquiry first? When it is under this government that the mandate of Housing Authority is to go from affordable housing under the Housing Act to making a profit under the Public Enterprises Act. So this is their directive. Is this an attempt to publicly vilify the Housing Authority, to justify the directive of the minister to hand over these subdivisions to IFC? And just on that note, it's my understanding, Honourable Speaker, that, for example, the development in Khalsa Road, that these are mixed-use development subdivisions, where around 20% of the lots which are located on the prime spots, they're regarded as prime real estate, are for higher income earners that buy the land at or above market valuation, but then the profits from those sales are then used to subsidize the remaining 80% of the lots to make it affordable for low to middle income earners. Now, Honourable Speaker, the directive from the Honourable Minister has been undertaken without proper consultation of stakeholders. Why has this change in policy not come before the proper standing committee in Parliament, to whom the Housing Authority reports to? Now, Mr. Speaker, the handling of Housing Authority and directives issued at the whim of government has only caused delay. Delay, with close to 15,000 individuals waiting to be able to buy the lots in the Housing Authority subdivisions that would average to about 60,000 citizens, counting the number of people in the families. This delay from 2017 to date shows no regard for our low-income earners who have been waiting, wondering why these lots are not available for sale when there is a huge demand for the lots. This is a delay in the vision of the Housing Authority. And now that these subdivisions have been handed over to IFC, then what is Housing Authority going to do? What is their mandate now? What is their business? It's all very well to talk about what happened 5 years ago, but we're now in that future. And the fate of Housing Authority hangs in the balance. What is going to be their core work now? Now, Honourable Speaker, we also hear now of the merger, or now bringing Housing Authority and the Public Rental Board under the Housing Ministry. Now, this was approved by Cabinet, but that was way back in 2007, when there was no Parliament. Both Housing Authority and PRB, they are both report to Parliament. Any change to their composition, Honourable Speaker, should be brought back to Parliament for debate and approval through change in legislation. Again, a directive issued by the ministers that has cut out our involvement, just like the decision to hand over the subdivisions to IFC. We are here, Honourable Speaker, to protect the use of taxpayers' money and to protect the interests of our people. But unfortunately, this is causing delay for our people. They aren't able to access those lots for goodness knows how long. So, in contributing to the motion before the House, Honourable Speaker, the report is outdated. There needs to be a review of the Housing Authority role, and that needs to be brought before the Right Standing Committee and Parliament so that we can debate and make decisions on it, Honourable Speaker. Therefore, even though the report is presented here to the House, we do need to be mindful of those things. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Mbulitabu, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, sir. My contribution will be to note the committee's report. And I've seen that the genesis of this report, it's a 2015 annual report. It was brought to Parliament in 2017. And January 29, 2019, probably the Minister is looking at the PowerPoint presentation also. It was presented to Parliament. And now, 2020, we are debating to note the recommendation. It was unfortunate during that time that there was only one recommendation in regards to the gender equality in senior positions in the in Housing Authority. But if you look at the 2019 PowerPoint presentation, there were a few key challenges that has been highlighted by the team that came to present to the committee. And I will highlight few. Probably the Honourable Minister will look into others too. One is the weighted average cost of capital, WACC. On average, I think that is something that will affect low-income earners. Given the vision for this housing authority is to helping Fijians own affordable homes. I think one of the challenges the housing authority is facing is to lower that rate to a level of 3.5%, which will help low-income earners in their interest repayment for loans. And also we are in difficult times now, given the effects of COVID-19, and some that are employed but have reduced hours, also part of the scheme could also be given consideration, especially in terms of loan repayments in their either land or house mortgages that are there through the transaction with Housing Authority. That is one area. Probably I would like to hear from the Honourable Minister on the progress in regards to that and what measures are in place to maintain WACC at 3.5%. The other challenge that was highlighted by the Housing Authority in the 2019 presentation was the recruitment of technical teams such as engineers and surveyors. Given that these are specialized areas, and also the need to bring in ADB and also IFC in terms to assist by grant options to get experts to assist in housing development. I think this is an area, given there is probably a shortage of top surveyors and engineers in Fiji, given some of these particular contracts are of higher standard, and we do not want to do a rework, given there could be, to avoid some rework and shrinkages. The other thing, sir, that I note from this report is the increase in infrastructure cost. It is one of the challenges, given the numbers of players in the market and looking into innovative housing solutions to assist the bulk of job internally. Given what's the progress of getting these experts within housing authorities, rather than them relying to external, to outsource most of the work that needs to be done, especially on preliminary projects, preliminary stages of the phase of work that will be done. The other thing, sir, will be on the acquiring technologies for the land development team that is based at the Housing Authority that will continue to look into areas, especially drones, technologies which is relevant now when we're moving towards land development to a bigger scale, especially when you look into time frame of approving scheme plans and also engineering plan. A subdivision plan from Lambasa, given town country planning is here in Suva, it takes almost a year for surveyors to launch, and after that there could be redrawing if the scheme plan is not approved. That to development list to a final stage of proper lease, it's very costly. So if Housing Authority and its development team can be equipped with technologies which is relevant in this modern day and age to help expedite the processes. The other challenges that was highlighted during that presentation was the lot production. Given some of when you do subdivision, the various stakeholders that also run in line in approvals, if there could be a briefing too on the efficiency and support in regards to electricity, EFL, Water Authority of Fiji and FRA in providing those earthworks and also the roadings within those subdivisions, electricity line and also water pipes. These are works probably that they need to build more support interrelated to other institutions that help in the production. So things are done as soon as possible and customers don't have to wait for long for those approvals. The other issue, Honourable Speaker, sir, now I'm turning into the informal sector. I think there is a need for affordable housing. Sometimes the requirements are too high, given that they cannot be uniform. Given some of the requirement needs to be relaxed. I think probably in Banisubi in Lambasa, some of the development requirements such as Tahsil roads, just to approve those titles with gravel roads, so that people in those areas who need housing can have access to titles so that they can own a home and build a house. So if you can look into informal sectors too, and what are the programs that's available now to help those in the informal sector, especially those who have been affected by COVID-19 and its effect. The other area, lastly, sir, is the lack of suitable land for development for affordable housing. This has been an area that was raised by the Housing Authority in their presentation in terms of finding prime land. And I'll bring up this because there is only two types of land available for Housing Authority. That is TLTB land and through Lands Department. And the idea of the TLTB lease, given most of these leases, they go up to 99 years for subdivision, given those who might purchase home, they want 99-year lease, and also banks for mortgages. They don't go for 30 or 35-year lease. There is discussion, but again, from a landowner's perspective, given that most of this land are developed and the rental reviews needs to be done, taking into account the hardship clause of the landowners, land-owning units, given they've already lose out this land for commercial development. But again, as they grow TLTB, also with Housing Authority, given that the value of the land will appreciate in terms of economic development in that area, if also lease can be reviewed. So land-owning units will be benefiting through scheme from land rentals through Housing Authority subdivisions. Will also have a fair return. And also synchronizing that with government programs such as Itauke Land Development grant that also has this same role of trying to develop landowners not only to be passive land providers, but also to become entrepreneurs and to become developers. So a consistency of that, and this all aim at providing better, helping Fijians own affordable homes. Those are some of the issues. Probably the Honourable Minister can enlighten the House, inform the House on the progress that the Housing Authority has done in those issues. And that is my contribution this afternoon, sir, to take note of the committee's recommendation. As I've said, it's unfortunate that it has come this late, but again, it's never too late, given the issues that I've raised is quite relevant and recent, and the Minister will have to reply, as I've already alluded to.
I thank the Honourable Nukunuwaikula. You have the floor.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I wish to briefly contribute. This report is bipartisan, but let me say, excuse me and sorry to my members, because I'll be speaking my mind here and criticizing this. The report says that in their view, Housing Authority is in line with its vision. I totally disagree. I think Housing Authority has lost its core function. You will agree with me. Has lost its core function and its role since its inception in I think it's about 1958. And the Act is there, needs to be amended. It's still restricted to Lautoka and etc. and the towns, and we've gone past it. And good that the Honourable Minister will speak after me to say whether she agrees or not. And she will agree to that. And 14 years they've been in government. And I look around. What have you achieved? Nothing. Okay, let's go through it slowly. Edenville housing, that's not yours, that was Fiji First. Bangasau housing, that's not Fiji First. Raiwai housing, that's not Fiji First. Raiwanga housing, that's not Fiji First. Then, moving on. Nambua, that's not Fiji First. Nambua at the top, those 3 barracks there, that's not yours. Top line, that's not yours. Naondamu housing, not Fiji First. Nambua housing, it's not Fiji First. Then you move on. Laumbati housing, not Fiji First. Vesinda, not Fiji. But you've been there for 14 years. This is why I'm recounting this. There's more. Kinoya housing, that's not yours. Kalambu housing, that's not yours. Nandera housing, that's not yours. Nandawa, that's not yours. So it's a shame. It's a shame. Makasoi, order. Nothing. And I think the Honourable Minister will agree with me. In the last few months, no, she's totally against, very angry about Housing Authority, or what it has achieved. And let me just quote some of the report, quoting the Honourable Minister. On August the 4th, Legend FM quotes her as saying, Housing Authority are not doing their work. She criticized 220 people there who were supposed to be doing the subdivision. They're sitting around. Then, FBC, 29th August, she says, Housing Authority is currently not serving its purpose. As for years, it has only been providing subdivisional lots that are now demanding homes. They should be building homes. They should be doing all this. So, good that the Honourable Minister will speak after me to say that whether she agrees or not. Because I know she agrees with me. You know, she's correctly critical of public rental board, why they shouldn't be, and she's now proposing they should go together to cut costs. And I agree with it. Because in all these years, You've lost. They've lost their way. And I was asking, I see nothing. In the 2015 report, there was only Wainibuku and Culture Road. But Culture Road, Honorable Speaker, who can buy that? Minimum 70,000. And Housing Authority was set up for the workers who can afford. People who are coming out as teachers, as nurses, getting about 20,000 a year. They can only lend up to 60,000, 3 times that. So how do you expect them to afford those lots that are being built by Housing Authority? That's why I'm saying that they have totally lost their core role. They need to be revised. They need to come back and tell them, look, we should be doing this. So I was saying that I see nothing. I see nothing. Well, I see Waila City. What happened to Waila City? There's about 5,000 lots that were supposed to be delivered, not given. I see Exim Bank Australia, Exim Bank of China, a lot of waste. $3 million, what have you done to that? So it begs the question, what have you been doing? What have you been doing in the last 14 years? And all those ones, they are from the Ratu Maraya. There's nothing for you to look upon. And let me just go to this, Honorable Speaker. This is the 2015 report. And the committee says it feels that Housing Authority is going in line. But I look through it, and within an hour, I can see some problems here. If you go to the land housing development, they were supposed to get as their target 200 lots, 200 acres per year. Never achieved. Then, further on, if you look at the number of lots, they call it a total mortgage portfolio. Total mortgage portfolio, that means how much? How much? It says here what it means. Total mortgage portfolio at the end of the year, 2015 was 81.78 million. That's for that year. So we might say good. But you compare that to the last 10 years, and you'll see the draft going down. And that's clear from here, if you look at this. In 2010, 186.3. Let me just read this out, Honorable Speaker, because this shows that I said that they're not doing their job, and you see the scale going down and down. So let me just see this. The mortgage portfolio increased through sale of land stock and loans to purchase properties. So when that goes up, the number of stock goes up, the mortgage portfolio goes up. And you can see the drop going down. In 2010, it was 136.73. 2011, 130, coming down. 2012, 110. 2013, 98. 2014, 80.95. 2015, 81.78. That means, in terms of the lots that they are producing and giving out, it's going down and down and down. And the Honorable Minister will answer. Hopefully, he will put an answer to that. And just very briefly, Honorable Speaker, I Google. Sorry to say, I Google. Compare this to their recommendation, to what they're saying, that Housing Authority is performing its task in relation to us. But I see about 12 or 13 factors about housing in general in Fiji that needs to be addressed, which Housing Authority is not doing. And let me just read this. The first one is that despite the higher housing costs in Australia, the cost per dollar in salary for Fiji is higher. That means it's far more difficult for people in this country to be having it. Second, Fijians have to pay 80% of their salary to rent a one-bedroom apartment in the city center. For families living outside of the city center, the renting cost for a three-bedroom apartment is 145%. The high cost has placed a serious problem for the Fijian household. Next, number 3, there is a serious income disparity in Suva area, and that only a certain allied group has the access to the housing market. Number 4, from 2001 to 2005, the average price of residential property has increased 102.63%, from 50,000 to 120,000. That was, Honorable Speaker, 2001 to 2005. Imagine what's happening now. No wonder that those the cost of in Culture Road at the minimum is 70,000. Who can afford it? Nobody can afford it. Number 5, Honorable Speaker, here. As a useful indicator, the supply of housing, the completion certificate issued recently is 555, which is very little compared to 184,285 of the total household in 2014. So in 2014, there were 184,285 households, of which they only managed to give 555. That is 40%. So that's less than 40% of the completion rate. Number 6, it's found that with 1,887 lots to be launched in the Housing Authority, the pressure of the housing shortage remains. There is a serious shortage of housing needs. There are only 35 residential listings in the northern area, 134 residential listings in the central area, and 571 in the western area. The supply in the housing market is less than adequate comparing the total number of households. So, whose fault? Housing Authority. Housing Authority was established to meet that demand, and they're not doing their job. Well, it's not my fault, it's your fault. If you're not doing your job, you should be out of there. Next, Honorable Speaker, as a result of the rising building prices, it is becoming impossible by public sector housing developers to service citizens with low-income earners. In the circumstances, the ability to service the loan while maintaining high standards. And on this point, I totally disagree with the handing out of 10,000 for the first homeowner. In my view, that should be applied to the development cost, so that people are equally, the benefit is spread out. Next, Honorable Speaker. Up to now, there are 9,000 people in the Housing Authority of Fiji's waiting list, who are qualified for the lot allocation criteria. Honorable Minister, 9,000. Well, according to this. I might be wrong. Well, she said over. So at least we agree there on something, that there is a serious problem in relation to that. Well, good. And I congratulate the Minister for trying to make the change there. And I totally support her that change should be made to the Housing Authority. I agree, those 150 people are just sitting down there. If work are being sourced out, those people should be out, because their work is being done by other people. Another finding, Honorable Speaker, the high construction cost and lack of available development in Fiji, of land in Fiji, makes 35% of Fijians living in informal settlements. The previous social housing policy is not very successful, that only 0.35 families nationwide were assisted. And next, Honorable Speaker, the fast rising housing prices make it even more difficult for the low income to start owning illegal property. And, well, basically I'm saying, Honorable Speaker, that, I look to that side of the house, they've done nothing in the 14 years. They should have done something. And the Honorable Minister will agree that he's now saying that they need a housing plan. Yes, good. We can have a constitution that says we have a right to housing. We can have a national policy, housing policy that said we're entitled to affordable home. But what we want to see is that we want to see delivery. We want to see houses being given out. We want to see lots being delivered. And that's not being done. And well, I say good luck to the Honorable Minister that he will, I hope, and I pray that he will do something about it.
I thank the Honourable Member. Honourable Ramila Kumar, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. What I heard was just contradictions between the members. One is saying, why did you give the land to IFC? The other one is saying, the legislation is very old. What are you doing about it? So what I'm trying to say here is, giving the land, we haven't given any land to anybody. Those land will be considered or is being considered for strata apartments. While on one hand you are saying that we need to increase the number of houses in Fiji, that's precisely how we want to do it. You have talked about infrastructure cost. Well, surely if you're going to give a piece of land for anyone to build on it, the cost will be higher. But if you do strata apartments, the cost can come down. So what are some of the technologies we're going to use to bring the cost down? We have already identified 2 companies who can work with Housing Authority. And that's why those lots that you talked about earlier on is not given out as yet, because we would like to get the strata apartments done on those lots. And to see, for the first time, we will be doing strata apartments of that scale. We have done strata apartments within Housing Authority for certain flats, but that's on a small scale. So to get these strata apartments done, there has to be a cost-benefit analysis, more understanding of how the law should be applied, what should be the strata management system in place. All that needs to be looked at, right? Now, you also you spoke about 2 other issues, blaming this side of the house. Let me tell you, Public Enterprise Act 1966. Under that, there were some changes that was brought about. And in that legislation, the Housing Authority, the reason why it came under public enterprise was to become more efficient, productive, more accountable, and better organized. That was the purpose. But still, they had to serve the social aspect of its function. Regarding the issue raised by the Honourable Member, why 50,000 and below, or why 20% is for the high-income earners and 80% is for the low-income earners when the land is developed. Again, that policy came about in 2003. So it was in 2003 this policy came about. And Housing Authority is implementing that policy. But Housing Authority needs to change the way it functions. It is still functioning the way it was established in 1955 under that particular legislation. So a lot of changes are required so that it can serve the purpose. Now, Honorable Nawaikula mentioned that we have done nothing. Well, we have done a lot. Housing Authority has done a lot in the last couple of years. There were land development in Tadirwa, Wainimbuku, Matai Voli, as well as in Nepani, Davulevu, Tavakumbu, and in Tavua. These are all the land that has been developed. But as I said, it is not put out in the market because we want to do strata apartments. In terms of PRB, PRB, they have also developed rental apartments in Savu Savu. And in Simla, they are still working on it. Construction work is going on, but there is a completion date of December this year. So there will be a lot more rental apartments pushed out in the market. In Colombo as well. Land acquisition, it doesn't mean if we are not building, the staff are lying low. They have acquired number of pieces of land around Suva, Vaisari, Nangeledamu, and Korovo. We already have other pieces of land. Now, what are the projects under construction? Just on 19th August 2020, Housing Authority signed the contract for Dovata subdivision in Lambasa. So I assume that Honorable Moses Bulitavu is very happy. Some work is happening in Lambasa. For your political mileage, probably? Okay. So these are the pieces of work that's going on. Housing Authority is under review at the moment. It has to be reviewed so that it fits the purpose. At the moment, Housing Authority services, the way it's delivered, it does not fit the purpose. The demand is there, but they're not able to supply. So we need to change the whole structure of Housing Authority, the way they deliver the lots. I want to talk about the public inquiry, as mentioned by one of the members. You are under the impression as if we just went out for a public inquiry, and that's the only investigation that's taking place. Actually, no. There are two types of investigation being done. One is by the Auditor General's Office. That is to look at the systems and processes within Housing Authority, whether the Housing Authority staff followed the procedures and processes, and how the lots were allocated. And the other investigation is the public inquiry, where people have a say, their experience. So they can talk about the customer service. They can also talk about their experience in terms of lodging an application for a lot, or their knowledge in regards to who else got the lot before they did, whereas they applied many years back. So all this information will help us to develop a better policy for Housing Authority, but at the same time, prepare the National Housing Policy, which is outdated now. It's 11 years old, and the work is going on in terms of coming up with a better housing policy, National Housing Policy. After the development of this National Housing Policy, there is an acute need. We need to come up with a law to guide housing in Fiji. We've got the Housing Act, but that is only to establish Housing Authority, but not other aspects of housing that needs to go into the Housing Act. So the public consultation, which will follow or will commence for the formulation of this National Housing Policy, that will also assist the ministry to come up with a better legislation to guide the housing sector in Fiji. I will be presenting my ministerial statement, a very detailed ministerial statement this week on housing, so you'll be able to hear a lot more on the work of Housing Authority, PRB, as well as particularly on informal settlement. Because what I can see from the other side of the house is, after sugar industry, housing is more lucrative in becoming a political football. And we have seen then time and again, this is what you have been raising, because the knowledge is not there, the facts are not there, your understanding is not there. So let me present that paper in few days, and you will hear the whole story of the work that is done by the various agencies, including Ministry of Housing and Community Development. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I thank the Honourable Viampile for this report. However, there were very few recommendations there.
And one recommendation that I'm looking at is on gender equality, and he also had a bit on the SDGs. Now, on staff establishment breakdown in 2015, Honorable Speaker, of the 5 executives, all of them were male. On the next level, management level, 90% were male and 10 female. Maybe with a bit of better gender balance, there would be less problems in the Housing Authority. The team leaders, to go on to that, Honourable Speaker, male 56%, female 44%. There seemed to be a confusion of the staff numbers because the Minister, Honourable Minister, in her budget response last month, said that there were 220 staff. But the union disagrees, saying it's 150. So what is the right staff complement, Honourable Speaker? Very interesting, Speaker, in that reading this report, one is unaware that whilst the Housing Authority is a statutory organization, the hard work, the implementation of the work that is done there by the Housing Minister, while the money part and all other consideration and authorization falls under public enterprise, which comes under the Honorable Attorney General, Minister of the Economy, Minister of Justice, Minister of other ministries. So that's probably why so many issues and very little work accomplished. This report for 2015 was submitted to its minister in August 2017, tabled in Parliament over a year later in November 2018, referred to the Social Standing Committee. After various processes and delays, finally the public 5 years later to get to hear a little about the Housing Authority performance. So much time to sweep things under the carpet. This laxity shows either disrespect for parliamentary processes or trying to keep things out of sight from taxpayers and other stakeholders. Even the Honourable Minister stated that for some time now, and this would go back to the time of the writing of this report, that Housing Authority was not serving its purpose, and we hear it again today, and that it is up for review, as it has only been providing subdivided lots, whereas people are now demanding homes. And with COVID-19 and the new normal, with its added demands like food security, issues where a bit of additional land is required for vegetables, etc., Housing Authority needs to factor this into their new policy. Very strangely, Honourable Speaker, as I was reading through the report, it states that there was a savings or surplus of 2.234 million, which was stated again by the chair, when it is common knowledge that Housing Authority cannot keep up with the high demand for housing. So how come this savings? Hopefully, as the Minister had announced, with Public Rental Board and the Housing Authority amalgamating, as was the original intention, under one roof, things will be more speedily addressed. With a new chairmanship of the Housing Authority Board, the board hopefully will better serve its initial purpose, which is to provide affordable housing to middle and low income earners in line with government's national policy, Housing Policy 2011. We have heard announced that the members of the public inquiry will be looking into the possible irregularities and fraudulent transactions in relation to allocation of lots by Housing Authority in the past 10 years. The committee report will be presented to the Minister in 2 months' time, and hopefully the report findings with its recommendations, because it involves the use of taxpayers' money, will find its way into Parliament for necessary action, appropriate funding and timely implementation. We need to hear the concerns of people like the man from Lautoka, Honourable Speaker, whose application for a piece of land in the 1990s was finally contacted in 2017 to be told that land allocated to him was in Tadiru Suba. But I'm from Lautoka. Oi, okay. Then he was offered land in Mataboliboli in Nandi to build a home. After submitting the required documents and being given the runaround, he was told in the meantime that his documents had been misplaced. He submitted the documents, again on 4 separate occasions, in Walilevu and Lautoka, shown the pegs and everything else, only to be told he didn't qualify for that land. that because of his age, he doesn't qualify anymore, as he was now only 3 years away from retirement. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, for heartbreaking stories like that, which is coming before the Public Inquiry Committee, and that is in today's Fiji Times, this is a concern for generations to come. The right paper, Honorable Attorney General, the right paper, which is in today's Fiji Times, the right paper. This is a concern for generations to come for families. For the minister, this is a big challenge. So she has to get her act together, get the Housing Authority house in order, set the record straight for the Housing Authority and for the people they are mandated to serve. Finally, Honorable Speaker, if the committee, which is a bipartisan one, so I'm criticizing us too, could write up a bit more comprehensive report, as this one is very scanty with hardly any recommendation in it, apart from the one on gender parity and SDGs. As stated in the chair's forward, the committee's job number was to examine annual reports of agencies in order to investigate, inquire into, and make recommendations relating to the agency's administration. This is in your forward, Honorable Chair. And make recommendations relating to the agency's administration, legislative or proposed legislative program, budget, function, organizational structure, and policy formulation. As part of this process, the committee, as we read from the report, conducted public hearings to gather additional information. But there is nothing in this report addressing any of that. What did the public say? What were their concerns? What was the reality on the ground? We are now hearing about the scams that went as far back as 2010, and Fiji First was the government then, as they are now. So please, Kerekere, give us a more detailed, truthful report, even if it does not make government look good. Even if the chair and deputy chair are both government MPs, you owe it, you wrote it for me, are both government MPs, you owe it to the public to tell the truth. Why was there a savings of 2.234 million? That in itself should have raised red flags to the committee that with a statutory authority such as Housing Authority, with the greatest demand for housing that far outweighs the supply, with so many accounts of people literally crying out for help from Housing Authority, who are mandated to provide affordable housing to middle and low income earners, and to have that amount of savings. So many things do not add up, and we are slowly finding out from the Public Inquiry Committee some of the things that have been happening and should be of great concern to us all. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I thank you.
You can have 2 bites.
Order.
You can have 2 bites.
Order.
You can only talk once.
I have 2 bites.
Order. Honorable Kutusawa, we have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to contribute to the Housing Authority debate. The debate would not be complete without mention of, if you look at page 46 of the annual report regarding the low-cost housing project. So on that page, it states, the government of Fiji entered into a financing agreement with Exim, Bank of China, for the Fiji low-cost housing project. The project was contracted to China Railway First Group for 49.9 million. The authority, as the eventual owner of the project on behalf of the government, entered into a non-lending agreement with the government. As at 31st December 2014, the disbursement from Exim Bank included an advance of 3 million for mobilization, which was equal to 20% of the total part of the contract price. The advance payment of 20% was not utilized since that part of the project did not eventuate as a joint inspection between the authority, Ministry of Finance, and the contractor. The revelation revealed that the quantity of model houses built by the contractor was substandard. So that is, I mean, it has been in the news, and a lot of members of the public are aware of this. And we wonder where that Waila project is at the moment. Some of the questions we could raise, has that 3 million been paid off, by who, and whether it's the Housing Authority or Government of Fiji? Has there been any recovery court actions against the contractor for the substandard housing? Was there any provision of the subcontracting of this project? Was there no provision? How was the 3 million spent without the Housing Authority Board being aware of the substandard nature of the China Railway Group's work? And page 13 of the report also shows Exim Bank loan comprises 48% of the Housing Authority debt stock. And the question which could be raised, was the whole 49 million taken? And where was it spent? Still on that housing project, we also note that there was a media report just on the 11th July, where the Honorable Minister of Economy stated that Waila City will be revived in 2 years' time. So I suppose that's next year, July next year, so we'll be looking forward to that. This was confirmed by Honorable Minister, and as they have an allocation for Waila City in a motion for government to guarantee the Housing Authority borrowing of 150 million. The project was supposed to be done by Malaysia's top symphony company in partnership with Housing Authority. Thousands of applications were received for those houses. So that, Honorable Speaker, is still a major concern, not only for this House, but also for the public as taxpayers of the nation. I also highlight in one of the audit reports some of the issues, 1 or 2 issues raised on Housing Authority. Even though the report is 2015, this is 2016, concerns significant matters raised, methodology of calculating impairment of loans and advances. While the method is in accordance with RBF guidelines, the method is inconsistent with international financial reporting standards, the framework on which the financial statements are prepared. The authority noted the finding and agreed to review its policy in accordance with statutory requirement and compliance. There was also concern about the review of risk grading and annual provisioning. The loan provisioning is based entirely on arrears days past due, DPD, of the loan account. Even though DPD calculations are correct, the authority is in breach on Part 5 of its credit management policy, which states that at least 60% by value of all loans and advance will be assessed on an annual basis. All significant loan accounts should be assessed individually. So authority agreed to relook at those issues raised. The other point I'd like to raise is on the National Development Plan, which states clearly the policies on goal, accessible and adequate housing, provide affordable housing and safe housing. So there's various strategies there. What was interesting was on page 30, the annual targets. So out of all the lead agencies, Housing Authority is the major lead agency. So they have 9 projects there. Department of Housing 3, Public Rental Board 1, HUT 1, and RHU, Rural Housing Unit 3. So it's Housing Authority is really the major agency, Honorable Speaker, for housing in our nation, and which we need to support. And the other last point I would like to state is the National Development Plan is a good document. It has clearly identified outcomes in quantifiable numbers. And as mentioned by Honorable Minister, there are various projects specifically mentioned there. Nasinu, Wanganra, Lambasa, Nepani, Dongwilevo, Tavua, and the specific numbers there to be developed, 300, 108. So the annual report would be good if it is formatted according to the National Development Plan, and that is clearly stated in the annual report as to how far they have gone in achieving those performance targets as identified in the National Development Plan. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
I thank the Honourable Member for your contribution. Honourable Kirangara Tumbo, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Just very, very briefly, I just want to say I welcome the Honourable Minister's Ministerial Statement on housing in Fiji in the next couple of days. And I hope to hear about the Kashmir housing problems that people have been facing in Kashmir housing, as well as perhaps something on Tomuka, one of the oldest squatter settlements in Fiji, where there's been apparently no effort made to develop the land, and this place is being surrounded by land that's been converted from residential to industrial. And I also hope to hear from the Minister during her ministerial statement something about gentrification that is happening on a big scale in Fiji. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Honourable Attorney General, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, just a couple of issues that I would like to address from a finance perspective. And I understand some questions have been raised about IFC. I also understand that Mick Beddoes is ringing up IFC to ask them whether IFC has bought land in Fiji. I just want to put that to rest. But before that, Mr. Speaker, sir, I think one of the issues pertaining, the discussions have focused on two areas. Well, the ultimate goal is about giving people access to home ownership. That is our fundamental objective. Now, you can give access to home ownership either through subdividing lands and then giving people the ability to purchase the land and then build their homes, or you have what we call ready-made homes, which they then simply can go and purchase. One of the other issues in respect of housing, of course, Mr. Speaker, sir, is the cost of the funds that you will actually utilize to then use to lend to other people. Now, Mr. Speaker, sir, one of the issues that has been pertaining in the housing sector generally in Fiji has that been the interest rates have actually been very high for housing. Now, if you look at the interest rates that Housing Authority has been utilizing, I'll go back as far as, say, 10 years, 2010. In 2010, the average lending rate was 8.4%. Then it went down to 8.5, then went up to 8.5, then 8.47, 7.55, 7.13, 6.6, 6.26 in 2016, 2017, 5.9, 2018, 5.89, 2019, 5.84. So the cost of the interest is actually coming down, which therefore makes it a lot more affordable, because sometimes I think the debate only centers around the subdivision, centers around the home. But you need to be able to borrow money which you can actually afford to borrow and be able to pay back. That's critically important. Now, so that's one of the positive things that has actually happened within the Housing Authority. That's been overall government objective, as you know, that we now have an arrangement with the Reserve Bank of Fiji. And the Reserve Bank of Fiji, Mr. Speaker, sir, now lends money at about 1% to banks, including Housing Authority, where then they can then add their cost to it and then lend to the borrower at no more than 5%. So we're seeing housing lending rates coming down to 4.2, 4.3. Now, Mr. Speaker, sir, the other aspect that I think the Minister may have, for housing may have touched on this, this is about the loan write-off, the social housing policy that government has been funding for the past number of years. Because we initiated this in 2011, it was brought to the Honourable Prime Minister's attention that there are a lot of people, you know, loans going back in the 1980s, 90s, early 2000s, who actually had paid more than what they actually borrowed. because the housing authority at that point in time, we understand, had some form of compound interest. And they also, Mr. Speaker, sir, had some issues with their IT. So the calculation of interest rates was actually highly significant. So we had some people from low-income families who continuously and very regularly doing their loan repayments, but they actually were paying about 2 or 3 times more than what they actually should have paid. So we came in then, and so we looked at initially the criteria was customers who have retired and are at the age of 55, medically proven to be unfit, physically or mentally disabled, customers who are unemployed, low-income customers, single or combined household income of $10,000. Government started making budgetary allocations, and you can actually go and look at the budget estimates, where we made allocations to actually help them pay off their loans. So government, Mr. Speaker, sir, to date has provided to Housing Authority a total sum of $3.2 million to assist 410 customers who actually weren't able to pay off their loans. So their loans are now paid off, Mr. Speaker, sir. And combined, Mr. Speaker, sir, from 2011 to 2019, there are 410 customers, government assistance 3.2 million, Housing Authority 3.7, a total of $6.9 million was actually paid off. The other issue, Mr. Speaker, sir, is that irrespective of what the price of the land is or the ready-made house is, the customer has to pay for it. We're not going to give free homes. That's a fact, because it has to be paid for. The reality of the matter is we need to continuously provide more housing stock. So it needs to be done on a sustainable basis. So therefore, any assistance that's given to the would-be purchaser of the land or the lot or lot and home would be obviously greatly appreciated. As this morning we highlighted, FNPF now allows the FNPF member to withdraw 50% of their funds, of the entire FNPF funds, dipping in also into their preserved account. That's number one. Number two, Mr. Speaker, sir, if we are going to look at housing as an overall issue, we need to be able to look at not just housing authority lots, but private subdivisions, ability to build on communally owned land. So FNPF now, for example, if I'm a member of a landowning unit, FNPF will allow me to take out my housing entitlement from my FNPF and build upon my land that I am a member of a VKB, then therefore I can take my money out because I have legal possessory rights over that land. Nobody can boot me out. But if I if I want to take out money from my FNPF account to build on a Vaka Vanua arrangement or a yearly lease, FNPF won't, because they can boot me out and my FNPF money is gone and they take over the house. So that's one option. You can build on the land on which you are a member of the landowning unit. The second option, of course, is that you are able to lease land of which you have possessory rights, legal rights, and obviously you can also then, as the Minister highlighted, buy strata title, of which again you have those similar rights. Now, therefore, if I, for example, am earning $20,000 a year, my ability to, for example, and the reality of the matter is, even if you had a strata title, assuming that the flat is worth, $75,000, the more upfront money I have towards my deposit, it means less repayment. Makes it easier for me to pay for my disposable income. Therefore, I don't know which member from the other side said that the housing grant should be scrapped. It's a lot of nonsense. Because now, if that person earning $20,000 a year wants to buy a $75,000 or $80,000 or $100,000 flat, immediately they can be eligible for $30,000 grant. That will go towards the payment of the deposit towards the house. And then you can get some of your FNPF money, and suddenly your loan amount comes down to maybe $50,000 or $60,000 or even $65,000. Therefore, your loan repayment will be less, coupled with the fact that your interest rate is now lower. So it makes it a lot more affordable. That's the entirety within which you need to look at access to housing, affordability of housing, and indeed ownership of housing. Mr. Speaker, so the other point that I would like to highlight also, and the Minister has of course highlighted many of the developments, and she'll be making those statements in her ministerial statement. I wanted to very quickly talk about the issue of IFC and put that matter to rest. Because again, I think there seems to be a lot of misinformation. There is a lot of information, Mr. Speaker, sir. I talked about it in the budget also. I wish people listen to the budget announcement. Mr. Speaker, sir, what we have been doing is been working together with Housing Authority, Ministry of Housing, IFC, to identify areas, and there's about 6 areas that have been identified, lands that Housing Authority actually owns. And we're looking at areas in Rewanga, Levu, Nepani, Wanimbuku, Tawakumbu, and Tavua. And we are coming up with different models in respect of, we have what we call a mixed development. Because if we have, say, 100 acres of land to develop into housing lots, we need to be able to, on a sustainable basis, be able to fund it. So generally, most countries have this model. If we are going to give low-income people affordable lots or affordable strata title, the money has to come from somewhere. It cannot always come from direct budget support. So if you have, out of the 100 acres, a mixed development where you have high-end commercial, where you have also some high-end residential, middle-income residential lots or strata title, but also affordable housing lots, that will be able to cross-subsidize the development of these particular homes. As the Minister also highlighted, the technology that's available in Fiji in respect of housing is comparatively fairly archaic. We still have the, you put the steel, you put the bricks, very manual intensive, etc. There are many different ways of construction. Now, New Zealand itself is going through, we met, I remember a couple of years ago meeting the Minister responsible for housing. They have a number of issues themselves. In fact, there's a shortage of homes in New Zealand. So they're looking at also developing various models, and they themselves find these issues that I've just highlighted. There are companies in other countries like, for example, Malaysia, Singapore, even New Zealand for that matter, that can partner up, and with IFC's international reach, we can help get them to help partner up with those types of companies together with local construction companies. It's not just the quality of it, it's the cost of it, and indeed the speed at which they can build these homes on a sustainable basis. So that's the model with IFC that we're looking at. IFC is not going to own any land. The land will still be owned by Housing Authority. We will have this mixed development. They have a lot of expertise in that area, and that's precisely what we'll be doing. So what we can do, if, for example, there's strata titles that have been built on these lands, we can then deem those houses to have been built by these low-income families, and they'll get a $30,000 grant towards that, which will help defray the cost for them. That's the type of mechanism that we're looking at in respect of the IFC project, and I don't want to go too much in detail. The Minister, I'm sure, will talk about that later. I think the other point that I want to make, I mean, Honourable Kepa talked about the gender absence, etc., the equality of gender absence, equality of gender being absent. And some of the issues highlighted by Honourable Nawekula. I remember in 1999, when I first came to the DPP's office, we were given huge files because of corruption matters then in Housing Authority. Honourable Leader of Opposition would remember this. This is where there were some contractors who were actually benefiting. So the system has actually had the rot for a long period of time, and frankly, there has not been the political, no administrative will to actually do an entire sort of, overhaul of the organization, which obviously we need to do, but still be able to get that organization to be able to deliver what it's supposed to deliver. So the issue is about appointment of people on merit. We need to appoint the right people on merit. Honorable Bulitavu talked about, outsourcing versus in-house. There's a lot of different models regarding that. But efficiency is actually gained when you're able to outsource. And in fact, outsourcing also creates jobs, as we know. Because once you're employed, your ability to deliver projects is actually delayed, as opposed to reaching certain milestones, which is contract-driven. Mr. Speaker, sir, the other point I kind of does worry me about, somebody said, how come this savings and there's still all this shortage of, it just makes sense. I can't even want to respond to that because obviously it's a P&L issue. That's why you have cash reserves, etc. But completely agree. Of course, in the past there have been bureaucratic bungles. But it's the ability to deal with it. Of course, there would be people who could be corrupt in the Lautoka office, who could be taking a bribe or putting people's names up the ladder. Yes, there could be that, of course. The fact that you now have an open, public, transparent process to deal with it is actually something that we should gain comfort from, because we want to tackle this issue, to be able to get rid of this particular bureaucratic issue that's been existing in the organization. The last point that I would like to make also, Mr. Speaker, sir, is that, again, when you talk about housing, you cannot actually escape from the issue of what we call informal settlements. The reality is that in Fiji post-independence, we saw an upsurge of informal settlements throughout Fiji, because people wanted to move closer to towns and cities. They wanted to have their own homes. We became sort of movement from the agro-based economy to more urban areas. A lot more people are living on informal settlements. Now, under the Bainimarama government and under the Fiji First government, we have made enormous strides in respect of formalizing informal settlements. That nobody spoke about. Many areas in Fiji now, where people have been living as squatters, they now have 99-year leases. So that also needs to be taken into account in respect of the housing demands, Mr. Speaker, sir, and the budget allocations that have been put in place, Mr. Speaker, sir. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, of course, we agree that there needs to be room for improvement. The reality is that the new models are being looked at. We are constantly looking at what are the solutions we can provide, improvement of housing authority, getting the housing grants in place. If in the budget, Mr. Speaker, sir, we also made an announcement that if the private sector also subdivides land, they'll be given various tax rebates. Any profits they make from the sale of the subdivision lots, not taxable at all. Why are we doing that? Because it's going to be an all-out effort. It's not just housing authority, the private sector, housing authority. We've got an IFC project. We've got the Minister for Lands, Minister for Housing, formalizing the informal settlement. So it's a multi-pronged approach to try and improve the rate of home ownership in Fiji. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
I thank the Honourable Attorney General for his contribution to the debate. And I now call upon the chairperson of the Standing Committee on Social Affairs to speak and reply.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, sir. Honourable Speaker, sir, I do not have any further comments. Thank you.
The Parliament will now vote to note the content of the report. I remind honourable members that once the vote is taken on the motion, it ends there and the report will not be debated again in Parliament. This will be the case for all the Standing Committee reports that will be debated this week. Does any member oppose the motion? As no member opposes, the motion is agreed to unanimously. Secretary General.
Motion by the chairperson of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and Defence.
I now call upon the chairperson of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and Defence, the Honourable Alexander O'Connor, to move his motion. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, I move that Parliament debates the review report of the Ministry of Defence, National Security and Immigration Biannual Report, January to July 2016, which was tabled on the 4th of April 2019.
Is there a seconder?
Honourable Speaker, sir, I beg to second the motion.
Thank you. I now invite the chairperson of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and Defence to speak on his motion. You have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, sir, on behalf of the honourable members of the committee, I take this opportunity to speak in support of the motion in regards to the debate on the committee report. This is the first report by the Ministry of Defence, National Security and Immigration to be reviewed by the Standing Committee at this session of Parliament. The committee recognises that the report was put together in haste because of the change in the financial year of government. The report is quite basic and does not discuss the Ministry's key performance indicators. This made it difficult for the committee to thoroughly and accurately evaluate the performance of the Ministry over the reporting period. The committee recognizes the essential oversight role of the Ministry of Defense in the security, defense, and well-being of the nation and our people. Therefore, the ministry should be seen to be the leading agency for the issuance of policy guidance to shape the functions of all government departments under its umbrella. Mr. Speaker, sir, I wish to highlight the gist of a few of the committee recommendations. 1, the committee recommends that relevant policies be put in place to safeguard and protect critical national assets such as water catchments, petroleum storage facilities, power stations, sewage treatment plants, telecommunication sites, seaports and airports. Vibrant and efficient monitoring and evaluation, together with legislative framework for these critical national assets, is the way forward for the ministry. 2, the committee strongly recommends that the laws and regulations governing the security and safe movement of explosives and dangerous goods ordinance be reviewed to strengthen compliance to safety standards. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is anticipated that the recommendations by the committee is given due consideration by government and addressed through appropriately. Mr. Speaker, sir, with those few comments as a member, I support the recommendations of the report before the House, and I thank you, sir.
Thank you. Honourable members, the floor is now open for debate on the motion. Honourable Prime Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I rise to speak on the motion by the Honourable Alexander O'Connor. As immigration sits among my portfolios, I will speak as to how our immigration systems have strengthened with a view towards a more secure Fiji. You all know, Honourable Speaker, national security starts at the border. As we've seen through the duration of the global COVID-19 pandemic, Fiji's strong border controls have kept new cases of the coronavirus from entering the country, preventing new outbreaks of the virus while also safely allowing some flows of tourism, such as yacht tourism, to resume. Our vigilance has now placed us more than 130 days from a new case of the virus in our communities. We are one of, if not the only country in the world with such a record, which is testament to the strength of our immigration infrastructure. We are also strengthening our immigration systems in ways that make travel more convenient for our people. We recently, as you have heard, rolled out our e-passports, leading a new layer of security to our immigration system. These new passports contain a new range of security features that make it much more difficult for people to enter the country illegally, establishing a more secure Fijian passport, bringing greater integrity to our immigration system. Thanks to industry-leading technology incorporated by Germany's mobile ID services, whose very same security features are found in passports in countries like Australia, New Zealand, and the United States. Fijian passport holders are also protected against forgery, identity theft, and passport tampering and reproduction. Government will continue to provide appropriate technology, professional training, and continue to update relevant legislations to strengthen the institutions charged with border security. With that commitment, Honourable Speaker, I give my support to the report. Vinaka.
I thank the Honourable Prime Minister. Honourable Nikono Waikula, you have the floor.
Honourable Speaker, I would like to talk about the contents of the report that are coming to the House. I wish to say, Honourable Speaker, that it is very, very difficult for the committees to properly assess the performance of a department or ministry because of the contents. And it is highlighted here. It is said here, the report is quite basic and does not discuss the ministry's key performance indicators. This made it difficult for the committee to thoroughly and accurately evaluate the performance of the ministries over the reporting period. It's the same issue that I always say every time I sit in one of the committees. I ask the relevant ministries to please, the government has been in performance management culture for nearly 10 years now. So can they please include in their report their targets, the key performance indicators, and more importantly, whether those targets are achieved or not and the reason. Without that, it's very, very hard for the committee. So this is one example. And I wish to say that of all the reports that I have seen, the police report is the best, because it clearly sets out what their corporate targets are, what the key performance indicators are, whether those are achieved or not, and the reason. So I wish I make the comment similarly for the other reports that are coming before the committees for review.
Thank the Honourable Member. Honourable Teo Tikunduanduo, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I would like to place my support on this report that has been tabled to the House by the Honourable Alex O'Connor as a member of the committee that he chairs. And I recognize what he noted, that the report concentrated around the 6 months in which the ministry had to report because of the change in the financial year. I would just like to make some general observations on the findings of the committee, and also some of the submissions that were made to the committee with regards to this report. Honourable Speaker, you will understand that this is a report for the year 2016, and since then it has been 20 years. This report was, same report was reviewed in 2019, 3 years after the committee, after the report was tabled to Parliament. Initially, I would like to say that unfortunately from the report we were not able to visit the Fiji police force. On this particular occasion we were going to visit the office of the CID in Turek. Unfortunately, for some unknown reason, the committee was unable to go there on the case of differences between the committee and the police HQ. And I hope in the future that this is not going to happen, because it does create a bad precedent where the members of the Parliamentary Committee are unable to go and visit the different offices of government and independent institutions in Fiji. I would also like to note some very interesting observations. I must note, and I would like to thank the commander of the Republic of Fiji military forces on a very interactive session that we had at Black Rock during our visit there, talking about projects at Black Rock. It also gave us a good understanding of what he's thinking, particularly on some of the concerns that the committee had raised. Now, one of the issues, and that is noted in the report itself, is that the committee had raised with the commander at Black Rock the concern that the Republic of Fiji military forces had not submitted an annual report to the House for a very long time. He did make a commitment that he would do that, and I hope, Honourable Speaker, that occasion is going to come, because it can only be good for the RFMF and also for the Fiji people through Parliament to have a level of transparency and institution that bears such a level of responsibility under the Constitution for the security, defence and well-being of our people. So I hope then, Mr. Speaker, that the Honourable Minister will also note that the Honourable Minister for Defence, that Parliament would like to see the tabling of the reports from the Republic of Fiji military forces from the years past up until last year. Honourable Speaker, I want to note on this occasion also a very important observation that was also made by the Commander during his presentation, was that on the level of maturity that he had discussed with the committee with regards to the recruitment of soldiers into the force at the age of 18. He made a comparison on the maturity of the individuals back then. He noted 1987 in particular, and then he noted the challenges at the moment where the youth that are joining the RFMF today seem to not possess that similar level of maturity that he as a commander would like to see. And it has, in a way, created an added burden, perhaps, to him and the force to try and bring up the level of maturity of these young individuals, particularly young men and women, who see a career in the RFMF into the future. Now, we saw it as being significant, Honourable Speaker, because such is the extent of the responsibility entrusted upon the RFMF as an institution, the commander as being the head of the force, and also the officers and men, to maintaining and upholding the constitutional role in a professional manner and in a mature manner. Now, he had raised this. We also recognized that he had noted in our deliberations with him that he has an issue with regards to, because the majority of the force has been from the era of 1987 and almost, soldiers around that end are now at the top end of the command and leadership in the RFMF and will be exiting very soon. And I'm talking about the officer corps here, and also in the warrant officers and senior NCOs. So the point here, Honourable Speaker, is that the concern by the committee is that given that this high level of attrition going into the future, it is important that the RFMF, for that matter, and I would like to say here that because it has the bearing of the force has a direct bearing on the national security strategy, which I believe has been through cabinet and has yet to see the floor of the House. A lot of work has been done. I understand that the Honourable Captain Natua was looking after this work after Commodore Teleni, and I understand that Brigadier Koloniwai is doing that work. But it is such an important thing because I think at the national level, Honourable Speaker, given the great sense of responsibility to which the force is entrusted, the level of expectation in terms of the professionalism that it needs to have, to be able to carry out its functions that the people of Fiji will have confidence in the future. Now, this is something that the commander, according to his report, is facing at present. Now, and he deserves every support in that regard, because I can only say here that in the future, I hope that government is going to bring the national security strategy into the House sooner rather than later, and also in that respect, the defense white paper related to that, and the police white paper, because the nation needs to see how the force deploys itself, how it views itself with regards to the role that it is supposed to be playing for the security of the nation. So I bring that issue here as being one of the critical issues that we had discussed with the commander. So let me repeat that again. He needs help to try and make sure that the recruitment into the force has mature people, and they need help with the majority of the applicants so that upon the entrustment of the role that they are given, that the people of Fiji can have confidence in the course into the future. And of course, the issue of the annual report that I had noted earlier. Honourable Speaker, I would like to just say again my concerns, particularly with regards to the national security strategy. We had a discussion about this in previous committees, and I think in one of our future reports it's going to notice, but I see this post that was put out in the Fijian government website, and if I may just be allowed to read it. Your government will ensure a safe, secure, and stable Fiji guided by the national security strategy. The rule of law will be upheld, and the Constitution will be protected. And we all support this, Honourable Speaker. But the important thing is that we need to know what is entailed in the national security strategy. It's an issue that needs to be brought to the floor of Parliament, so that when we are talking about the RFMF, the police in this case, we need to understand their role in the whole scope of what our national security landscape will be into the future. Mr. Speaker, just to conclude, I would like to make some comments with regards to the Department of Immigration, or the, now I believe it's called the Fijian Immigration Services. We had, and I had noted a concern that one of the challenges that that is faced by people that live in Fiji, particularly those that are non-citizens, is about their rights. When they come to Fiji to work under work permits and the laws that guide it. The concern here, Mr. Speaker, is that we often hear stories and issues about how they have been mistreated or have been taken advantage by the officials of the Immigration Department, or what it was called then. I understand that we have a new Director of Immigration, Ms. Amelia Komesawai, and I would like to wish her well in her new job. But I think this is probably one area that she would also have to look at in the department, in looking after the rights of those who are non-Fijians that are here. Most of them, because of the fear of their own work, are unable to raise their rights and concerns, with the government and other places of officers of authority, for that matter, in particular the immigration. And this is a major cause of concern, Honourable Speaker. Earlier on this year, Honourable Speaker, we as a Parliament had acceded to the Conventions on the Right of Migrant Workers. And I would like to raise that again in the House, that the migrant workers here in Fiji play a very critical role in the development of our nation. Therefore, they need to be accorded the rights that is deserved of them. And in particular, we would like to ask and to make sure that when it comes to matters of immigration, that these foreign workers are treated well and fairly by the Fiji Immigration Department. And also, I would like to, as a concluding remark, would like to note as well that there have been issues faced by employers also in Fiji with regards to migrant workers as well, who they have contracted to work for their companies. Some of these workers face difficulties, particularly some companies face difficulties in being able to retain these workers when their terms come to an end. We all understand that when you build a team, it is, you would like to reap the benefits of the investment in people that you have trained. So when they work with these migrants, the different companies that bring them, they would like to keep them and be given the opportunity to be able to use their services for as long as it is possible. And we would like to ask that the Immigration Department and the relevant authority to look at helping our employers in Fiji to be able to use the services of foreign workers when they need them, and particularly when immigration issues do come to the fore with regards to these workers. With those few comments, I thank you, Honourable Speaker.
I thank the Honourable Chicadodo. Honourable Liamanga-Walker, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Very briefly, I'm concerned about an observation by the committee on the pertinent issues they have raised. Number 3, it says the committee noted that little was done to ensure that the incident at Wailotua and Interlevel did not reoccur. The incident referred to here is where a container full of cyanide was placed at risk when the truck carrying this dangerous cargo was involved in an accident. The accident posed grave and immediate threat to personal lives and environments. It worries me, Honourable Speaker, that we don't seem to be taking precautions when transporting harmful chemicals. And it's very concerning that the committee is saying little has been done to rectify that. Honourable Speaker, not long ago, a couple of weeks ago, there was this explosion in Beirut, in Lebanon, due to harmful chemicals that were not properly stored. And I had raised this question to be asked in Parliament this week, but I didn't make it past the table, and I suspect someone is going to make a ministerial statement on that, because it's quite concerning that if you see this report, we appear to be lax in safeguarding our community from harmful chemicals. In this particular case, if it was a truck, was there a convoy of trucks, protective trucks, the lead vehicle, and those in the back to ensure that the convoy traveled at the right speed, and that people were aware that something harmful and dangerous was being transported on the road? We would like to know more about this. And I wonder if the committee, in its closing statement, that the chair could give us a bit more details about this. And of course, I would hope that soon we could hear from the minister on whether the harmful chemicals in this country are properly stored. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you. Honourable Bulutau, you have the floor.
So, my Honourable Speaker, sir, my short contribution this afternoon is just to note the committee's recommendation in terms of I would like to, probably after this, the Honourable Minister for Defence will speak, and also in the budget debate recently, when it came to the head of this particular head, Ministry of Defence, we talked about the Defence White Paper and the Police White Paper and also the RFMF. And it assured the House that it will come into the House soon, going through probably drafting stages and also that will determine the restructure of the force and also the national security strategy. My concern is also on recommendation 1 of the report, if the Minister is on the same page, whether work has been done on that progress of there is stock of reverting the immigration functions at the border from FRCS to the Department of Immigration. If there could be an update on that, and also the issue of e-passports that we have now, and also the cost of new passport, affordability, given the requirements that come with it in terms of birth certificates and other things that our ordinary Fijians find it difficult or too high to pay. But we also consider the security measures that come with it. But again, those are some of the things to consider on how people benefit from the various policies that fall under this report. The other thing, quickly, probably a recurring issue, again, just the annual report for the RFMF since 2014. It's still pending, and I hope the Honourable Minister has something to say about that. on the availability of this report to be scrutinized by Parliamentary Committee. And also on the, we are also thankful that the development, that technological development happening at the Fiji, Republic of Fiji Navy and their data collection center in crisis management, especially SAR, search and rescue operations, and also Fiji SAR covering Kiribati, Tuvalu, and Vanuatu waters bordering Fiji. And I think the technologies that could be given to this, to our Navy to carry out that particular task in looking after Fiji's EEZ and the security of our waters, even on dangers that can come into our EEZ. The other two challenges that were noted there at on the annual report, one challenge at page 14 was the committee recommends latest satellite and geospatial technology for appropriate training for military, navy, police, military and defense personnel to assist in law enforcement, security and defense operations and crisis management, whether this will be also part of the white paper that will be coming, taking into consideration both challenges that are listed there, and also the other challenge will be the degree of autonomy that the Ministry, RFMF and the police, while we know that policing now has come under the Ministry of Defense. Those are some of the observations. Probably some clarification can be provided by the Honourable Minister on some assurance on the documents that I've stated, on when it will be making their way to Parliament, and also the progress of the white paper. We now will use it.
Thank the Honourable Member. Honourable Ronaldo, you have the floor.
Honourable Speaker, sir. Just wanted to make a short contribution on the findings of the committee. First is the variance of 94,000 that has been identified in the Auditor General's report. Note that the committee was very satisfied with the clarity in terms of the occurrence of this variance of $94,000. But this, Mr. Speaker, sir, indicates the operational challenges within the immigration department. And I see that there is a lot of issues that has been highlighted by the committee addressing the operational capability of the immigration department, especially looking after those that have overstayed in Fiji. We note that the details of the overstayers and the reasons for their overstaying has been highlighted in the committee reports, but this questions the terms in which the works of the immigration department. How effective are they monitoring the people that have come to Fiji through work permits or through other visa arrangements that allowed people to overstay, that have allowed people to work without advising the immigration department that they have now changed employers. So these are some of the issues that I have noted from the contents of the report, which we'd be grateful if the Honourable Minister could advise that they have now addressed this issue to ensure that there is no repeat of what has been highlighted. The other issue, Mr. Speaker, sir, is regarding those that have been arrested. I note that in one of the question sessions, the surveillance was conducted and they were given a deadline for July 2016, even though the report also highlighted that there was one Solomon Islander who was a student that had breached his student permit. So this raises a question in terms of the operational capability of the Department of Immigration. Note that there is a new acting director of immigration that has been appointed, and hopefully, Mr. Speaker, sir, this will address the issues that have been highlighted by the committee. And I also thank the committee for preparing this report and giving us a detailed information in terms of the operations of immigration department. The other issue that I'd like to speak on, Mr. Speaker, sir, is the security division. of Ministry of Defense that noted in 2016 that the traffic situation on our roads would worsen if nothing was done to address it. And this traffic congestion still continues today, and I hope that the Minister in his reply will also inform the House how are they going to address this traffic situation, which also affects productivity, affects the workers' life, living, as I've already mentioned, homes in the ungodly hours in the morning, and also reaching home in the late at night. It also affects the productivity of a worker coming to work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Minister for Defence. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Thank you for this opportunity to clarify some of the issues raised and, of course, make some comments on the 2016 biannual report for the Ministry of Defence National Security. And back then, we also had the Ministry of Immigration, but the Honourable Minister for Immigration has already highlighted some of the improvements that they are currently undertaking in the ministry. Let me thank the chairperson of the committee and his members who have presided over the report before us today. As Minister responsible for defence now, I do convey the sincere apology of the ministry for the quality of the report, but be assured, Honourable Member and Mr. Speaker, sir, that these ongoing challenges is something that we will continue to work on as we have a relentless effort on pursuing excellence in the work that we do. I will not use the change of the financial year and, of course, the switching of processes and the key documents of government from annual corporate plans to costed operations plans as an excuse, but I just wish to assure the House that we are doing our very best to improve on these areas. Very quickly, Mr. Speaker, sir, on some of the questions raised by the honourable members who have spoken before me, let me just clarify this issue about the variance of 94,000 in the Immigration Department. Mr. Speaker, sir, I have been informed that the committee's findings on the variance of 94,197 by the Immigration Department was due to the systems used, FMIS and IBMS, which is the Integrated Border Control Management System, were not compatible. And this resulted in the variance. But let me assure the Honourable House that the two systems, though not compatible because of the IBMS, which is not linked up to the consul service by the Fijian missions abroad, the variance of 94,000 derived from the manual receipts issued and were not being recorded in the IBMS system. Therefore, there was no loss of revenue to government. On the issue of traffic on the roads, Mr. Speaker, sir, of course, Fiji is benefiting from the development programs of government, and this is perhaps a positive side of how it trickles down to ordinary citizens, as the Honourable Minister for Economy has always highlighted, and people have freedom of choice to purchase vehicles and, of course, its usage as well. But in terms of the safety and security, the traffic department of the police is working very closely with the Land Transport Authority and other key stakeholders, although traffic issue is probably with the Ministry for Infrastructure and Transport, but the role that we play is particularly on the monitoring of the traffic and, of course, road safety measures when it comes to the work undertaken by the Ministry of Defence with the work of the police, particularly with the traffic unit. But this is work in progress, and of course, this also requires the participation and support of every Fijian, particularly all road users. We need to be vigilant of the road conditions and of course the restrictions in terms of speed, and so that we can all ensure that safety is always observed when we are using our roads. On the issue of chemicals, Mr. Speaker, sir, as highlighted by the Honourable Ngawoka, there is a clear distinction between explosives and chemicals. And of course, I admit the fact that this is something perhaps not highlighted in the report, Honourable Chair and members of the committee. This is something that the Ministry is looking at, particularly the issue of the Chemicals Weapons Act, because chemicals and other combustible materials are mainly covered under the occupational health and safety regulations and the Act itself. Because anything combustible, whether it's chemicals, whether it's just rubbish or whatever, the OHS committees in all the organizations are responsible for that. But we, as I have stated, there is a clear distinction between chemicals and of course explosives. Explosives is quite easy to deal with, and there are already regulations in place about the storage, movement of, but perhaps the challenge, Honourable Member and Mr. Speaker, sir, is on chemicals, particularly those that are also in this category, cyanide and other hazardous chemicals, which can be incorporated into our Chemical Weapons Act. That is something that we will look at, particularly given this. But of course, all that I can say at this stage, Honourable Speaker, sir, that the Ministry, through the RFMF and the police, will always be available to provide escorts if need be. But for those that are in possession of these chemicals or explosives, as long as we are contacted, so that we can provide the approach, the escorts, so that it's safe, whether it's moving on the road. But definitely the long-term solution to this is the review of the Chemicals Act, which we are currently in the initial stages of discussing with all the relevant stakeholders, so that such issues can be addressed for the future. But as I've stated, we are always happy to assist if need be. The EOD team in the RFMF, and of course the police can provide escorts if need be, and or otherwise let's liaise very closely with the ministry responsible, the Ministry for Labour, on other chemicals, particularly regarding storage and of course transportation as well. I hope that that probably would assist for now. Issues about national security strategy and the relevant documents, I did state that, Honourable Speaker, sir, when we had the budget debates, that we are in the final stages. It has come to Cabinet, but Cabinet has directed that we conduct further consultations. There are still some areas that we need to sit and discuss with the Solicitor General's office, and that is work in progress, and of course that will lead to the other documents as well. I did admit during the budget debate as well that of course I would want to speed up this outstanding work and of course the documents related to it. But of course I did state, and the Honourable Leader of the Opposition can recall that one of the key issues that I face in the Ministry is capacity, because it's called now Ministry for Defence, National Security and Policing, but the structure and most of what I have in the Ministry when I took over the Ministry is still Home Affairs from Home Affairs days, Honourable Speaker, sir. So this is something that we are working on seriously, and of course I'm thankful that Brigadier Kolonua is with me now in the ministry headquarters so that we can work on this. But on that, I've talked about capacity. I'm thankful to the to the Australian government, Mr. Speaker, sir. After my meeting with the Honourable Minister last year, I did raise about these capacity issues in the ministry, and she wrote a letter to the to my office early this year. If I can formalize some of the requests that I've made, and I'm pleased to mention here in this Honourable House, Mr. Speaker, said that last Friday we received a letter from the Minister for Defence, Senator Linda Reynolds, that Australia is willing to provide an extra placing for Fiji at CDSS, the Centre for Defence and Strategic Studies in Australia for next year. RFMF will maintain their candidate. We have Captain Navy Humphrey Kawake currently in the at CDSS, but the good thing is there will be a civilian equivalent senior attending CDSS as well next year. And I am looking at officials from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs or from the Ministry of Defence so that they can be exposed to the strategic level training environment and of course the related work as well, which will help us in the long term in terms of the development of our policies, Mr. Speaker. Annual reports, again, I have stated before this August House that the Commander RFMF has appeared before the committees of Parliament, and he has given his assurance, and of course I know that there is a team currently being tasked to look at the annual reports that are due from the RFMF. On the issue again at the border, sorry I missed this, Mr. Speaker, between the work between customs and immigration. Of course, we have biosecurity, we have immigration, and we have Fiji revenue and customs officials too there, in there. But of course, there are clear demarcation in their responsibilities, but there is understanding that they will, although the persons that sits on the desk is not entirely immigration or biosecurity in terms of the manning, but of course the work program and the allocation of responsibilities is clearly outlined. And of course, it's not only in terms of the processing, but of course in the baggage checking systems as well, where you will see either biosecurity manning it, or customs manning it, or even immigration officers manning it. But of course, they have their own systems and processes in place. But let me assure this August House that of course we treat security issues as a key priority in terms of the border processing. Mr. Speaker, that's perhaps some clarifications to some of the issues highlighted in the report. But let me just assure this August House that we have been working already on areas highlighted, including the gender and our alignment to the SDGs. Be assured, leave that to us, Mr. Speaker, sir. But of course, we hope that we will produce better quality reports into the future as well, because the safety and security of all Fijians cannot be compromised, and we have a responsibility to deliver to that higher level of expectation as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
I thank the Honourable Minister. I now give the floor to the Chairperson of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and Defence to to speak in reply. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, I don't have any further comments. Thank you.
The Parliament will now vote to note the content of the report. Does any member oppose the motion? As no member opposes, the motion is agreed to unanimously. Honourable members, for the purposes of complying with standing orders with respect to sitting times, I will allow a suspension motion to be moved. And I call on the Leader of Government in Parliament, the Honourable Inia Sirui-Ratu, to move his motion. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, I move under Standing Order 6 that so much of Standing Orders 23 Clause 1 is suspended so as to allow the House to sit beyond 4:30 p.m. today to complete the remaining items as listed on today's order paper.
Is there a seconder?
Honourable Speaker, I beg to second the motion.
I now call upon the Leader of Government in Parliament to speak on the motion. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, as agreed by the Business Committee during the meeting on the 27th, last Thursday, Mr. Speaker, sir, we have before us an outstanding item on Schedule 2 and, of course, the remaining items on Schedule 3 on oral and written questions. Thus, the request for the House to sit beyond 4:30 p.m. today to complete the business as listed in the order paper. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The floor is open for debate. There being no one wishing to take the floor, Honourable Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I have nothing further to add to the motion.
The Parliament will now vote. The question is that under Standing Order 6, that so much of Standing Order 23, Clause 1 is suspended so as to allow the House to sit beyond 4:30 p.m. today to complete the remaining items as listed on today's order paper. Does any member oppose the motion? As no member opposes, the motion is agreed to unanimously. Honourable members, we will now suspend proceedings for refreshments in the big committee room. Parliament will resume in half an hour. We adjourn. Honorable members, please be seated. Secretary General.
Motion in the name of the Honorable Andiliti Angioni Baravi.
I now call upon the Honorable Andiliti Angioni Baravi to move her motion. You have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, sir. I beg to move that Parliament resolves to establish a special committee under Standing Order 129 to inquire into the impacts of drug-related abuse and make recommendations on how the use of drugs can be reduced.
Is there a seconder?
Honorable Speaker, sir, I rise to second the motion.
I now invite the Honorable Andiliti Angioni Baravi to speak on her motion. You have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, sir. Honorable Prime Minister, the Honorable Leader of Opposition, Honorable Ministers of Cabinet, Honorable Assistant Ministers, and Honorable Members of the House. I rise to present my motion on this August House. Mr. Speaker, sir, there is an urgent need to reflect on current efforts to address the abuse of drugs in this country. That is the rationale for this motion before the House. I acknowledge the work that is ongoing by the police force, the military and Fiji Navy in combating the cultivation and trafficking of drugs in Fiji. However, despite this work, drug offenses continue to increase, according to police crime statistics. This alarming trend is evidenced by the fact that Fiji had a 560% increase in drug-related offenses between 2013 and 18, from 200 drug-related cases in 2013 to 1,400 by 2018. This was reported by the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, Mr. Speaker, sir. The statistics were presented by the Fiji Police Force at the 43rd meeting of the heads of national drug law enforcement agencies, Asia and the Pacific in Thailand in 2009. According to the report, seizures of parcel posts containing illicit drugs skyrocketed between 2013 and 2018. The report said that this included intercepts of methamphetamine, which had originated from China, the US, and South America. The UNODC report notes that the huge leap from 200 cases in 2013 to 1,400 in 2018 showed the level of infiltration by criminal elites in the Pacific. The report states that for years, organized crime groups have exploited Pacific Island countries and territories as a transshipment point for meth trafficked from East and Southeast Asia and North America to Australia and New Zealand. The US Overseas Security Advice Council, OSAC, Fiji Crime and Safety Report for 2020 that was published on 4th of June 2020 states that there are elements of Asian organized crime involved in illegal gambling, prostitution, cybercrime, and narcotics distribution in Fiji. In recent years, Australia outlaw motorcycle gangs have attempted to establish a presence in Fiji, but they do not appear to have caused any significant crime-related issues. The report further states that drug addiction does contribute to some of the petty crime that occurs in Fiji. Penalties for possession, use, or trafficking in illegal drugs, including marijuana, are severe. Convicted offenders can expect long jail sentences and heavy fines. There has been a recent uplift in the local sale and use of meth, which previously only transisted through Fiji on the way to Australia or New Zealand. This past year, sir, there has been a spike in meth-related arrests. This was again confirmed by the Fiji police when it appeared before the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and Defense in 2019. The police confirmed that in 2018, while aggravated robbery reduced by 6%, burglary by 13%, sexual offenses by 10%, domestic violence by 35%, drug offenses recorded an increase of 55% from 685 cases in 2017 to 1,223 in 2018 and 1,058 in 2019. The stats show a sustained increase in drug offenses and theft cases. From the statistics collected in the Pacific, it is clearly becoming a center stage for drug peddlers and users in the Pacific. Fiji, by virtue of its geographical position, is faced with twin problems of illicit drug trafficking and increasing use. These are further aggravated by the rapid transitional and social changes arising from urbanization. These developments create an atmosphere which exposes entire communities to greater risk associated with drug abuse. Save the Children Fiji reports that the continuing political and economic instability in the country has also led to a lot more children working as drug traffickers or prostitutes. There is a range of evidence and data suggesting the potential for increased risk of HIV infection associated with its substance use in Fiji. But there is a need to explore this issue further with social behavioral and qualitative research. While harmful substance use patterns and sexual health risk factors are increasingly reported, there is little risk analysis regarding the interaction of the two. Of particular concern is the current environment of rapidly changing substance use and patterns with little in the way of structural responses to protect the people of Fiji from the range of social and health-related harms. According to the National Substance Abuse and Advisory Council, 1,634 cases of drugs and substance abuse in schools was recorded in 2019. This was an increase of 16% compared to the 1,058 cases in 2018. From these stats, 75% of the cases were recorded in secondary schools, which involved cases of smoking cigarettes, sniffing glue, and even cases of smoking marijuana, while the other 25% was in primary schools. In 2013, national meth cases totaled 2. Then in 2018, there were 113 recorded cases. That is only recorded cases. We know from the recent SBS documentary that the majority of drug use, or hard drugs in particular, are happening below the radar and away from the attention of authorities. There is no data with regards to the rates of addiction, but St. Giles Psychiatric Hospital in Suva has reported that nearly 20% of its patients in the year from May 2017 to April 2018 were admitted for substance abuse, mostly for meth. Honorable Speaker, our national drug problem requires a coordinated nationwide response. It is submitted that Parliament act today to establish a special committee to explore the issues and make recommendations. Honorable Speaker, sir, this is not merely a law enforcement problem. It is a society-wide threat that requires us all to work together, including within government, the Social Welfare Ministry, and the Health Ministry. The extent of the threat posed by green drugs, marijuana, and hard drugs, meth, cocaine, heroin, cannot be just a case for drones and special equipment for the police. The Department of Social Welfare, Youth and Health Ministries also require budgetary allocation to undertake not only preventative programs, but also for drug treatment or rehabilitation centers. This requires coordination at the national level to start with, and cannot be left to only law enforcement, but a holistic approach is required. Currently, Mr. Speaker, sir, Fiji has no rehab center, no methadone clinic, no addiction health specialists, or even a Narcotics Anonymous meeting. With the lack of resources and professional specialists to tackle this drug problem, it is no wonder that there is a continual increase of drug-related issues and crimes in Fiji. It is critical to formulate a response coordinated at national level that addresses the law enforcement response, but also the psychological and destructive effect of drugs abuse on individuals, families, communities, villages, provinces, and the nation as a whole. Budgetary provision needs to be considered for construction of clinics to treat addicts. Our schools require more counselors. Consideration must be given to funding to ensure that one counselor is readily available to say 3 schools instead of the 1 counselor per division that is currently in place. Hotspot schools where drugs use has become prevalent must be identified, and we must ensure counselors are available, Mr. Speaker, sir. The figures from the National Substance Abuse Advisory Council for 2018 records the incidence of drugs and abuse in schools are alarming indeed. There were 118 cases of marijuana possession, 11 cases of drug dealing, 95 cases of homebrew, 301 cases of glue sniffing or inhalants. Honorable Speaker, sir, the numbers are telling us that it is not the time to treat drugs as just another crime. It is time to act with urgency. A bipartisan special committee is required to inquire holistically into this matter. Mind education lectures are another concept that I'm hopeful the special committee will consider. The Fiji government, with the Minister of Youth, has signed an MOU with the International Youth Fellowship, and so has the Methodist Church of Fiji. Mr. Speaker, sir, the development of material civilization, which pursues convenience and comfort and encourages absence of communication between people through the development of information technologies, have affected minds. In fact, destroyed minds. And there is a huge impact that comes with this, including suicide, game and drug addictions, among others. Mr. Speaker, sir, I am gravely concerned that if we do not act now to address the drug problem in Fiji in a holistic manner, then the problem will be insurmountable in the next few years. A generation of people on drugs will be the cause of disarray in our family units, our homes, our villages, our communities. As I had said from the outset, Mr. Speaker, sir, we acknowledge the work that has been carried out by the police and the military. We all have to work together, government, lawmakers, policymakers, the police, the religious bodies, the Vanua, the community leaders, NGOs, civil society organizations, to fight this destructive epidemic that will destroy our people and our nation. We need to cooperate across the aisle on this grave matter. That is why, Honorable Speaker, sir, I am proposing that the government lead the special committee, which I propose to be chaired by the Assistant Minister for Health, Honorable Alexander O'Connor, and its Deputy Chair to be Honorable Dr. Salik Govind. The Assistant Minister for Social Welfare, Honorable Veena Bhatnagar, is proposed as the 3rd member, and the other 2 members from this side of the House, the Honorable Salathan Rondo and I. The Honorable Ratu Tevita Nyumatewalu, the Assistant Shadow Minister for the Ministry of Defense, and I. A bipartisan committee will review all these issues and challenges together in a holistic manner, Honorable Speaker. And I urge colleagues on the other side of the House to agree to the terms of the motion. In considering the terms of reference for the special committee, may I offer the following, Honorable Speaker, sir. 1, the committee is to examine the green and synthetic drugs issue in Fiji from 3 perspectives: those who are unfortunate to be addicted, the drug pushers, and the community. 2, the committee will consider recommendations that include legislative policy and budgetary requirements and recommendations for consideration by government. The committee will submit its report to Parliament within 6 months, that is by the first sitting in 2021. Mr. Speaker, sir, I commend the motion before the House.
Honourable members, the floor is now open for debate on the motion. Honourable Salote.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, sir. I'd like to highlight again to the House that just last year, in same month, August 2019, the Honorable Tikundundua moved a similar motion in essence. And yet, it was defeated by the government side. And he also had alluded to the same sentiments that has been mentioned by Honorable Ngioni Mbaravi. And in his reply, the Minister for Defense, Honorable Seri Ratu, said that legislations, there is a national framework and policies and programs are in place to combat our drug problem in Fiji. That all these problems, drug problems that are infiltrating our primary schools, our secondary schools, our tertiary schools, and even in the community, will be addressed by the legislations, by the national framework and policies and programs that the government have in place. But Honorable Speaker, I'd like to highlight big performance indicators of those legislations, the national framework, and policies and programs which are just not working. For example, Honorable Speaker, the former police commissioner, Mr. Ngilio, said, and this is just in July, just last month, that in 2019, 1,223 cases were reported to the police, and that's a 16% increase from 2018. And that was also alluded to by Honorable Ngioni Mbaravi. And also, Ngilio said that there is great concern in the increase in possession of green drugs, which is marijuana, and hard drugs, like ice. And after having said that, the police commissioner, the media highlighted, and I believe it was Fiji Sun, that in 2016 in their issue, they said that 40 million worth of marijuana was seized by the police. On the 3rd of July, another 6.95 million was seized. And on the 20th of July, another news article ran 86 million. So just for those 3 cessation of marijuana plants, there was a total of 132.95 million, approximately 133 million. And yet, Honorable Speaker, the same Minister for Defense had the audacity to say in the last motion that the legislations, the national framework, policies and programs will resolve our drug problems, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, we also know the media ran stories of almost 100 bars of cocaine that were harvested or they were found floating in our maritime islands. And also, Honorable Speaker, there's a group of mothers that are concerned about their children having been used as peddlers in primary schools and in secondary schools. And they have formed an association, and that is the president is one Miss Ilana Kaloni Singer. And these are mothers, concerned mothers, that have taken things into their hands and have tried to assist the government in having to combat this problem, Honorable Speaker. And yet, with that kind of performance indicators, the government now is still having our sea borders open, using the excuse of the Blue Lane Initiative. And this Blue Lane Initiative allows yachts, apart from the Super Yacht Act that's still in place, now the Blue Lane Initiative still allows yachts to come into our country. If the 100 bars of cocaine had been found in the beaches of our maritime islands, then what kind of responsible government would have such initiative like that? When our air border is closed, why is our sea border still open? And Honorable Speaker, Honorable Attorney General, it is not a laughing matter. It is not a laughing matter. Using COVID-19 as an excuse to still allow the Blue Lane Initiative and having yachts come into our country, Honorable Speaker. If they are responsible enough, they'll close that border. Close the sea border, Honorable Speaker. if the Blue Lane initiative will allow yachts and will still bring in those kind of possibilities of having hard drugs ending up on our beaches, why is the government allowing that Blue Lane initiative, Honorable Speaker? And also the same government, I remember in the last term of Parliament, we had a debate when they moved the legislation to have the extension of opening hours of nightclub. At least now it's COVID-19 and there's a stop, but it may be temporary, Honorable Speaker. The law is in place that they changed to allow extended opening hours of nightclub. If the government is really concerned about our drug problems in Fiji, then they will not bring in these kind of legislations so that it will encourage, it will provide some kind of enabling environment for paddlers to operate in, Honorable Speaker. And in conclusion, Honorable Speaker, the government must stop playing lip service. Must stop playing lip service to the problems that we are faced with right now with drug problems. And I would plead to the other side of the House, to the Minister for Defense, the Minister responsible for this, for our borders, Honorable Speaker, to support this motion. This motion is about the welfare of our people. It's about the welfare of our children. It's about the welfare of our youth, Honorable Speaker. And I would earnestly plead to the other side of the House to support this motion, that we have a special committee established to look into the inquiry of drug problems in Fiji. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Prime Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to speak on the motion by, excuse me, the Honorable Anjali Tiangen Barari. Substance abuse, whether excessive alcohol consumption or the rising use of hard drugs like methamphetamine and cocaine is a matter of concern for all Fijians, Honorable Speaker. But it is a particularly cruel problem for our young people, whose entire futures can be snuffed out by developing an addiction to one of these deadly substances. Honorable Speaker, the drug problem is a crime problem. It is a health problem. It is a social problem. It is an educational problem. It is a productivity problem, and that is why my government has adopted a strategic, all-encompassing approach to address the many layers of this issue. We've taken big steps to root out this problem, wherever it exists. We're investing in helping victims recover. Last year, Honorable Speaker, I was proud to open the drug and alcohol unit at St. Giles Hospital, a first of its kind center which helps rehabilitate victims of substance abuse. Patient by patient, its staff are helping rehabilitate the victims of drug abuse and addiction, renewing their lease on life and introducing them to society. Mr. Speaker, that being said, we aren't only responding on the health side. While investing in recovery is immensely important, prevention is the key. The truth is, we would much prefer to invest our dollars in ensuring no child has exposure to hard drugs in the first place. We see the need to go after the root cause of this issue, the criminal networks profiting off the hard drugs trade in Fiji. These criminals, Honorable Speaker, within our borders and beyond our shores, put illegal profits beyond our people's well-being, and they must be dealt with. Our Fiji police has been properly resourced to pinpoint these offenders and put them behind bars. This financial year, my government has dedicated 40 million towards the construction of 4 new police stations in Nakasi, in Nandi, Lotoko, and Nalawa. The Fiji Police Force will be promoting 257 officers to senior posts to boost leadership and management. A total of 137 new recruits will be added to the ranks of the police, and we will be regulating special constable. The allocation dedicated for special drug operations increased from 800,000 to 1 million in the 2020-2021 national budget. And this funding Honorable Speaker, will help the Fiji Police Force better prepare and execute special response teams to undertake special drug operations. And we expect them to add on to the over $200 million worth of various illicit narcotics discovered over the last 3 years. Mr. Speaker, there are some ill-informed people out there claiming crime is on the rise in Fiji. That is not true. At the moment, with our nationwide curfew, in fact, violent crime is way down. But even prior to the pandemic, crime was on the decline. According to the recent 2019 key statistics by the Fiji Bureau of Statistics, total crime cases recorded in 2012 was 22,000. Last year we recorded under 17,000. That wasn't some lucky one-off year. Honorable Speaker, the trend is clear. Last year was the second lowest year on record, and 2018 was the third lowest year for crime on record. It's no coincidence that in 2018, the total number of police officers per 1,000 population was 4.74, the highest since 2009. Over the last few years, drug crimes have indeed gone up, but that is owed in part to the heightened focus we put on clamping down on such offences. The police are becoming more efficient and effective in the investigations and arrests. There are now more police officers on the ground with a mandate to investigate hard drug crimes. Naturally, due to the spotlight we're shining on this issue, we expect these crimes to increase before they begin to go down. Mr. Speaker, I can reassure members of this Parliament and Fijians who are watching today that my government will not waver. I have complete trust in the hard work of the Ministry of Defence, the Fiji Police Force, and all other authorities who are actively on the ground fighting for the safety and well-being of every Fijian. I actually believe this recommendation to form a special committee to look into the drug situation in Fiji is well intended. We all care about the safety and well-being of our people. We all want to see a drug-free Fiji. This proposal is simply a few years too late. Once again, government is proving it already knows how to get the job done, and adding another layer of bureaucratic, politically driven decision-making is not the way forward. That being said, Honourable Speaker, we don't need a whole of society approach behind this campaign. We need parents to speak with their children about the dangers posed by hard drugs. We need concerned Fijians to point those who are affected by drug use in the direction of the health and support resources they need to be rehabilitated. That, Honourable Speaker, is all I have to say, and I do not support this motion.
I thank the Honourable Prime Minister. Honourable Simeone Rosova, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, sir. I stand up to support the motion before the House, and I thank Honourable Andi Litia and Barak for the motion. I'd just like to support that Fiji has an ongoing drug problem. According to the National Substance Abuse and Advisory Council, 1,334 cases of drugs and substance abuse in schools was recorded in 2019. There was an increase of 16% compared to the 1,058 cases in 2018. From these stats, 75% of the cases were recorded in secondary schools, which involved cases of smoking cigarettes, sniffing glue, and even cases of smoking marijuana, while other 25% was from primary schools. In 2013, the methamphetamine cases totaled 2. Then in 2013, there was a total of recorded 113 cases. The arrests for drug-related crimes in Fiji has also increased from 685 in 2017 to 1,061 in 2018. There is no data with regards to the rates of addiction, but St. Giles Psychiatric Hospital in Suva has reported that nearly 20% of its patients in the year from May 2017 to April 2018 were admitted for substance abuse issues, mostly for addiction to methamphetamine. Currently, Fiji has no rehab center.
no methadone clinic, no additional health specialist, or even a narcotic anonymous meeting. With the lack of resources and professional specialists to tackle this drug problem, it is no wonder that there is no continual increase of drug-related issues and crimes in Fiji. The response to drugs and drug-related cases are reactive response, whereby, according to Commissioner of Police, Brigadier General Sidiben Ingilio, families and communities are suffering. The raids and the work of the police and military on the fight against drugs have been vigilant. However, on the other side of the spectrum, there is no response with regards to drug use issues and the impacts, the psychological and physical effects of drug abuse on individuals, families, communities, village, provinces such as mine in Kandavu, and eventually our nation. Mr. Speaker, sir, there is about 6 of us from Kandavu. The issue is always coming up that Kandavu is a destiny for marijuana cases. And I think it is very unfair for the media and everybody to be making Kandavu a drug destination or where we grow marijuana. But then government, at least, they should do some kind of value added on that marijuana if they're so proud of themselves in making or eliminating the deficit that we have in the economy, sir. And I'd like to read a report. A report on drug and alcohol use in Fiji. This was done. I'll just read a few lines over here. The use of the drug range of types, including alcohol, are part of the tradition of many, if not all, communities in Fiji. The Fijian and Indo-Fijian communities have a long tradition of psychoactive drug use in the context of ritual and ceremony. It has been noted that seafarers, together with indigent laborers, brought cannabis or Indian hemp traditions to Fiji, with the sugarcane planters providing fertile ground for cultivation. Meanwhile, kava was widely cultivated and consumed by ethnic Fijians. The Indo-Fijian community slowly adopted kava drinking rituals, and gradually others began to increase their consumption. In addition, marijuana use emerged and spread with increasing popularity amongst youth, especially males. This literature review explores the current licit and illicit drug situation in Fiji. It considers peer review articles identified using PubMed, Health Internet Network access to research initiative, searches of great literature, including published and unpublished report, and web-based resources. The review found that there is limited data available to assist in understanding the current situation and associated harms in Fiji, but notes more studies and reports have been examined alcohol consumption patterns and associated social problems when compared with studies on illicit drug use. Alcohol, to the WHO Global Status Report on Alcohol, data from 1993 National Nutrition Survey, indicated the consumption of alcohol, home brew, use is widespread in Fiji and in other Pacific nations. These beverages usually contain up to 3 times the alcohol content of commercially produced beer and are mostly drunk by young men. In 1995, unrecorded alcohol consumption in Fiji was estimated to be 1 liter per pure alcohol per capita for the population older than 15 years, estimated by a group of key alcohol experts. Although there are no recent published statistics on the number of drinkers and abstainers, the same survey found daily drinkers to be 1.4% among males and 8% among females aged 12 years and over. Estimated from alcohol experts showed the proportion of adult males and females who had been abstaining. Research shows that single drinking sessions with a high rate of alcohol intake can cause abrupt mood-swinging results in violence, accidents and fights, exaggerated emotions, uncharacteristic behavior, memory loss, impaired judgment, communication problems, sleepiness, coma, stupor, and death at a very high intake. suicide attempts. Binge drinking has been also implicated. While there is limited current information on the rate of consumption pattern of alcohol, cannabis, and cover among young people, work conducted to analyze the nexus of tobacco and alcohol use among young people in Fiji in 1990s and early 2000s. One of the studies found that alcohol is widely consumed in one form or another among young men, with about 2 in 5 of young people surveyed having tasted it. The percent of young people classified as current drinkers ranged from a high of 26% among males to 9% among females. Of concern was the high proportion of big drinkers. About 3 in 5 young people reported having had 5 or more alcohol drinks in one session. The study indicated that the high prevalence of 13 to 15-year-olds poses a strange concern and highlights the need for law enforcement and intervention programs to create an environment that promotes responsible drinking. Interestingly, the study found that when compared to smoking, alcohol, and cover use, the proportion of young people using cannabis was relatively low. A follow-up survey of 2,147 students in 2004 by the National Substance Abuse Advisory found general increase in substance abuse among secondary school. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. That is my contribution. None.
I thank the Honourable Minister for Education. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I rise to contribute to the motion before the House. Mr. Speaker, sir, I'd like to start by saying that drugs destroys families, destroys careers, it has the power to destroy individuals. Like I said, it destroys. And we must, as responsible members of the community, wage a war on drug abuse, especially given the fact that it's a very serious matter. It is affecting our young, our children, our adults. And again, if I can go back and say, let us instill the message in our communities that drugs destroys. I stand before the House to inform the House on what the Ministry of Education is doing in terms of its responsibilities towards protecting our students from drug abuse. We have a Substance Abuse Advisory Council, a statutory body under the Ministry of Education, Heritage and Arts, which was established in 1998, and this was to conduct research on the use and effects of alcohol and other drugs. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Council conducts awareness and trainings on the harm caused by alcohol and other drugs and offers counseling to those affected by alcohol and other drugs. The Ministry has a substance abuse policy for schools that guides our teachers and heads of schools on how to address problems of substance abuse in schools. The Volatile Substance Abuse Draft Bill 2016 is currently on the public consultation stage, where views from the public is collected. We use our school's behavior management policy to deal with students who are involved with drug-related issues. Drug-related offenses are registered as grade 1 offenses within the school. We train our teachers on how to address students with drug problems and the proper ways to make referrals to our stakeholders like the Social Welfare Department and the Juvenile Bureau within the Fiji Police Force. Mr. Speaker, sir, counseling of students also includes parents who are found to be using or abusing drugs. We are providing mentoring support services to students who are involved in drug-related offenses, and to date, we have engaged 21 retired school teachers to help the National Substance Abuse Committee deal with their responsibilities. We are also creating awareness programs to parents in communities on how to improve their parenting task at home. We commemorate International Drug Abuse and Illicit Trafficking programs in schools on the 26th of June every year. We produce and distribute materials related to drugs, and of course these booklets and posters are provided to schools and the communities. We engage with our stakeholders, especially the police drug unit, the Ministry of Health, Ministry of Defense, Child Welfare Services, organizations such as Drug Free Fiji and other counseling organizations. We also use mass media, TV, radio, and social media platforms to spread the information on drugs and its related impacts. Of course, we are still strengthening our policies on drugs. We are going to strengthen our policies in engaging with parents, guardians, and community more on drug harm reduction programs. At this point, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to enforce the role that parents play in ensuring that children stay out of this. Parental engagement, parental supervision, parental monitoring of the whereabouts of the children and the company that the children stay in is equally vital. We need to ensure that our children make the right choices. How do we do that? And we've always said that these behavior, these things must start from home. So we are urging our parents to understand their children, where the children are, whose company the children are in, and of course identify signs of behavior which is not normal to the children. We will maximize the use of mass media and social media platforms to send messages to our students. And we will continue to produce brochures and posters on drugs. And like I said, we will continue to work with our stakeholders on drug rehabilitation programs, especially the Ministry of Defense and the Police Drug Unit. The progresses that we've made, the volatile substance abuse draft bill, like I said, is currently on public consultation. We have endorsed the school drug policy, and this is already being implemented in all our schools. We are continuing to train our teachers on how to handle students with drug-related issues. Of course, we have a zero tolerance for drug use and possession in our schools, and all such cases are reported to the police within 24 hours of being found by teachers and the heads of schools. The TV advertisements featuring our rugby sevens players already airing with messages of staying away from drugs. Of course, we are seeing a notable increase in the number of drug-reported cases in schools, and like I said, we will continue to ask for reporting of such cases, and we've advised our heads of schools no such case should be swept under the carpet, and we will continue to work with the police in terms of reporting such cases. And of course, we've noticed an increase in number of students that go through drug-related counseling. And we've seen that the students that go through counseling have shown improvement. Mr. Speaker, so with this, I can assure the House that as part of the Ministry of Education, we will continue our efforts, but we need to work with all our stakeholders, and especially our community leaders and our parents, in ensuring that we make our children aware of the dangers of drug abuse. Again, let me conclude by saying it could be any of us. It could be our loved ones, it could be our children, it could be our neighbor, it could be our spouse who gets involved in this, and it destroys. It destroys, and I'm so glad we are talking about this. But because we are doing so much, the enforcement agencies are doing so much, we have legislations in place, health is doing their share, social welfare is doing their bit, Ministry of Education, it's a stakeholder partnership. And for that reason, because there's so much being done, I do not support this bill. Motion.
I thank the Honourable Minister for Defence. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Prime Minister and the Honourable Leader of the Opposition, Honourable Members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, again, good evening, and thank you for this opportunity to speak on the motion before the House. Mr. Speaker, sir, as the Minister responsible for Defence, National Security and Policing, please allow me to make some comments or short interventions on the motion that has been moved by the Honourable Anjali Tiengyo and Barabi. Mr. Speaker, sir, as correctly stated by the Honourable Rondondro, Salot Rondondro, this is similar to the motion by the Honourable Pio Tirundundua in August 2019, whereby the Honourable Member moved that this Parliament urgently appoints a special parliamentary committee under Standing Orders 1 to 9 to holistically look into the multifaceted risks of the hard drug situation in Fiji. Mr. Speaker, we are not going to deny or question the facts that has been presented before the House, but we are not opposing simply for the sake of opposing. The motion by the Honourable Tirundundua and of course the motion by the Honourable Anjali Tiengyo and Baravi. We in this, on this side of the House, we are well versed with the developments related to drug issues in the country. And let me say as Minister responsible, Honorable Speaker Sir, that I have a lot of confidence and faith in what we already have in place and the work that are being undertaken by all stakeholders, and of course the policy documents that are related to this that are finding its way into Parliament. Thus, though there is no need for us to have this special committee again to look into the issue, and I will try and touch on this during my contribution this evening, Mr. Speaker. Sir. Mr. Speaker, again, I acknowledge the Honourable Member's concern. And let me say that government equally shares this concern with great priority. Whilst acknowledging Honourable Gyon Barabi's motion and the issue raised by the Honourable Member, I must reflect and reiterate the mechanisms that the Ministry has in place to combat this drugs issue. It's only vital that I respond so that we are all aware of the measures in place and logically evaluate whether or not there is a need to establish a special parliamentary committee. Let me start by, again, linking what we're doing, Mr. Speaker, sir, with the United Nations, and particularly the UNODC, or the United Nations Office for Drug and Crime. This is not only a domestic problem for Fiji, but this is a global issue, Mr. Speaker, sir. And within the region, and even if you look at our neighbor Tonga, Tonga's situation is worse than Fiji. I say that again. It's not only a local or domestic issue, it's a global issue. And even in the region, we have our neighboring Pacific Island countries that are in far worse conditions than ours. And of course, we don't want to go down that lane, Mr. Speaker, sir. There was a special United Nations General Assembly special session on the world drug problem that was convened in 2016. And of course, out of that special assembly session, Honorable Speaker, sir, there was an outcome document out of the special session that we are aligning all our efforts towards this drug issue. And the three major outcomes, Mr. Speaker, sir, and the Honorable Gyon Barabi has talked about the terms of reference. When the National Narcotics Strategy will be presented to this August House and to all stakeholders, it basically covers all the areas that she has been referring to in the terms of reference. But the three major outcomes when it comes to drug-related issues are demand reduction, supply reduction, and harm reduction. Any drug activity will fall under those three pillars. I say it again, demand reduction, supply reduction, and harm reduction, because we have to look after the victims and of course their reintegration back into society. I will touch that very briefly. Mr. Speaker, sir, I've mentioned about the process of domesticating this, and right now, if it was not for COVID-19, it would have been passed already by Cabinet, because this National Narcotics Strategy, aligned to the outcomes that I have stated earlier, Mr. Speaker, sir, has been developed. And of course, it's with the permanent secretaries now for their comments as part of the consultation before it gets to Cabinet. Let me talk more about this National Narcotics Strategy. And of course, the outcomes to be achieved is through a holistic approach, and this strategy aims to ensure health, safety and security, promote development, reduce social and economic impact of drug-related harm in Fiji. It literally underpins the ongoing activities through collaborative coordination and response undertaken by key agencies in terms of law enforcement, licensing and permits, awareness and prosecution. Mr. Speaker, sir, on the demand reduction pillar, this is evidence-based driven, with the goal to prevent, delay the use or totally avert the problem of drug effects to the individual and community. The demand reduction pillar entails the following, Mr. Speaker, sir: develop and implement comprehensive, multifaceted prevention initiatives such as capacity building, involving all relevant stakeholders, government and non-government, civil societies, faith-based organizations that encourage collaboration, coordination, cooperation, and partnerships in addressing drug reduction, which includes sharing of information. And on education, Mr. Speaker, sir, I do agree with the Honorable Prime Minister, education starts at home. And we need to take this responsibility seriously if we are to address the drug issues in Fiji. Enhance the awareness raising and information provisions at all levels, including in education settings, to educate about the harms of drug use, in particularly targeting risk groups, faith-based organizations, parents, youth, vulnerable members of society at community level, and corporate organizations. Mr. Speaker, sir, the supply reduction pillar focuses on a stringent and effective approach to prevent and counter the illicit cultivation, production, manufacture, and trafficking of these drugs. The coordinated approach under this pillar would encompass the following: strengthen coordinated national border management strategies with various authorities, provide adequate equipment, technology, and people with the right skills and knowledge in border control and law enforcement to detect illicit consignments and to effectively prevent, monitor, and counter trafficking in drugs, trafficking in precursors, and other drug-related crimes. And of course, enhance national efforts to dismantle clandestine laboratories with methamphetamine as the dominant illegally manufactured drug, including by reviewing the effectiveness of the framework for the control of precursors. And it doesn't mean that the seizure of 100 kg cocaine dictates that we close our borders totally. Of course, there are risks, but we are managing the risks very well, Mr. Speaker, sir. I invite the honourable member to go to Denarau and see the operations that we are doing when we are under this blue lane initiative. The control measures that we have in place. And as I've said, Mr. Speaker, sir, I have every faith and confidence in this. And the Australians even are quite surprised that some of the seizures in Australia, the informations come from Fiji. And of course, there are some seizures in Fiji as well that we, so this is well coordinated, Mr. Speaker, sir, and I have every faith and confidence in the work that they are doing. And most importantly, in this, Mr. Speaker, sir, is to review the existing laws, including the Illicit Drug Control Act, to be relevant in addressing the current issues of illicit drug supply and with the appropriate punitive approaches. Mr. Speaker, sir, I'm glad to say also in this Honourable House, this Illicit Drug Control Act review has been completed by the technical officials, and of course all the consultations that need to be done, and pending the final approval of the Solicitor General's office, this will probably find its way into Parliament as well within the 6 months period that this committee, special committee, are also targeting to complete some of the work that they are doing. So we have in the final stages of the consultation for the National Narcotics Strategy, and of course targeting the demand, supply, and of course the harm reduction, and of course looking at our National Illicit Drugs Act, which also is in the process of being completed, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, my ministry is also working very closely with the other agencies, particularly on harm reduction aspect, which will focus on correcting human and social behaviors post-drug use. This will be achieved through the following: enhancing our rehabilitation capacity to treat, assist in recovery, and reintroduce these individuals back into society, enhance support provided to counseling services or programs with an appropriate counseling framework to aid rehabilitation processes, ensure adequate access to treatment, rehabilitation and reintegration services, including prison settings, use of culture and tradition as a platform for strengthening rehabilitation and reintegration. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, sir, is to establish dedicated drug use disorder treatment and rehab units in the central, eastern, western, and northern, which includes inpatient and outpatient and community-based, as well as ensure capacity building for service providers in delivering treatment and rehabilitation services. And the Honourable Prime Minister has stated about the opening of the drug and alcohol unit at the St. Giles Hospital on 6 November 2019, and this is, of course, a remarkable achievement which attests to government's efforts in addressing the health drug issues. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Ministry is also working closely with government agencies and civil society groups and international partners in developing a robust strategy and action plan to combat illicit drugs. This strategy and its actions plan are in its final stages of completion, and once endorsed by Cabinet, it will be an operational document that will provide guidance to agencies in their fight against drug abuse and illicit trafficking. A few weeks back, Mr. Speaker, sir, before the launching of the National World Drugs Day in Lautoka, we tested out this, where all the agencies of government and civil societies, particularly the youth groups, they were all in Lautoka, visiting all the communities in Lautoka, and we learned a lot of new lessons from that experience, Mr. Speaker, sir, and something that I have discussed with the senior management of the police during my meeting with them last Wednesday, that this probably is the way forward in terms of us working together with civil societies, where they take the lead and we stand back and just provide all the necessary assistance, because the communities see ownership in these programs when it's led by civil societies and NGOs and our community leaders, rather than being led by the government agencies, particularly the police in uniform. Mr. Speaker, sir, I do acknowledge the assistance and support rendered by our international partners, namely Australia, Indonesia, New Zealand, and the United States of America. Because when we were trying to establish this national narcotics strategy, Mr. Speaker, sir, to be consistent with the United Nations requirements, we have to consult widely, and we have to go to these partners of ours, Mr. Speaker, sir, to see what they already have in place and how they can help us in developing our own. Moreover, Fiji has standing relations with Indonesia, National Narcotics Bureau, through a memorandum of understanding. The Honourable member moving the motion did state about the suppliers into Fiji, particularly from the Asian market, and of course from the US, and of course Latin America as well. And this is why for us, in terms of the Asian market, we have this MOU with the Indonesian National Narcotics Bureau. Mr. Speaker, sir, further to this, the Fiji Police Force has restructured its drug unit, transitioning to the development of the Police Narcotics Bureau. This is the first step before we establish the National Narcotics Bureau. So what we have decided, Mr. Speaker, sir, based on the consultations that we've had with our partners, is for us to establish a Police Narcotics Bureau. On that, Mr. Speaker, sir, the Honourable Minister for Civil Service and I have been looking at office space for them so that they can be totally isolated from the police force. And this special unit, Mr. Speaker, sir, and I will not go into the so many very confidential information that they have. They only provide briefings to the Commissioner of Police, to me as Minister, and of course to the Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, sir, again, for obvious reasons, they need to be supported. And if you, the Honourable Prime Minister has talked about the improvements in the Fiji Police Force, but again, in the 2020-21 budget, under Activity 20, Program 1, Activity 1 on Seg 7, there's an allocation of $1 million for special drug operations for the year. And 200,000 out of that 1 million allocation, Mr. Speaker, sir, is for this Police Drug Narcotics Bureau. And the intention is, once we have the office, is for them to have their fusion center. I'm sure the honorable members of the Defense and the National Security Committee have been to the fusion center that we have at the naval base, where you see the immigration office and of course Fiji Revenue and Customs. They are all located in that. So the fusion center will bring together into the office, the Police Narcotics Bureau, all the key stakeholders to help us in terms of overseeing the supply reduction regime, focusing on enforcement, border security, licensing, and permits, analysis of drugs, and of course prosecution as well. Having a dedicated bureau means a more coordinated effort by agencies under this regime to respond effectively and efficiently in our fight against illicit drug trafficking. The integrated approach will ensure the development of necessary capacities and capabilities required by these agencies. Mr. Speaker, sir, in modernizing our approach, the Fiji Police Force has also acquired drones with cameras to assist in its drug operations targeting inaccessible areas. The drones, as we speak, Mr. Speaker, sir, are still in Kandavu, and last week I was back at the PSRU to look at options where we can have drone controls from vehicles, because of the limitation in terms of the screen that's available to the drone operator. We need bigger screens, and we are looking now at having a control unit where we have a drone commander in vehicles with bigger screens so that they can effectively touch on these areas. So this again is exciting development. And of course, if you have been following the news lately, the installation of CCTV cameras in Nosori is again another positive direction towards this. Mr. Speaker, sir, of course, green drugs and white drugs, methamphetamine particularly, or some people refer to call it meth, white, speed and ice, with a lucrative market and local manufacture. The Ministry, in collaboration with the Fiji Police and Go Advertising, are in the process of setting up billboards to help us in this campaign. Let me conclude, Mr. Speaker, sir, that in June this year, my ministry, when it comes to harm reduction, in collaboration with key stakeholders, Drug Free World, Fiji, Wolatambu Trust, and the Western Youth Empire, conducted an outreach program throughout the Greater Lautoka area, which I have referred to, from Lomolomo to Matawalu. And this auspicious event culminated with the commemoration of the International Drugs Day, and of course the declaration by the Vanua chiefs of Wunda, Vitongo, and Toke Windilo on their affirmation of a drug-free society. Mr. Speaker, sir, we are consulting with the Itoke Affairs in the absence of the bylaws. We are working on how the Vanua can take ownership to provide sound decisions on peddling, cultivation, and drug abuse, while supporting law enforcement agencies. And I've talked about the Illicit Drugs Control Act, Mr. Speaker, sir, and the other key document that's also in process now, Mr. Speaker, sir, is the Draft Volatile Substance Abuse Bill of 2016. This is the one that's taking a lot of time because of the involvement of the prosecution, and of course, particularly when it involves children and juveniles as well, Mr. Speaker, sir. So it's quite evident from the work that I have highlighted that government is prioritizing this fight against drugs. Whilst the current drug situation in Fiji seems to be increasing in both streams of trafficking and users, government still recognizes that it has a responsibility to curb this problem before it gets out of hand. And let me assure this August House that we are doing our very best to tackle this issue. Mr. Speaker, sir, let me re-emphasize that the National Narcotic Drug Strategy is the government's commitment to action. And I would like to assure this August House of our obligation to fight against drug abuse and trafficking. And Mr. Speaker, in light of the above, I therefore do not support the motion raised by the Honourable Andili Tengioen Barabi to establish a special parliamentary committee, because most of the work that will be undertaken by this committee are just in the process of being completed and find its way into this August House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
I thank the Honourable Minister. Honourable Andili Kepa.
Just a short contribution, Honourable Speaker, in support of the motion. I think we can all agree that drug abuse is becoming a really big problem in Fiji, and will only worsen if no proper and effective interventions are put in place. And Honorable Speaker, beginning with students in schools, sniffing glue and anything else that can give them a high, which parents and stakeholders should be aware of and what their children are up to and do something about it. NASAC, Honorable Speaker, which is the National Substance Abuse and Advisory Council of the Ministry of Education, states that in 2018, 25% of drug cases in schools were in primary schools and 75% in secondary schools. And has been quoted by our side of the House, police did say that 1,223 drug cases recorded last year was an increase from 16% in 2018. Excuse me, Honorable Speaker. In schools where incidents recorded were of drug-related cases, proper and professionally skilled proactive interventions are not available, as funding for school counselors have ceased with no budgetary allocation. There is no more funding, Honorable Speaker, for people with proper skills to help students and even help the staff. School chaplains are also removed from government schools. Perhaps if school counselors and chaplains were present in RKS, the indiscipline over the past week and highlighted in the media might have been a non-issue and non-event. Teachers are already overburdened with discipline issues, Honorable Speaker, where students, aware of their rights, don't take kindly to correction. They don't take kindly to correction, Honorable Speaker. So with two structures removed from the school system, that is student counselors and school chaplains in government schools, another structure is provided by boarding school allowance for teachers to monitor and supervise students during after-school hours. Who can forget the video of that young boy in school uniform getting whacked with a wooden table leg by his cohorts also in uniform? Had teachers been on duty providing supervision, they would have been there bringing the situation under control. Many teachers, Honorable Speaker and Prime Minister, right now concentrate on teaching. Whether students are learning or not is another story. So to expect unskilled teachers to deal with students with a drug issue would be very interesting. So the question is, how can students be assisted proactively on drugs and other discipline issues? In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, because this motion has asked for us to put in recommendations, the recommendations that I have here, Honorable Speaker, is that proper budgetary allocation be provided for A, school counselors in secondary schools, B, chaplains in government boarding schools, C, boarding school allowance for teachers supervising students during after-school hours, to ensure students are provided adequate structures for skilled assistance to minimize drug abuse. I support this motion, Honorable Speaker.
I thank the Honorable. We've had sufficient debate on this. I'll give the floor to the Honorable Attorney General and the last speaker on the other side, Honorable Bulitau. You have the floor.
I'll be very brief, Mr. Speaker, sir, and thank you for this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, sir, I just wanted to very quickly highlight the point. If you read the motion, it says that the committee is going to inquire into the impacts of drug-related abuse. I think nearly every speaker that stood up and spoken, they've all highlighted what is actually the impact of drug-related abuse. We all know that. So you don't need a committee to tell us that. Next one, and make recommendations on how the use of drugs can be reduced. Again, all the different agencies know what can be done, what needs to be done. Again, we don't need a committee to tell us that. So if you look at the wording of the motion, the issues that the intended motion through the committee seeks to do is already out there in the public space. The Minister for Defense very lucidly and in detail highlighted what is actually happening. The Honourable Prime Minister highlighted the issues in respect of that. We can also see that everybody talks about, the social responsibility of parents. if you look at the drug abuse, some of the well-known cases, of course, we know of, which have been highlighted in the media, are people from high net worth local individuals, you can see. Many would argue some of the children have turned to that because perhaps a lack of spirituality in their lives, that material well-being is not enough. So they seek satisfaction outside material well-being. In other instances, there are a lot of children or young adults who are turning to drugs, or teenagers, because the parents are actually absent from their lives. So these are very, socially driven issues, and we need to be able to look at not a special parliamentary committee to tell us that. We already know that. The level of expertise that rests outside this chamber is far more than the cumulative knowledge that we all have. We have experts, we have counsellors, the Ministry of Health, through the unit that's been set up, as the Prime Minister highlighted, through the St. Giles, the National Drug Advisory Council. They have experts there. We've allocated over $600,000 to them. So that level of expertise already exists. What is also, I think, I wanted to pick up on the point that the Honourable Prime Minister said, we don't need another layer of bureaucracy that is highly politicized. Honourable Kepa, unfortunately, has left. But even from her statement, you can see the kind of digression that she went away from the actual motion itself. And therefore, what this committee actually would be vulnerable to are those kind of political digressions from the main subject topic. That is important to understand. Honourable Randondro has given a very rudimentary analysis of yachts coming into Fiji. If you look at countries like Maldives, that actually lies on the crossroads of the drug route, because you have the vast Indian Ocean, you have the Middle East, you have India, you have Iran, going down to Africa, it's used as a transit point. Similarly, as the Honourable Minister for Defence highlighted, that's what Fiji and the area around this is being used as a transit point for drugs coming from South America or Central America to the lucrative markets of Auckland, Melbourne, Sydney, and perhaps onwards. And normally what happens is the transit points, there is what we call some spillover effect. So the point is that, again, as the Honourable Minister highlighted, that there needs to be coordination amongst all the different countries in that region. That's precisely what they're doing through the Prime Minister's office, through the Minister of Defence office, with our Australian and New Zealand counterparts. The cocaine that Honourable Randondro keeps on talking about are what we call, these drugs are dropped off in the high seas or near coastal areas for other yachts to come and pick it up. The yachts that are coming in through the blue lanes, the reason why we've done that, it's an economic issue. We want tourists to come in to Fiji. These people go under quarantine, all of them, and they are guarded by the naval boats, the RFMF. On one hand, early on this morning, they talked about creation of jobs, looking after employees, and here we are creating opportunities within the Fijian economic recovery framework that not only looks at the economic well-being of the country, but within the medical framework, within the framework that the Ministry of Health, the staff, the personnel, actually have to certify these things, certify these initiatives. So it's a balancing act. We cannot, it doesn't happen just because you say it. Mr. Speaker said, the fact of the matter is that just because we found some cocaine out there doesn't mean that every single yacht that comes into Fiji is drug infested. Of course it's not. It's what you call balancing and managing your risks. That's what running a country is all about, Honourable Randondro, which you don't know about. It's about managing those risks. It's about balancing those risks. Mr. Speaker, sir, it was very interesting that Honourable Rosova, talked, nobody's singling out Kandavu. But the fact of the matter is very interesting how he gave a history of, of marijuana being brought into Fiji by the Girmitias, etc. I wish you did an analysis about who brought alcohol into Fiji. We can go back as to who brought what drugs into the country. But what we need to do is to deal with the issue now. How are we going to deal with it? What is our attitude towards it? How we as individual members of society, as parents, as brothers, mothers, fathers, sisters, uncles, talatalas, spiritual, leaders, etc., how are we going to deal with it? And the fact of the matter is, as again, as Honourable Minister for Defence highlighted, they are doing those levels of public consultations regarding that. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, just to again highlight, given the wording of the motion itself and the fact that that knowledge is already out there, we don't need such a committee to be able to tell us the impact of drug-related abuse and how the use of drugs can be reduced. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you, Honourable Attorney General. Last speaker on this side of the House, Honourable Moses Bulato. You have the floor.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, sir. I rise to support the motion which is before the House by the Honourable Angeliki Angioni Bara. I thank her also in bringing up this motion, given the Honourable Attorney General has gone into length with the wordings of the motion and also what it prays to achieve and why the committee needs to be set up. But why I like the motion is like this particular motion is a wake-up call. It has awakened an issue and also has shaken up the government to come up with a solution. And also, now we've heard today the Minister for Defence and responsible for police talking about the various papers that he also has committed himself, like in the past, to bring within 6 months, or within these 6 months. First, he was very defensive in blaming COVID-19 for the delay of those frameworks and papers. But again, he has committed again that those papers will come into the House to address the issue. That's another promise. But what this motion has brought about is we've heard the solutions and the strategies, the measures government has with they talked about the priority of funding that they have put in areas where the Honourable Minister for Defence had talked about the demand-driven factors and also the harm and also the supply. But again, what his speech today was only on trafficking and also users, trafficking and users. And today we've moved much into how we're going to control our borders. I will go back to a prophecy that I read a few years ago, a prophecy by an Australian evangelist, Steve Penny, was brought to Fiji by the SDL government during the aftermath of the 2000 coup, when they had set up the Assembly of Christian Churches Fiji to unite the nation, and they brought up this evangelist. And this particular evangelist, in one of the prayer breakfasts, had prophesied a prophetic time of the events we were talking about today, and that was done in 2001. And now we are in 2020, 19 years. He had prophesied, I can recall that line where he said, in years to come, we need to pray that God should close up your borders, because it will be entry point for drugs, and it will come into your town and it will eventually reach your villages. So Fiji, you need to pray. Those were the words by a prophet of God back in 2001. And again, this prophetic time, when God gives us those kind of things to look into the future, and now we are into the manifestation stage. The Honourable Minister for Defence is also a talatang at the Assembly ANCF, and he knows about spiritual timings and also the spiritual realms and how it manifests in the physical realm. And now we are into the manifestation part of it, and what we need to do. While we need to keep watch both on the spiritual side of it, where he's talked about the measures that they are going to engage with Talatalas and also other NGOs and also other religious group, Honourable Andisalai. These are some of the areas probably that they need to engage, because the closing of the borders is one issue, but I'm going to talk about how this is a spiritual problem, given those that are affected, with drugs, do suffer relapses or withdrawal symptoms. And these are some of the things that they face. And to remove this kind of lust of using drugs, I think there needs to be a spiritual solution to it on how the human spirit can be, there needs to be kind of a renewal of a mind and renewing of the spirit. So people, the solution is there, because the physical body can only move, but it's moved by a spirit which is within. That is some of the things that we should look into when we talk about various measures that government is putting in place, and various things that we might be boasting, that we might have the technologies and also the rehabs, but it goes hand in hand with other spiritual measures too that we need to take to fast and pray for our nation, because this is a drug war, and we are fighting a drug industry which is making money knowing that there is demand in the country. And having said that, I think the Honorable Prime Minister said amen. But the issue again, Honorable Prime Minister, is not only about trafficking. It's more into reviewing our laws in terms of pharmaceutical supplies, in terms of the drugs, medical drugs that we bring into Fiji. I had a chat a few months ago with some senior officers from the Fiji Police Force who are in the drug unit. And they also confirmed that most of the drugs that are available in our pharmacies, they contain the bits of chemicals that could be mixed together to cook drugs in Fiji. So this is not something that's only trafficked from outside through yachts. The problem we face now is that Fiji, the containment measures that we need to make when Fiji starts producing this, given there is a demand market, as what the Honorable Minister has already said. What measures do we have to bring down all those places they will be cooking up all this? And these are some of the things that probably they need to review and remove from ourselves through a proper review on the pharmaceutical, the laws concerning medical drugs, to review the various drugs who are all part of cooking up the drugs that would endanger our various citizens. That's why I said that I really support what the Honorable Tianquan Baraibe has done. It's another awakening for us. We may boast about the things that we are currently doing, but again, when this kind of motion comes into the House, it's an indication that nothing has been done, or the public view on the daily reporting of cases in the media, the mainstream media, and also in other areas. This shows the concern that is there, and that's why it has come up to this level, to this House. And I only wish, like the government members on the other side, all the time they always talk about bipartisan approach, and why the opposition always don't agree to bipartisan approaches in trying to solve national interest and national issue. And this is an example where the opposition has offered a hand to work with the government. We acknowledge the amount of work government has done in the area, and also the research that they have done, and also the information and the consultations that they have conducted so far, but they don't have the solution for all the problems. They will need the views of this bipartisan committee to move around. They could be only taking views from the stakeholders, from the enforcement agencies, the benefits of setting up a community, to move around the country, to the various villages, the various settlements, and also the rural areas. Because this is a big concern in the rural areas. If these hard drugs, white drugs, green drugs, it's already a big problem in the rural areas. And if these white drugs end up in the rural areas where we don't have equipped police stations, we have lazy police officers, we have what we call some corrupt police officers who are rogue, who also part of this, they have connection to these criminal syndicates and also the network. There has been allegation of, even before a raid takes place in a particular area, even some police officers, they ring that particular, those drug lords. These are some of the things that we are fighting against. Having to instill that discipline within even in the force and enforcement agencies, and also to play their role in protecting Fiji and making Fiji a better place so no one is left behind. These are some of the things, Honorable Speaker, sir, that I would like to remind this August House. That's why we really needed to support this motion. Given this particular motion, not only will give a holistic view, I've touched about the production of drugs in Fiji, which the Honorable Minister didn't talk about. She's talked about trafficking and using. This is the bigger threat that is there. And I think the various facets and level of combating this needs to be taken to another level. And again, given that the government has indicated they will not support the motion, but this gives an opportunity for us, Honorable Minister, to even tell you people, tell the other side of the House what you people really need to be doing and engaging the right people who might have the right solution to the problems that we have. We have a big problem. It's not a small problem. It will be a generational problem. It will affect our society. It will be affecting our very children who will be exposed to these kind of things. But again, Mr. Speaker, sir, I've said this in my address during my COVID response budget. I think we need a spiritual solution to, a supernatural solution to this kind of natural problem. It takes about prayers and also the Ministry of Defense and Police to engage with the Taltals and the in rehabilitation and also converting these drug lords. I've seen this in prison. While in prison, some who came in as in drug cases, they've actually repented and actually changed through spiritual renewing. And this has been a tool used by the Fiji Correction Service to change hardcore criminals. Those who came in as pushers, who came in as landlords, drug lords, pushers, they become peddlers. And the effects of this, not only I've seen this on the street in villages, the effects of it even in prison. Mr. Correlabisau, you know, when a particular prisoner faces from relapses, when he's disconnected, when he's not consuming these drugs, he goes to the length of even cutting up their body with a razor blade to release that the withdrawal symptoms that comes in. And this is a very big issue that we are talking about. And it's good that a committee as such, as proposed by the motion, to set up, to holistically look into the issue that's at hand in a view that will benefit our nation. And again, sir, I support the motion which is before the House in our name.
I now call on the Honorable Andile Kiangiona Maravi to speak in reply. You have the floor, ma'am.
I thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity to respond to the comments that have been made in this House this afternoon. First, I'd like to say that I am disappointed that government sees fit to reject the motion. However, it seems to be at par with the course that Fiji First considers that it alone can solve our nation's ill, despite bringing the nation to the brink of collapse in its 14 years rule. I am really sad. I thought that we could begin a new journey this afternoon. Be that as it may, Mr. Speaker, it is to be hoped that government policies, whether by action or omission or failure to act, are not designed to ruin our people and the nation. Mr. Speaker, may I say that the ability to see the issue as a problem rather than the messenger as the problem is critical to anyone holding a position of leadership. The Fiji First brand of imposing rather than consulting is exactly why the nation is in dire straits today. The stats published by police shows very clearly that government inactions or stubbornness to act on the meth trafficking resulted in the oversupply of meth, such that traffickers then began to sell it very cheaply on our streets. While the Honourable Prime Minister mentioned that increased cases show police effectiveness, a special parliamentary committee would have elicited the truth of the matter. I reiterate, Honourable Speaker, that this is not merely a police problem. We note that there is almost weekly announcement from police of drugs raids netting millions of dollars or the marijuana plants. With respect, sir, I believe the hard or synthetic drugs are more of a threat to our nation and our way of life. The motion was proposed for a holistic inquiry, precisely because it is drugs, the hard drugs, that pose the greater threat. That is why, sir, it is mysterious as why we do not get regular reports of raids on yachts or vessels that are trafficking drugs into Fiji. Neither do we hear about raids on the OSEC report of Asian organized crime members which are pushing the hard drugs like ice on our streets. We cannot be fobbed off with just news of marijuana raids. So I urge the Minister for Defense that we await with bated breath for a crackdown on Asian organized crime gangs on yachts or vessels trafficking drugs into Fiji and through Fiji. I also wish to reiterate Honourable Salvatore Rondo's question. With the seas being used as the drug superhighway that runs from the US, South America and Asia to and through Fiji, why is our nation welcoming yachts with blue lane? We are hearing anecdotal evidence that yachts are stopping by maritime islands and inviting children on board. It appears that neither the residents of the maritime islands nor the yacht operators are aware of the rule that they are not supposed to stop by the islands, especially in the time of this devastating COVID-19 pandemic. What measures are in place to ensure yachts respect the conditions, and why aren't our communities aware that they should not welcome these visitors who may bring COVID-19 or drugs or other contraband into the country? Does tourism override the interests of our people, their health and their future, given the real and present threats of coronavirus pandemic and of synthetic drugs to our people and our nation? I acknowledge the Honourable Minister for Defence comments that drugs are a global issue. He also said that some of our neighbours have it worse than us. I'm saddened to note that Tonga was previously the drug transit point until our borders were basically opened up and the drug traffickers happily came to ply their trade. The fact that there may be more ice users in Tonga is not an excuse for our government to sit on its laurels. Yes, they may have had it around for longer, but we need not wait until it gets worse to ensure a nationwide and holistic approach. I call on the Minister to convene a national forum with all stakeholders, including chiefs, the Vanua, as well as religious bodies and civil society, because we must have a coordinated approach and national plan of action. The time to act is now. It is unfortunate that government continues to think that it alone has all the answers and refuses to acknowledge its own responsibility for the current problem. I thank the Minister for his invitation to go and see how the blue lane is being implemented in Denarau. The question, Mr. Speaker, sir, what is happening to the yachts before they reach Denarau? I'm aware that finally, with increased aid from Australia and New Zealand, there seems to be finally enthusiasm from government to counter the hard drugs issue. This does not take away its responsibility to ensure a national plan of action, in particular, to involve the Ministers of Health, Social Welfare, Youth Education, as well as the religious bodies, the Vanua, civil society, and everyone in Fiji in the war against drugs. It has to be a war against drugs. I'm glad to hear from the Minister that a national plan of action is being devised, and that is near completion. May I request the Minister to involve the chiefs and the Vanua, the bodies, in the drafting of this plan. I thank you, Honourable Minister, for the opportunity to respond to the comments that have been raised this afternoon. Thank you, sir.
The Parliament will now vote on the motion. The question is that Parliament resolves to establish a special committee under Standing Order 129 to inquire into the impacts of drug-related abuse and make recommendations on how the use of drugs can be reduced. The members of the special committee shall comprise the following. A. Honorable Alexander O'Connor, Chairperson. B. Honorable Dr. Salik Govin, Deputy Chairperson. C. Honorable Veena Bhatnagar. D. Honorable Ratu Kevita Nahuralevu. And E. Honorable Andi Litia Jonimbara. Does any member oppose the motion? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say nay. Nay. The nays have it. The motion is therefore defeated. Secretary General.
Questions?
I give the floor to the Honorable Pio Tikondondua to ask question 19/2020. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, this question is directed to the Prime Minister and Minister for International Affairs, Sugar Industry and Foreign Affairs. Can the Prime Minister explain to Parliament the high average of total cane to total sugar, TCTS, of 11.8 recorded by the Fiji Sugar Corporation until 10th August 2020 in respect of cane crushing and sugar production? Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you. I call on the Prime Minister and Minister for International Affairs, Sugar Industry and Foreign Affairs, the Honourable Josiah Bainimarama. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to respond to the question being raised by Honourable Pio Tikondondua. I must admit, Honourable Speaker, it is unusual to be discussing the TCTs this early in the crushing season, given we barely completed crushing 30% of the season's total cane. The industry experts will tell you, Honourable Speaker, that it is premature to put too much stock in the ratio at this stage. So we know this question isn't being asked for the sake of practicality. It's clearly for some political purposes. And if this panic-driven analysis is any indication of how the NFP would contribute to the bureaucratic cane committee they proposed last year, all the better we saved our time and money by nipping that in the bud. For those watching, Honourable Speaker, who may not know what the TCT is, it is a measure of efficiency and quality. The ratio of total tons of cane required to produce a ton of sugar. It is an important metric, one that is influenced by a range of factors, including the purity of Fijian cane, which are determined by data drawn from cane growers, harvesters, lorry drivers, mill engineers, lab technicians, and of course, the Sugar Research Institute of Fiji. Honourable Speaker, if you look at countries similar to Fiji, normal TCT's ratios sit between 9 and 11. Countries like Mauritius, Tanzania, and India that have achieved an average TCT of 10.25, 10.5, and 9.10, respectively. But the important bit, Mr. Speaker, as I've said before, that this average represents the final TCTs for the entire season. That is the only accurate way to determine the ratio. And Fiji is nowhere, as I've said again, Fiji is nowhere near the end of this season. Fiji's crushing season vary per mill, ranging from 24 to 26 weeks. The Lambasa mill is in its 9th week of operations. Rarawai in its 7th week. Lotoka has only been crushing for 5 weeks. The majority of cane in Fiji is still in the fields, yet to be harvested, much less crushed. Generally, TCTs begins high, improves mid-season, and rises again in the later part of crushing. The industry TCTs for 2020 season began at 13. It declined to 12.4 as at the end of July, measured at 11.8 as of the week ending 10th of August 2020, and improved further to 11.45 as of last week. Cane maturity, the ripeness of the cane, is the dominant factor in cane purity. So far, the Lambasa mill has outperformed the other two mills. As our growers know, that means we've been harvesting mainly early maturing varieties. In fact, over 50% of the total cane planted in Lambasa have been early maturing varieties. On the other hand, over 95% of the cane in Viti level is mid-late maturing variety, excuse me, dominated by the Mana variety that have the highest sugar content between August and October. Therefore, we expect this will lower the overall TCTs as the season continues. So, Mr. Speaker, we can clearly see this isn't the right time for this question. It's simply too early. But Honorable Tikundundo is not only being short-sighted, he's also being small-minded as well, because he's failed to consider both the strategic investments we've made to position this industry for long-term viability in the current global landscape. We've been making the move towards mechanical harvesting for some time, removing the burden of manual labor off the shoulders of our growers and lending greater efficiency to this industry. We're steadily equipping our people with the knowledge and skills to operate these mechanical harvesters effectively. But they are highly technical machines that in the near term still require outside expertise to operate efficiently. And with the border closures due to the global COVID-19 pandemic, Mr. Speaker, technicians from India have not been able to travel to Fiji to assist with this harvesting season. But luckily, one of those technicians is already in Fiji, and the FAC is working with him to train and educate our people so that we can rely on this expertise locally moving forward. But in the interim, we've marked a drop in the efficiency of these harvesters this season, with extraneous matter such as soil, leaves and weeds delivered with billet cane, affecting the TCTs by an average of 13%. I would say, Honourable Speaker, were it not for the coronavirus, I would think the current TCTs would sit at an average of around 10.3. Over the long term, the move to mechanization is critical for this industry's competitiveness. So rather than play pandemic politics with the sugar industry, I urge Honourable Tikundundo to show some patience, unless it rather hit the panic button and explain to our growers why we should scrap the mechanization process entirely, because he's worried TCTs is too high, a mere third of the way into the crushing season. Global pandemic aside, Honourable Speaker, this crushing season is off to an excellent start. The weekly reports suggest that the mills crushing for this season are much better than in 2019, 16% ahead as of 24th August 2020. This is due to the strategic investment FSC made in the 3 sugar factories over the last 2 years to upgrade all sugar processing plant and equipment, including pans, filters, and centrifugals. We were fortunate to escape serious destruction from cyclones Sarai and Harold. However, we did record some negative impacts to cane growth and sucrose accumulation due to heavy rainfall and high winds during a vital window of the growing season. According to the Sugar Research Institute of Fiji, analysis conducted on the relative humidity values from November 2019 to May 2020, the growth of cane was not favorable, and this have contributed to the lowering sugar content, and of course, the TCT. The report also concluded that if relative humidity remains high in June and July, the sugar content at this time of the season is also expected to be low and will continue in the following months. Mr. Speaker, all stakeholders are diligently working together to improve cane quality, addressing soil health, promoting planting of mixed cane varieties, and adoption of best farm management practices. With better factory throughout, which reduces crush delays, cane quality is beginning to improve to above 80, compared to 75 at the beginning of the crushing season. For all these reasons, we fully expect the TCTs to improve as the season progresses. I wish the very best to our growers, our mill operators, our lorry drivers, our research teams, and all others who contribute to the crushing season. Together, Mr. Speaker, I'm confident we'll make this season a success. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Prime Minister.
Supplementary question, Honourable Speaker.
You have the floor, Honourable Tikundua.
Yeah, thank you, Honourable Speaker. I thank the Prime Minister for the answers that he has given. Unfortunately, I'm not quite sure whether the Prime Minister understands himself the extent of what he's telling the people in the Parliament today, because this is supposed to be the season where really the ratio should be at its lowest. I would just like to ask the Prime Minister as a supplementary question. Is the state of the milling efficiency, combined with frequent breakdown, particularly in Lautoka and Rarawai, responsible for the high TCTs and losses to the growers? Thank you.
I want to respond very quickly to that question, Honourable Speaker, even though mill breakdown has nothing to do with TCTs. But some of the issues that was raised are exaggeration and false. Rarawai mill is down due to cracks in one of the shafts. The new one is being fabricated while the existing one is repaired. It is expected that mill should restart. Farmers are assured that no cane farm will be left out for harvesting. The crush rate is far better than last year. We just need people to understand. Like we know that there's a pandemic around and you need to download the app, that this is a 140-year-old machinery to run. And we are working very hard to make things happen. But I also mentioned, Honourable Speaker, the assistance provided to farmers. A lot of assistance which came to a total of around 299 million for the last, between the years 2016 to 2020. That, Honourable Speaker, just to let Honourable Pio Tikundua know, that's a Bainimarama boom that he's been trying to evade. He's been going around telling people that there is nothing to show for the so-called 50 years of Bainimarama boom. Let me tell him to get his head out of the sand so that he can see what's happening around him. The Bainimarama boom, let me very quickly tell him, Honourable Speaker, is the free school fees. I'm sure you all benefit from the free school fees. I'm sure you all benefit from the free bus fare, the pension, the subsidized bus fare for the oldies. I'm sure you all benefit from this. That is the boom that you've been happy about. Remember the free milk? Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot. In Kandavu, they don't like free milk because the 6-year-old and 7-year-olds are still breastfeeding. The subsidized electricity and water grant available through banks at low interest. And don't forget, Honorable Pio, don't forget.
Order.
Hold on. Don't forget.
Order.
Don't forget. Twice, I sacked you from my office. And I got you back. That's a Banimarama boom. Remember when everybody was trying to get a road into their farm? You got yours free. That's a Banimarama boom. Thank you.
We'll move on. We'll move on to the second oral question for today. Where is he? I call on the Honorable V.M. Pillay to ask question 92, 2020. Oh, he's there. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to ask question 92 of 2020 under my name in today's order paper, and the question is to the Honorable Minister for Commerce, Trade, Tourism and Transport. Can the Honorable Minister inform Parliament as to what is government doing to address shipping accidents happening in our waters, especially in number 1? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I call on the Minister for Commerce, Trade, Tourism and Transport, the Honorable Fayez Square. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, sir. Honourable Speaker, sir, I thank the Honourable Viam Pillay for this question. Mr. Speaker, sir, this government is doing more than any other government has ever done.
Order.
I like telling them, sir, because, you know, they're like we actually don't need any bait on our fishing line, sir. They just catch it all the time, sir. So if you bait them, they'll catch it. This government, listen, this government, Honourable Speaker, sir, has done more than any other government has ever done with respect to the shipping industry. Let me tell you something that some of you may not know. At government shipping services, at one time, the Honourable Prime Minister will confirm this, we had about 40-odd ships, sir. But when we came around, we were only left with, I think, single-digit numbers. Probably 2, I think it was. That's how bad it got, sir. But nevertheless, sir, we are here to ensure the protection of our shipping industry and the safety of our maritime travelers, sir. Shipping accidents, marine accidents, Honourable Speaker, sir, are something which is prevalent not just in Fiji, but across the world. And Mr. Speaker, sir, international data shows that marine accidents killed about 1,163 people and caused about $197 million in insured losses in 2017, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, in Kiribati in 2018, it actually experienced one of the worst maritime accidents that has happened. The MV Butiraoi broke apart and sank. Unfortunately, sir, 95 people remain unaccounted for in this particular accident. The Commission of Inquiry into this incident laid out about 15 recommendations, most of which, Honourable Speaker, sir, were on safety. These included the prohibition of drinking alcohol during working hours and regular inspection of life-saving appliances and stricter laws on ship inspections. In December 1987, Honourable Speaker, sir, the Philippine ferry, the Doa Paz, collided with the Vector, a small coastal oil tanker, and according to the National Maritime Museum in the UK, only 24 of the 4,317 passengers actually survived. So this is serious business, sir, which this government takes very, very seriously, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, to address maritime matters and accidents, international conventions are actually introduced by the International Maritime Organization, to which Fiji is a party. The ratification of these IMO conventions is then nationalized into our domestic legislation. The Fijian government, sir, has introduced the Maritime Transport Act 2012 and its 34 corresponding regulations, with all the focus being on safety of our seafarers and our maritime dwellers. Mr. Speaker, sir, since 2018, the total number of marine accidents recorded was 53, of which 3 was within the Nambuwalu waters. Mr. Speaker, sir, the inspection and safety checks begin at each port before departure, sir. These include checks on all life-saving appliances in accordance with the law and the number of passengers and cargo on board a vessel. They must be maintained at the statutory required number, and also in terms of tons. The Marine Safety Authority of Fiji, also known as MSAF, operates 24-hour marine clearance services at Natovi, Nambuwalu, and at Suva, sir. All registered ships, Honourable Speaker, sir, in Fiji are required to undergo different types of surveys, such as a 6-monthly survey, a normal survey, periodic surveys, and special surveys, which include underwater surveys and also dry docking, sir. Fiji, like the 174 other nations which are under IMO, is actually obliged by conventions such as the Convention on the Safety of Life at Sea, commonly known as SOLAS, and the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, commonly known also as UNCLOS. And it's applied domestic legislations to conduct investigations for the purposes of determining the cause of accidents, incidents, or mishaps at sea. Mr. Speaker, sir, the objective of such investigations is to report on the cause of accidents, incidents, and mishaps to enable changes in the international and national regulations that will assist in prevention in the future, sir. The Maritime Transport Act and its corresponding Maritime Regulations 2014, its investigation and inquiry procedures, requires that all accidents, incidents, or mishaps at sea must be reported to MSAF, which then conducts investigations, and the recommendations of these investigations then prompts the actions taken by the Minister responsible for transport and the CEO of MSAF. Mr. Speaker, some actions that have been taken actually include the revocation or suspension of maritime documents or ship's masters, and this is of course dependent on the outcome of the investigations. I'm being very thorough in answering this, sir, so that everybody knows in Fiji what is actually happening. As earlier stated, sir, the purpose of these investigations is to report on the causes, and also it helps us identify the way forward in terms of improvement. You know, we're improving voice communications from ship to ship, ship to shore, and port to port, and this has been identified by us as something which requires immediate action, sir. To address this also, MSAF is implementing a second phase installation of a very high frequency, commonly known as VHF, for 7 stations, which includes Raki, Levuka, Nambuwalu, Lambasa, Sabsavu, Taviuni, and Navua, sir. And 4 stations have already been installed with VHF, and these actually include Suva, Natovi, Denarau, and Lautoka, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, to enhance the search and rescue capabilities also, MSAF has entered into an MOU with the Republic of Fiji, the Military Forces Navy Division, and this is to provide efficient assistance to those in distress at sea, sir. Furthermore, MSAF has also been conducting relevant training of officers of the Fiji Navy who will be appointed as authorized enforcement officers under the Maritime Transport Act 2013. In May, Mr. Speaker, sir, 2019, MSAF actually enforced the audit for safe ships management systems, which is called SSMS, for ships with gross tonnage of 500 or more, and by the end of 2020, we'll have a full implementation and enforcement of the SSMS. SSMS is actually structured and documented system which enables ships and shore-based personnel to implement the owner's safety and pollution prevention policies in accordance with International Safety Management Code under SOLAS. I'd like to reiterate, sir, that the work in maritime shipping industry is a coordinated effort, Mr. Speaker, sir, between the private sector and government to ensure that safety is prioritized at all times, sir, and this is incumbent on everyone, whether you're a passenger, whether you're a regulator or vessel owner, to support the ministry and MSAF in its efforts to promote maritime safety, sir. I thank you, sir, for the response.
I thank the Honourable Minister for
Supplementary question.
supplementary question. Do you have the floor, Honourable Sinara?
What are the results of the investigations in the incidents that happened in number 1? Mr. Minister.
Honourable Minister, you have the floor.
I heard him, sir. So unfortunately, with respect to the investigations, they're still currently ongoing, about to be completed. We can't indulge the detailed information for these investigations. However, appropriate actions have been taken to address the causes of the accident and those who are responsible. For the collision of the two vessels in May this year, both captains were suspended pending investigations, and MSAF has improved its investigation procedures, and within 12 hours of an incident being reported, sir, the captains are actually suspended. An investigation team is appointed within 24 to 48 hours, and the investigation takes about 2 weeks to complete.
Thank you. Honourable Gerengera Tumbo, supplementary question.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. My supplementary question to the Honourable Minister is about the MSAF enforcement officers. Can he tell the House whether or not they are in ports like Rutuma, in Kandavu and in Laos? Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, sir. I knew there was going to be Kandavu in there somewhere. So MSAF enforcement officers are when they are available wherever we have facilities, sir. And when they're not available in the actual port, all the necessary safety procedures that are required to be undertaken are undertaken prior to the departure of the actual vessels. Sir. I must remind everybody that it's not about how many ships you have, it's not about whether you're a small operator, it's not about whether you're a big operator. When it comes to MSAF, sir, and I must commend them, I must commend the chair and the CEO, they've done a wonderful job. If they are not survey certified, if there is one thing missing, they produce another vessel, it does not leave. Simple as that, because the safety of the people of Fiji is paramount to all of us. So in terms of enforcement officers, yes, they're there, and wherever we can place them, at the end of the day, they are. Wherever we have a facility, they're there. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on to the next question. Third oral question for today. I call on the Leader of the Opposition, the Honourable Sitiveni Rabuka, to ask question 93/2020.
Thank you, Speaker, sir. I write to ask the question standing under my name in today's order paper. Can the Minister update Parliament on the repayment of global bonds of US $200 million, which is due in October of this year?
I now call on the Attorney General and Minister for Economy, Civil Service and Communications, the Honourable Ayaz Syed Qayyum. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, I'd like to thank the Honourable Leader of Opposition for the question. I'd like to draw his attention to way back last year in 2019-2020 in the supplement to the budget address. I also refer him to page 45. This, of course, the supplement is given to all Honourable Members of Parliament, and of course it's also available on our website. Paragraph 5.7, where we talked about the global bond, it says discussions, and I quote, are in advanced stages with the Asian Development Bank, ADB and the World Bank for the refinancing of the US $200 million global bond due in October 2020 through a policy based operation. The funding from ADB and World Bank is based on a package of policy reform triggers in the areas of fiscal management, institutional legal framework for state-owned enterprises, and improving the private sector business environment. Other bilateral partners have expressed interest to participate in this operation. Refinancing of the global bonds through a policy-based operation will assist in the implementation of various reforms and help reduce the cost of borrowing and minimize financing risk. Apart from this, the World Bank Board of Governors 26 May 2019 approved Fiji's inclusion as an IDA-eligible small island economy. Effectively, this means that Fiji has become a blend country, which allows it to access funding through the IDA and IBRD financing facility windows. As such, the Fijian government will be able to access around SDR 21 million, approximately Fijian 55 million, at zero interest on an annual basis with an extended repayment term of 40 years, including a 10-year grace period. This funding is vital to support the financing of our development and disaster resilience needs. Again, in the same year, in the budget estimates, I referred the Honourable Leader of Opposition to page 325 of the budget, sorry, it's up here on the top. And the footnote, Honourable Leader of Opposition, you will see it says, note on policy-based loans. The Fijian government has negotiated with the World Bank and the Asian Development Bank for loan funding up to US $200 million in order to redeem the global bond, which is due in October 2020. It is a program-based policy loan. The funds will be accessed in two tranches, in financial year 2019-2020 and financial year 2020-2021, of US $100 million respectively, subject to parliamentary approvals. Then the last document I'd like to also refer the Honourable Leader of Opposition to is this year's budget in the supplement on page 26, paragraph 4.8. It talks about the higher principal repayment of $749.5 million in this year is due to the US $200 million global bond maturing in October 2020, which will be refinanced through funding already secured under policy-based budget support operation with our multilateral partners. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Leader of the Opposition, you have the floor.
Supplementary question. What is the effect of that on our national debt burden? Is it better? Is it still the same? And particularly now that we are in this difficult economic situation, on how we are going to be servicing that debt. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. Honourable Attorney General, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Shall I thank the Honourable Leader of Opposition for this question. It, of course, will be a lot better because, as I highlighted, the redeeming of the bonds takes place in October this year, so it's being refinanced. Now, the coupon rate at which it was issued was about 6%, in excess of 6%. Now, the repayment of these bonds will be done at an interest rate, because we've secured this from offshore, it's done at 1.75% with a spread of 0.5% LIBOR rates. Essentially means you're looking at about maximum 1.5, 1.2%, if that. And of course, as you know, as part of that, we're getting some IDA funds too. So the cost of those funds, although we've got a high injection of funds this year, that's why we've got a higher rate, as I mentioned and read out in the supplement, the cost of that is much lower because it's like paying in excess of 6% for the 200 million, now it's being financed at less than 2%. That's the difference. So obviously, we're saving quite a lot of money because we managed over the past couple of years, we managed to, in fact, put out all these policy-based measures, which has been able to, we've been able to secure this funding. The other interesting point is, as I highlighted also in the budget address, is that last year we had already parked $100 million offshore. Now, the additional funding that we're getting now has actually not been brought into the country for the $200 million, which means we are not subject to foreign currency fluctuations. If assuming we had brought in the $100 million last year, brought it to Fiji, and then we had to take it out again, obviously we would have been subject to the foreign currency fluctuations. And thank God we actually did do that because we've been prudent about it. As we've been saying, we're prudent managers of finance. Because the US dollar actually has dropped. So the cost of actually taking the funds out, if we had brought it in, would have been a lot more. So as a result of that, we've actually done quite well from that perspective. First, not bringing it offshore, onshore, sorry, keeping it offshore. And secondly, that we had already had it in the sinking fund offshore. The other aspect, of course, is that the ADB gave us an additional $100 million, announced it in the budget, which is going to be put into the economy now, which gives us the foreign reserves and pumps liquidity into the market also.
Thank you. Honourable Minister, you have the floor.
Thank the Minister for that response and congratulate him on the luck of the draw, so to speak. But with the current capability of the nation to generate revenue, although we will be paying a little less because the interest rate is comfortable, what about our ability to service it?
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, so as highlighted in the budget, we obviously still are generating revenue, but our ability to generate revenue is quite significantly diminished because of the lack of economic activity, in particular from the tourism sector. But as highlighted in the budget, our estimates have been extremely conservative in terms of our revenue generation. And in the budget, Honourable Leader of Opposition, if you look at the budget, you'll see that we have the capacity to be able to repay our loans, because obviously we've never defaulted on our loans, nor do we intend to default on our loans. Honourable Randondro opposes the blue lanes. We actually want the blue lanes because we're generating economic activity. So these yachts that are coming in, it's providing jobs. They're going out, they're buying things. It creates VAT revenue for us. They're paying ECAL. I've just got a phone call from one of the resorts in the Mamanudas that because these yachts are here, they're going to organize a regatta amongst the Mamanudas, in between the islands in Mamanudas, that obviously generates economic activity. They go out and buy goods and services. Then people will be hired for that. That's the type of financing, obviously, that will generate government revenue for us, and we'll be able to then fund these loans that we have. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you. We'll move on to the next question for today. Fourth oral question. I give the floor to the Honourable Dr. Salik Govin to ask question 94/2020. You have the floor.
My question is to the Honourable Minister for Health and Medical Services. Can the Minister update Parliament on the drug shortage for some chronic diseases that were highlighted in the media recently? Thank you.
I call on the Minister for Health and Medical Services, the Honourable Dr. Ibrahim Wanganimbet. You have the floor, sir.
Honourable Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Dr. Salik Govin for that question. Honourable Speaker, as we speak, majority of the medicines that were in short supply due to the chronic shortages worldwide are now all in stock. We've been very blessed, as I've said before, that we are coordinating with our Ministry of Foreign Affairs and also with the freight through Fiji Airways freight, and also through the ships to be able to connect. Recently, for example, last week we had 8 containers that arrived into the country, bringing much needed stock in which we need. So they are in stock, majority of them as we speak. Honourable Speaker, the other thing is that there's a rule of thumb, if you look at the healthcare reports from the previous years, about up to 20% of the population will would utilize a private health service. During this COVID-19 phenomenon that's hit the economy, and we're talking about numbers such as 115,000 people to 200,000 people being affected, almost all of these that have been using private healthcare are now all coming into the public health service. And we accept that that is our role to be able to provide a free health service, and we continue to do so. Honourable Speaker, I've said it in our budget response in my budget response. And I know the Honorable Dr. Ratu Antonio Lalambalavu was not here on that night. You specifically said we must give and we must take. So he was not here. You do not listen and hear what I was saying specifically around this, the chronic shortages that happen worldwide. And a doctor friend sent me a Facebook posting that he put, again talking about the same things that I was sharing in the budget response. So I would suggest that he look at the hand side and also again listen to what I'm saying today to be able to enlighten him. Honorable Speaker, we know that we are struggling with COVID-19, but the struggle with COVID-19 is hitting everything in the healthcare systems. Global supply chains have been disrupted due to the issues around loss of labor and the raw material. So the raw material is as important. And the biggest company, the biggest areas and countries in which this is done is in China and India. The Daru Journal of Pharmaceutical Sciences in 3rd of July this year outlined the short and long-term effects of COVID-19 and also the supply shortages that are being faced in first world countries and also in second and third world countries, high income, middle income and low income countries. We're all facing it. Honorable Speaker, the global shortages also have resulted in the increase of essential prescription medicines, including antibiotics. And so we've had in place a tender process where we tendered and had our drugs, for example, being supplied to us on a 5-year basis. Most of these pharmaceutical companies have reneged on that, and they wanted us to break it because they obviously want to increase their prices. We've also highlighted that the shortages, as we have alluded to earlier, is not only in the drug, but beginning with the raw materials and the labor cost. The border closures, lockdowns, movement restrictions, they've all participated in giving us the challenges that we face. Honorable Speaker, the USA alone, from the 13th to the 21st of March 2020, the demand for asthma during this week alone spiked by 65%. While medications for type 2 diabetes increased by 25%. And similarly, medicines for cholesterol, migraine, hypothyroidism saw a noteworthy increase in claims. What countries are beginning to do is these big countries in which they have drug companies within them, they're beginning to tell them and issue instructions that they keep and stockpile supplies for their own first. And that is some of the challenges that we have at the moment because we cannot manufacture drugs locally. So they start stockpiling their own, even including one of the recommended COVID-19 testing platforms that we use also, the WHO guided one. The country in which this is made from or that has the patent for this has actually said, let's stock up for our own purposes first. So you can see that all over the world they're beginning to stockpile. We're also doing that, Honorable Speaker. I'm highlighting these global shortages because I want us to realize that this is a reality that is not peculiar to Fiji. There are countries in the Pacific that are struggling and in dire straits with drugs. Honorable Speaker, the Fiji First Government through the Ministry of Health and Medical Services will continue to push, and we have continued to push our processes to build a health resilient system and also a health resilient procurement system to be able to meet the needs of our nation. As I speak, and as I've said earlier, we're seeing improvements on our stock availability in comparison to the challenges we faced in the last 4 months, and these challenges are not unique to us, but also around the world, even in countries which make these drugs. I've indicated in the budget response that COVID-19 has had a negative effect on the supply chain management for medicine, and in mitigation, we have remodeled and are remodeling our supply chain through the development and implementation of a supply chain management reform, which plans to address the service needs and meeting the demands of all Fijians. As you also are aware, Honorable Speaker, we have a free medicine program to further improve the availability of medicines, and there are 142 items in the free medicine scheme. And just last week, the team was in Nambowa, Nassau, Toka, and also in Kurusuli, Nitasiri, continuing with their registration. Honorable Speaker, to conclude, COVID-19 pandemic has had major effects on the health sector, the pharmaceutical sector, and also the effect on procurement and also the provision, the supply chain. It is prudent that policymakers, especially those on both sides of the House, have to realize that we have to broaden our sights and not look at issues from a tunnel perspective, but we have to understand the challenges that are there. And this government, as a responsible government, will continue to strive to deliver the health service that our people need during this difficult time.
Supplementary question, Mr. Speaker, sir. Thank you very much, Honourable Minister, for the answer. Can you elaborate more on the remodeling of the supply chain management system and how will that address the current shortfalls that we are currently facing pre-COVID and during COVID?
Honourable Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I'll be very short. That process of remodeling, we are going through the stages, and in another sitting of Parliament, I'll be happy to be able to talk about what has happened. Suffice to say that Australia was involved in supporting us to look at best practice and how we can best do it. You also will understand, the Honourable Member will also understand that it is a digitalized system, so we're also looking at changing the current digital setup that we have and have access all the way down to the nursing station. The Honourable Attorney General, Minister of Economy, talked about with the digitalization program that's in place with government, we intend to ensure that even health facilities have the capability to be digitalized. And one of the reasons that we are hooking onto that bandwagon is the opportunity with the remodeling of our supply chain to be able to have the supply system digitalized all the way to the nursing station. That is our hope, and also the patient information system that we want to keep on improving so that we have continued access for both drugs and also to the particulars of our patients.
Thank you. We'll move on to the next oral question, which is the fifth oral question for today. I give the floor to the Honourable Charlotte Randron to ask question 95/2020. You have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, sir. I rise to ask question number 95 of 2020 to the Minister for Health and Medical Services. Can the Minister update Parliament on the preparedness of health facilities and the hardworking health personnel outside Vitilevu and Vanolevu for any COVID-19 cases from pleasure crafts, including yachts and super yachts that stop over in Laos and other maritime islands? Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Honourable Minister, you have the floor.
Honourable Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Member for that question. Honourable Speaker, as I speak, there's now nearly 25 million cases of COVID-19 around the world, with a fatality reaching nearly 1 million. I'd like to brief this August House on our stats. We've had 28 cases. At the moment, there's only 4 active cases. 22 have recovered, and we had 2 border quarantine cases that passed on. We're also aware that both of them, as you know, are both over 60 years old. We all know the susceptibility and the vulnerability that people in that age group and also comorbidities have to COVID-19. Total tests done now is 7,986, nearly 8,000. Tests per 1,000 people is 9, 7 days rolling average is 50, and our test positivity is 0.4%. We actually, with New Zealand, have one of the highest test positivity in the world, and Australia. And total tests per confirmed case is 282. In the meantime, we continue to remain vigilant and alert, and this is because in our region, Australia and New Zealand are both contending with community transmission, as well as Papua New Guinea and French Polynesia. In responding to the potential threats brought about by the current pandemic, we established our National Health Task Force, and also we've been working hand in hand with WHO and SPC, and meeting also with FNU professors on areas in which they can make technical contributions. Honorable Speaker, I've talked about how we have the COVID-19 incident management team, and the former general manager is now the acting permanent secretary of the Ministry of Health. And Dr. Anna Tambua from Sierra Namosi, subdivision medical officer, is now the new general manager of the IMT, and Dr. Alisa Saukan continues in her role as head of health protection. The health workforce and health facilities continues to be in a state of readiness for any escalation of COVID-19 cases, and the IMT is tasked to ensure that there is adequate capacity and resources to respond to this in the 4 divisions. We are continuing to remodel our services in the new normal, as with everyone else in Fiji is doing in learning how we need to be able to function in this new normal. Honorable Speaker, as you're also aware, we've been sharing the knowledge and practical experiences of COVID-19 for both the community and also the safety of our staff that are looking after patients, and the clinical management is being shared regularly. The government, in its wisdom, feels it necessary to embrace the initiative to ensure our people on the ground and also in remote areas are equipped and protected. Honorable Speaker, the Fijian COVID-safe economic recovery framework was rolled out as a 3-phased approach to the COVID-safe economic recovery. This framework is based on the core principles of preventing the importation of the virus, ensuring health system readiness, and COVID-proofing Fijian businesses and society at large. And this has been discussed with the Minister for Economy, the Honourable Minister for Economy, in his budget speech, and also in other opportunities that have been available in this August House. The goal of the framework is to break potential chains of viral transmission before they take hold, creating a new normal that allows economic activity to safely resume in a manner that protects against a large-scale COVID outbreak. The measures within the framework call for basic hygiene, infection control, physical distancing, adherence to COVID-safe operational businesses, in businesses, schools, houses of worship, and other areas. We also know the impacts of COVID-19 go beyond the health sector, and this task force consists of the Ministry of Economy, Ministry of Health, Ministry of Commerce and Trade, and other agencies. There are also other co-opted members. One of the innovative ideas, and probably the first in the world, is the establishment of our Blue Lanes initiative, with which we have continued to operate safely and successfully by partnering with key stakeholders in the private sector. In order to manage COVID-19 effectively, there has to be a layer in between the seaside and the land side. Just like at the airport, where if an emergency occurs after boarding or a landside transportation problem, there is a dedicated space where we can isolate, screen, swab, or provide acute response without exposing health staff to the ship. Future travel bubbles and increased sea movement, this will become a necessity compared to the current deployment from the hospitals. And people from other countries cannot enter Fiji at this time unless they have specific grounds that warrant consideration. Honourable Speaker, under the Blue Lane Initiative, visitors aboard yachts to Fiji are required to apply via the Department of Immigration and the COVID Risk Mitigation Task Force. And again, I continue to say this is a multi-agency task force. These applications are received and assessed by both the Department of Immigration and this multi-agency task force on a case-by-case basis. Honourable Speaker, these assessments for permission to enter Fiji are undertaken on a risk-based approach, and whether that individual travels from a country that has ongoing local transmission or not. Honourable Speaker, all persons entering Fiji are required to meet a set of very strict conditions that have been formulated based on the current scientific principles and evidence of disease COVID-19. As of 29th of August, 66 yachts have been approved under this initiative, with more yachts and super yachts showing interest to join the Blue Lane Pro initiative. Honourable Speaker, to ensure super yachts can function properly, we are allowing for crew changes. That means crew are being flown into Fiji to join super yachts, allowing these vessels to be properly run and maintained for months at sea whilst in Fiji. And during this exercise, Honourable Speaker, no one is exempt to the quarantine process that we have. Again, the requirements for entry into Fiji are strict. All crew must have a clear pre-departure test, spend 14 days in Fiji in quarantine, then clear a border quarantine exit test. Honourable Speaker, currently all yachts are required to be cleared at Port General and if the vessel has not met the mandatory 14 days quarantine, will be required to be anchored in a designated mooring ground, and its crew will be monitored daily by health officials. After completing the 14 days, the COVID-19 test is conducted, and then only if the negative results will the health quarantine officers issue a certificate of fatigue. This certificate signifies that the yacht and its crew are healthy and will result in the lowering of the yellow flag, and once the flag is lowered, other border agencies will then board and carry out the final clearance paperwork before they will be allowed to cruise within Fiji waters as per cruising permit provided by the Minister of Itoke Affairs. Honourable Speaker, this system allows a multi-agency support, and at the forefront are our Navy and military teams assisting our health quarantine officers and the medical team, and we also have the border agencies in Denarau who facilitate the necessary clearances. I would like to applaud the vigilance of our Turani corals within the maritime areas who have been calling to find out about yachts that are cruising close to their islands. We need our society to be vigilant. We need a whole of society approach to protect our borders and send the alarm in times of uncertainty. And I must reassure this esteemed House that vessels visiting the islands are indeed cleared by all the relevant authorities and are regularly monitored by the multi-agency team. In conclusion, I wish to draw everyone's attention to COVID-19, and I must stress that COVID-19 is by no means over, and we must all do our part so that we can keep COVID-19 in bay and also continue with our economic reform and economic recovery. I thank you, Honourable Speaker.
I thank the Honourable Minister. Honourable Solomon Rono. On the floor, supplementary question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, and I thank the Honourable Minister for Health for that explanation. But out in the Maritime Islands, and I'm sure he'll agree, that running water, telephone communication, transportation are very problematic. For example, in Vunombala, you can't even make a phone call because the tower is still down. And these are also vital for the preparedness of the health facilities and staff. So the question, Honourable Speaker, is that the people of Vunombala are putting up a petition calling for the suspension of this Blue Lane initiative in the Vunombala waters until the COVID-19 is given the all clear by the government. So will the Minister for Health support this call by the people of Vunombala in their petition? Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Honourable Minister, you have the floor.
Honourable Speaker, I've just talked about the mechanisms that are in place for allowing yachts into Fiji at this moment, and the COVID-19 measures that are also in place. We also know, Honourable Speaker, that I've just said also discussions are done with the Ministry of Itoke Affairs regarding those yachts and where they want to go and where they want to land. For example, if there's a yacht that comes to Moala and we don't want them to land, we can tell them not to land. They cannot come to the land. And that discussion is done with the Ministry of Itoke Affairs. Certainly that discussion can be done. Honourable Speaker, she's raising a petition, and that can be done through the normal process and also the business committee of this House. Thank you.
We move on. I'll give the floor for the next question to be asked. The sixth oral question for today to the Honourable Charles Singarara to ask question 96/2020. You have the floor. So.
Good night, Mr. Speaker. I stand to ask question 96 of 2020 to the Honourable Minister of Education, Heritage and Arts. Can the Minister explain the priority areas for the TOPIS scholarships and the categories of tertiary education loans available for the academic calendar 2021?
I now call on the Minister for Education, Heritage and Arts, the Honourable Rosie Agbaw. You have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, and I thank the Honourable Member for asking this question. Mr. Speaker, sir, before I proceed with my answer, I'll just take a couple of minutes, maybe a couple of seconds to answer to issues raised by Honourable Kepa regarding the government removing chaplains from the schools, as well as the removal of the boarding allowances. Honourable Kepa, the boarding allowances are still there, in this financial year. As for the chaplains, they are still there. The government did not remove them. We only removed them from our payroll, and we negotiated with the churches, and they agreed to pay the chaplains for their presence in schools. So the chaplains are still there. I sometimes don't know where you get your information from, but let me clarify that for you. Mr. Speaker, sir, COVID-19 has had a major impact on the government revenue, yet we are still continuing the tertiary education loan scheme, known as TELS, and the National Topper Scheme in a strategic manner to ensure long-term sustainability. The total budget for TELS and Toppers is 161,105,000, and the breakdown is as follows. 46.4 million is for the National Topper Scheme scholarships, 66.8 million is for tuition fees for TELS, 46.7 million is for allowances, such as food and accommodation for TELS, 478,800 is for scholarships for students with special needs. We've also allocated $544,800 for donor funding in the form of scholarships, and of course the 26,600 for civil service scholarships. Mr. Speaker, so currently we have 16,611 students who are getting their education through TELS at a total cost of $93 million, while we have 2,525 students currently enrolled through Toppers. Mr. Speaker, say in terms of the priority areas, if I can take you to the category of awards and the programs and the number of awards, we have 90 Toppers Awards for engineering program, which includes Bachelor of Engineering, Civil Engineering, Electrical, Electronic Engineering, Energy Engineering, and Mechanical Engineering. We have 90 Topper scholarships for medicine and health. This includes bachelor's degree in dietetics, nursing, public health, medical lab sciences, physiotherapy, pharmacy, and medical imaging science. We have 50 Topper scholarships for agriculture, fisheries, and forest. This includes bachelor's degree in agriculture, agricultural engineering, agribusinesses, veterinary sciences, forestry, fisheries, aquaculture, fish technology, and food technology. We have 35 awards under Toppers for technology, which includes bachelor's degree in networking, software development, programming, library services, media and journalism, information system, computing science, information technology, and applied computing. We have 5 awards under Toppers for social sciences, which include bachelor's degree in social science, social policy, and policy administration. We have 30 scholarships for environmental and marine sciences. They include bachelor's degree in environmental science, environmental management, climate change, and marine management. We have 20 Topper scholarships for land and town planning, and this includes bachelor's degree in land surveying, urban and regional planning, real estate and property management, geospatial engineering, real estate and property valuation. 120 Toppers awards are for commerce, which includes Bachelor of Commerce in Accounting and Economics, Finance, Official Statistics, Project Planning and Management, Property Management and Valuation, Occupation Health and Safety, Information Systems, Professional Accounting, Human Resource Management and Industrial Relations, Public Administration and Management. 150 Toppers awards for education. This is for Bachelor of Education in Primary Education. We have 80 awards. Counseling and Psychology, we have 20 awards. Special and Inclusive Education, we have 10 awards. And secondary education, which includes mathematics, physics, food and textile, home economics, computer sciences, early childhood education, and industrial arts with 40 awards. And finally, we have 10 awards for special areas, including diplomas and certificates. They include marine studies, mining, land surveying, early childhood education, forensic science and fashion, counseling, special and inclusive education, society and community work, project management, geospatial sciences, organic farming, aquaculture, horticulture, animal health and husbandry, a total of 600 Toppers awards for the next financial year. Mr. Speaker, sir, higher education institutions eligible for the National Toppers local scholarships are Fiji National University, the University of the South Pacific, University of Fiji, Corpus Christi Teachers College, Fulton Adventist University, Sangam College of Nursing and Healthcare Education. For tertiary education loan schemes, 4,000 students will be funded under the various TELS schemes, and the quotas are as follows. 3,000 for TELS categories, and 1,000 students will benefit from TELS for technical colleges of Fiji now under FNU. Mr. Speaker, sir, in terms of Toppers Award, the student qualifies for full tuition, meal allowances and accommodation at a rate of $2,400 per semester or $2,000 per trimester. The student also gets stationery $1,000 per annum, and of course incidentals $1,000 per annum. Under TELS, the student can apply, it's a loan scheme, can apply for tuition, hostel and rent at $250 per week, $50 food per week, bus fare assistance $30 per week, and stationery and incidentals $1,000 per annum. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
I thank the Honourable Minister for that reply. We move on to the seventh oral question for today, and I call on the Honourable Seri Ronrondo to ask question 97/2020. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I rise to ask question number 97, 2020, to the Honourable Minister for Commerce, Trade, Tourism and Transport. Since the declaration of COVID-19 pandemic, can the Minister provide an update to Parliament on the status of the government shipping franchise scheme, in particular the 7 non-economical routes, namely Northern Vunulevu, Upper Southern Lau, Lower Southern Esawa, Northern Lau, Lomaiviti, Rotuma, and Asa Samoa. Thank you, Mr. President.
I now call on the Minister for Commerce, Trade, Tourism and Transport, the Honourable Fayez Koya. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, sir, I thank the Honourable Seri Ronrondo for his very incisive questions. Mr. Speaker, sir, the government shipping franchise scheme, which he's referring to, is now known as the Shipping Services Subsidy, SSS, which is a government-funded initiative, and this initiative ensures the movement of cargo and passengers between our maritime islands. And through the SSS, accessibility is enhanced to markets with respect to increase in economic activities and generally improve livelihood, which are essential for communities located along the shipping routes that he has identified, and they're actually identified as uneconomical. Mr. Speaker, sir, for the information of this House, sir, in fact there are more than 7 routes, but he specifically asked for these particular 7, and they are operated under the Shipping Services Subsidy. So you're looking at Rotuma, Northeast, Vanuatu, Yasawa, and Lower Southern Lau, which operate on a monthly basis. We've got Kandavu and Lomaiviti, Upper Southern Lau, Northern Lau, and Yasea Samoala, which operate on a bi-monthly basis currently, and there will be other routes, sir. We're including a new route of Benga, Yanuda, and Vatulele, which will begin its maiden voyage, sir, in September this year, 2020. And this route will operate every 2 months. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Fijian government is committed to providing affordable and efficient shipping services to all Fijians. So this shipping services scheme covers a total of 70 approved franchise ports of call to 9 franchise routes. To answer the question by Honourable Ronrondo, sir, all 7 uneconomical routes continue to be serviced despite the COVID-19 pandemic restrictions. Mr. Speaker, sir, the continuity of service pretty much shows the resilience of the shipping sector. The services have continued and was literally reduced to the carriage of goods only during the lockdown period, and during the pandemic, passenger travel was restricted unless it was deemed absolutely necessary and, of course, approved by the Ministry of Health. I must highlight here, sir, that during the lockdown, the government had actually arranged urgent shipping to supply essential items to Yasawa, and also deployed several vessels during tropical cyclone Harold and assessments and assistance to Kandavu and to Lau and the Lomaiviti group. Sir, I reiterate that the services to these uneconomical routes continue, and in September we will expand the coverage of shipping services to other routes that are also uneconomical. Also, sir, additionally, what we are trying to do eventually, when we will get there, we're just in the process of doing all the necessary things that are required to do this, we will try and bundle the uneconomical routes with the economical routes. And the licenses will be extended by a number of years, so that what will happen eventually is that you don't have operators just using the uneconomical routes. It will be incumbent upon the operators when they come on board that they take up a few uneconomical routes also whilst they take the economical routes. So better service for the general public. So we're just working through that at the moment, sir. And it works out that, once they get a bundle of licenses, at the end of the day, if they have 3, 2 may be economical, 1 may be uneconomical, but they must provide those services. And if they don't, they're liable to lose the entire bundle. And it also makes it better for the operators, sir. If they have a bundle of licenses, they can go to the bank at the end of the day to say, look, we've got a license for 20 years. They can go to the bank to get a couple of $1 million to get better ships available for it. So all of that is under process, so we will get that done to make sure that our maritime community is well taken care of. So the total number of trips that are undertaken annually is about 168. And the total number of franchise trips undertaken for the past 5 years is about 792. But we're always looking to better the services, sir, but currently that's the state status that we have with respect to these shipping services.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. We move on to the 8th oral question for today, and I now call on the Honourable Veena Bhatnagar to ask question 98/2020. You have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. My question is to the Attorney General and Minister for Economy, Civil Service and Communications. I know the Honourable Minister had enlightened us on quite a bit on FNPF and the allocations. But yes, the question is, can the Minister provide an update on the total payments made so far for unemployment assistance together with FNPF?
I now call on the Honourable Attorney General and Minister for Economy, Civil Service and Communications, the Honourable Ayaz Syed Kaim. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, as the Honourable Member has highlighted that I've already addressed this matter quite significantly, but I'd just like to take an opportunity to respond to the misinformation that Honourable Gerengere Tambua made in a very erstwhile response. Just very quickly, to set the record straight, Mr. Speaker, sir, she said that we've allocated $20 million when in fact we've allocated $100 million, of which $5 million is used for retraining and reskilling, Mr. Speaker, sir, not $20 million. And Mr. Speaker, sir, again, I'd like to reiterate, and I think there's a very lack of sophistication or absence of sophistication in the economic thinking by Honourable Gerengere Tambua and perhaps the others around her, that you cannot look at things in isolation. Like Honourable Randondro said, don't allow the yachts, the drugs won't come. But we need to manage the economic impact of tourism or absence of tourism. In the same way, she's saying, Honourable Gerengere Tambua said, don't build a hospital, don't build the police station, don't build the Prime Minister's office, because we need all that money for unemployment benefit. Well, actually, Mr. Speaker, sir, I think the Hansard will prove you wrong. The fact of the matter is, Mr. Speaker, and so will the video, Mr. Speaker, sir, the point of the matter is that we are going ahead with ready to shovel projects because it actually creates employment. I think some of your members of, I think Honourable Tambuya was at some FTUC function where one of the unionists said, we need employment. This is precisely what we are doing. I mean, suddenly they've woken up to this fact that we don't just need unemployment benefit, we actually need work. And by having these projects, as highlighted in the budget, these projects at full throttle will employ about 1,600 people. Those 1,600 jobs currently do not exist. But we will not only be providing them with employment, but at the end of the day, we'll also be having this infrastructure. This is precisely the approach that governments have taken since the Great Depression in the 1930s. So I'd just like to, please, if you can understand that basic economic theory as to how it works, Mr. Speaker, sir. The other point, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to also highlight is that it's not a dichotomous approach. You know, it's not like saying, oh, if you're going to build those buildings, therefore we want to have unemployment benefit. No, actually you can do both. Economic, application is a lot more sophisticated than that. And lastly, as we've highlighted, phase 2, phase 3 will continue for as long as it's required. And I think the opposition, Honourable Geringatambo in particular in this instance, does not seem to understand that as we highlighted, more and more people will need government top-ups. And we're here for the long haul. She is simply mouthing what her leader, who's unfortunately not here today, said in the Rag newspaper about the fact that, oh, phase 4, why wasn't phase 4 got government top-up? Because, Honourable Member, phase 4 has got nothing to do with people who have become unemployed because of COVID-19. They were already unemployed 2 years ago. That's the difference. You see, it does not fit in with the political agenda. It does not fit in the political agenda. Unemployment benefit for COVID-19 is for those people who have become unemployed because of COVID-19. These people have been unemployed for up to 2 years prior to COVID-19. And the FNPF policy was not to give them the money or allow them to withdraw some funds, but we've spoken to the FNPF and they have agreed that these people could actually withdraw up to 1,100 if that's in their account. So they may, for example, be affected because all this time they've been unemployed, they obviously are depending on the family members. Perhaps some of those family members do not actually any longer have a job, who will be assisted by government, but these people will be given additional funds. That's the reason. Please try and digest that. It's very simple. So phase 2, phase 3 will continue for as long as we need to continue with that. And the funding will be provided for that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the Honourable Minister.
Supplementary question. Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And just a quick question to the Honourable Attorney General. How do those that do not have FNPF benefit from your unemployment assistance?
Honourable Minister, you have the floor.
As we highlighted, Mr. Speaker, sir, earlier this morning in the Ministerial Statement, there are some people who are in the informal sector. There are two types of people in the informal sector. There are some people who are now in the informal sector, but they actually have an FNPF account. They used to have one. So many people, for example, used to say, I used to work in the hotel industry, or I used to be a waiter or bus driver, whatever it was, and I had FNPF contribution. But for the past 3, 4, 5 years, for whatever reason, they've left those jobs and they're doing their own business. Some may be selling coconuts, some may be selling whatever they are selling. And they run their own business or providing a particular service. So those people, what we have said, that those people, as I gave the list, people can access those FNPF funds. But if they are also in the informal sector, we've already said they can apply for a concessional loan that we've said up to $7,000 in the micro-enterprise. Small business, 14,000. Medium business, small business, 14,000. Medium business up to 21,000. They can get a concessional loan. But as also announced today, those people who don't have FNPF accounts, we have the Cash for Work program that will be soon rolling out. So that's how they are able to also access funds or employment that will bring in cash.
Thank you. Honourable Bulutaba, supplementary question.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. My supplementary question, probably the Honourable Attorney General and Minister for Economy, could assure members of the public in terms of the general account, and given that they are unemployed, and through this scheme, that they will not deplete, their other benefits like funeral benefits, other educational funds that are there, that they will still have those, and that will not be affected by the drawings, given that they are employed through the $220 few that are coming every month.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, sir, if the honourable member is asking that with, for example, if you take somebody who may be receiving 220 a fortnight, now if they are going to use 220 fortnight from the general account, it may come to a stage, if they don't have that much, where it will finish. And government then tops it up. There are some people in the general account who, for example, may only have $300. So if we're going to pay them $220 a fortnight for the next 5 fortnights, they use the first lot, then everything else government pays. We're already starting to do more and more. That's what I'm trying to highlight. Every week, government is topping up more. In probably about 2 months' time, bulk of it will be government funded. As we've highlighted, the Minister for Health has said, the Honourable Prime Minister has said, nobody in this world at the moment knows for how long this COVID pandemic will have such a deleterious effect on economic activity, global economic activity. So this may go on for 6 months. We need to have those funds to continue to provide unemployment benefits throughout. It could be 9 months. But the comments coming from NFP and some of the other members from your party seems like we want everything now. We're here for the long haul. In respect of somebody, in the meantime, for example, if they have enough funds in their general account and they are withdrawing the 220, if they want to go and, for example, withdraw some additional funds, should they have the funds for a funeral or educational purpose or whatever the other reasons are, they can do that if they have the funds. The choice is theirs. Yep.
Thank you. We'll move on to the first written question, and I now call on the Honourable Lenora Geragera-Tambua to ask written question 99/2020.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Health and Medical Services. Could the Minister provide the following to Parliament, please? The total number of doctors in Fiji's public health and medical services as of 31st August 2020, the total number of doctors in each public health and medical facility respectively as of the same date, 31st August 2020, the ratio to population per doctor in each public health and medical facility as of the same date, the ratio to population per doctor in each respective public health and medical facility for the designated area and district and division that the facility serves as of 31st August 2020, and finally the number of specialists in each divisional public health or medical service hospital as of 31st August 2020. Thank you, Speaker.
I now call on the Minister for Health and Medical Services, the Honourable Dr. Ephraim Wanganimbete. You have the floor, sir.
Honourable Speaker, I will table my response at a later date, sitting date as permitted under Standing Order 45.3.
I now call on the Honourable Dr. Ratu Antonio Olambalavu to ask written question 100/2020. That's the second written question for today. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Can the Honourable Minister provide details as to how the 40 million allocated under Head 50 in the COVID-19 response budget was spent, in particular, A, list of all goods procured from this allocation, the vendor and cost of each item, and B, list of all services procured from the allocation, from this allocation, the vendor and cost of each item. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I now call on the Minister for Health and Medical Services, the Honourable Dr. Ephraim Wanganimbete. You have the floor, sir.
Honourable Speaker, I will table my response at a later sitting date as permitted under Standing Order 45.3.
Third written question for today, I call on the Honourable Linda Tambuya to ask written question 101/2020. You have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I rise to ask the question of the Honourable Minister for Local Government, Housing and Community Development. Can the Minister update the Parliament on the following? A, criteria for selection of grantees for the Housing Grant Scheme for first-time homeowners in the 2019-2020 financial year, and the breakdown of the 500 plus applicants who benefited in terms of amounts given and the location of their homes. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
I call on the Minister for Local Government, Housing and Community Development, the Honourable Premila Kumar. You have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, sir, as permitted under Standing Order 45.3, I will table my response at a later sitting date.
For the fourth written question for today, I call on the Honourable Michele Lewere to ask question 102/2020. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, sir. The question is addressed to the Minister for Forests, and the question is, can the Honourable Minister inform the Parliament on the following regarding land, these payments for forest reserves? On A, what is the total number of forest reserves? List of reserves by total land area and the provinces where these reserves are located. Formula for calculation of this payment derived. And D, whether the allocated amount of 64,000 in the 2019-2020 budget was fully utilized. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
I now call on the Minister for Forestry and the Honourable Hosea Mangam. You have the floor, sir.
Honourable Speaker, I will table my response at a later sitting date as permitted under Standing Order 45.3.
For the fifth written question for today, I now call on the Honourable Rote Mumkepa to ask written question 103/2020. You have the floor. Ma'am.
A that is written there should be B, and over the page should be A. So can I read it like that, Honourable Speaker? Can the Minister for Education, Heritage and Arts provide the following to Parliament? A should be an updated record. The 2,525 active students on the National Topper Scheme, as stated in her response to the 2020-2021 budget address. And B should be itemized in detail how the 35.5 million budget allocation for 2019 to 2020 was spent. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
I now call on the Minister for Education, Heritage and Arts, the Honourable Rosie Agba. You have the floor, ma'am.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I will table my written response at a later sitting date as permitted under Standing Order 45.3. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable members, question time is now over. Honourable members, thank you for your contributions today. It's been a long day, and I thank you for your contributions. Parliament is now adjourned to tomorrow morning at 9:30 a.m. We adjourn.